Black Key Books presents Forging Eden, a science fiction audiobook adventure. The Rakers Saga, Book 3. Written by A.R. Knight. Chapter 1. The Nightmare. Thalia ran towards the windows as Hell scuttled after her. She fired 3 quick shots with the sidearm in her right hand before lowering her shoulder, smashing into the weakened glass and falling through. Bits snagged her hair, sliced her cheek, and cut along her gloves and thick jacket. Sensations she ignored as she plunged a few meters to the next rooftop. Oakland at night, flames raging, had a disastrous beauty. Training had Thalia rolling with the impact, denting solar panels glowing with fire's reflection. Thalia's right shoulder popped anyway, an instant pain making her shooting hand useless. She didn't stop to set it right, instead pushing up with her left palm and scrabbling on the black silicon sea. Good thing, too. At her heels came heavy crunch. Shards brushed Thalia's legs, and a wordless rumble came with them. She didn't look back, gauging the distance to the roof's edge. A street beyond, a 4-story drop she'd never survive. Damn McNichols for sending her here. With her working left hand still running, Thalia reached and pulled a grapple from her belt. Behind her, the crunching continued, the innocent solar panels disintegrating as the cutter pursued. Sirens sounded, and between them, screams. Always screams now. Among them, back inside, would be the soldiers who'd come with her, a trio cut down to one she'd left tending the others. Too many cutter sightings now to send a full squad after every one, so you had your expert, her, and a few more guns in case the monster really was in the closet. Now that monster was out, and after her. 3 more strides to the edge. She could do this. The panel under her planted foot crumpled, struck by her pursuer's long claws. Thalia pitched forward, hit the next panel on her chest, and blew out her lungs. Momentum skidded her along dust and embers. She threw herself into a roll, white flashing as the dislocated shoulder made contact. You could practice ignoring pain, but it was never easy, and she wanted to gasp. Those empty lungs only ached. The roll did get her a glimpse at the thing Thalia was supposed to kill. A bundle of long arms, ending in single-pronged bony claws, a shoveling toothy maw in the middle, surrounded by drifting eyes, and fuzzy blonde fur across the whole form. Cross a spider with a crab, give it a nightmare makeover, and you had a cutter. It bore down on Thalia as she continued to roll, her left hand clinging to the grapple. A claw slammed next to her head, splattering her ear with fresh glass. She kicked as she rolled, shoved herself a little further, and fell off the last panel. Bumped on the roof's lip, slapped the grapple onto the dry brick, and plummeted. If this had been the first time Thalia had plunged off a roof, perhaps her stomach's surge, the cold knifing air, and the blurring, burning light all around her might prompt some panic. Experience, while suggesting Thalia ought to change her habits, let her discard all those details and focus on twisting her body around the grapple line. As it wound out, slowing, she caught her feet on the building's side. A sheer window, like too many of these modern constructs, and one she kicked. Above, the cutter leered over the roof edge, its golden fur glimmering. A single bone claw traced the grapple's line, feeling it out as Thalia reached her pendulum's apex. "Don't you dare!" Thalia snarled as the claw slid to the side, readying a swipe. The cutters didn't talk, didn't negotiate, didn't care for deals. They were not, however, stupid. Thalia swung forward towards the building. The cutter slashed its claw, and she fell a second time. Her heels led, combat boots battered and ready. The grapple went slack, and Thalia dropped, falling to the next level before her feet struck. The window shattered, a momentary jerk shuddering up Thalia's legs before she landed on her back inside the dark office. Glass crunched beneath her, a few shards sticking in her tight hair. She gave herself one breath, then curled up and dove. Because the damn cutter fell behind her, its claws jamming into the open, broken window frame. The beast caught itself, ready for the kill. Instead, Thalia whipped around, pulling her second handgun from its shoulder holster. She raised it with one hand, narrowed one eye, aimed between those two big bone claws. The cutter's eye-filled, furry middle rose into the gap, right where it belonged. Bang. In retrospect, killing a god was a bad move. Fade turned the thought over and over like a spit roast, one he'd been cooking for… how long now? What day was it? Months, probably closer to a year, since they'd made that fateful attack on the gardener. Hard, though, to tell time when you were sitting in an infinite darkness. Okay, not quite true. Glowing motes peppered the ground here and there, highlighting lumps of random debris. Shaped metal, crates, orbs, and devices Fade couldn't use or understand occupied every mound, a graveyard for civilizations rendered to dust. Doomed by the gardener's uncompromising vision, Earth and all the other worlds across the universe would be doomed by a more traditional foe. The gardener kept things tidy, controlled, even if its whims could get a tad murderous. So when they'd removed its guardrails, a certain alien species took advantage. Their Rakers decided the future was a zero-sum game, had used their audience tables to produce badge after badge, while the rest of the galaxy mulled mercurial next steps. The invasion happened in a rapid burst. Killings in the White Tower, Rakers ambushed on different levels by bone claws and murderous intent. The grove could heal. It could not repair a severed, devoured body. Every Raker killed offered another badge, another entry by which the cutters could ambush. Without the gardener, organized resistance was impossible. Peffet had disappeared weeks earlier, and without the squid, bat, monster thing, the Rakers fell into individual panic. Most ran. Fade tried to fight. Earth sent soldiers and weapons, until the lives lost without any progress forced a reckoning and a retreat. Fade just hadn't gone with them, because, damn it, Jaycee was still out here somewhere. Now he chased his own hallucinations, muttered to ghosts, and drifted between blurry memories like a man possessed. At least he hadn't started yelling at clouds yet. Not that there were clouds here. He scratched a bearded face, brushed long hair from his eyes, sniffed a dry nose, took a breath that was too perfect. Fade hadn't eaten food in weeks, but didn't feel hunger's pang. Hadn't taken a piss in months, and had no need to now. The grove's perfection made it easy to sit in the dark forever. At least until he lost his mind so completely there was no coming back. So Fade turned to the plan. A shifting series of steps that he repeated to himself again and again, both aloud and silently in the dark. Evade the cutters, get the portal set to the right world, and go rescue his daughter. 3 simple steps, but enough so far to keep him sane. Because he was still sane, right? He picked himself up. The combat uniform he'd worn in here was getting ragged. Back home, going this long without a wash would have meant smelling like a sewer. But here the only damage came from motion, from rubbing against the stones whenever Fade had to run or lay down. That last wasn't to sleep. Never to sleep here. Unnecessary, and too likely a cutter might happen upon him. They roamed farther now, as their grip on the grove became more ironclad. Fade shook his head, started walking. Get in close, see if something had changed. If some other species had any will left to fight. He traced his way with the mounds for several hours, their soft-lit landmarks leading Fade back to the tower where all the Rakers arrived. It emerged from the gloom cast in deep blue by shadow, rising high up beyond Fade's sight. The simple, constant breeze picked up new sounds now, the steady clack, clack, clack of the cutter's bony claws on the stone. At least they weren't quiet. A small mercy. One emerged through an alcove, its leading claw appearing like a scythe several meters ahead of Fade. He ducked to the right, kept low and away from light. Fade had tactics now. He could have written a book on how the cutters pursued prey, how they observed the world and interacted with it. And as a counterpart, how to avoid the things. The first rule: keep moving. With its leading claw planted, the cutter's second came into view, extending like a feeler past the first and, once sure, setting its point on the stone with a hard thunk. At the bone's conclusion came the rippling golden fur, like a lion's mane, shaggy and prone to shedding. The rest of the creature followed. At first, the cutters had been cautious. As they'd killed their way through humans and rakers, though, their clawed advances came with confidence. This one squeezed its bulk through the alcove without concern for an ambush. It kept right on going, too, marching its long limbs ahead into the dark. Fade, with his back to the tower, watched the creature retreat. More cutters wandered the darkness these days, making his gloomy home dangerous. He'd need to find somewhere new to hide. No. He knew the planet now. Had spent enough time with the audience before the cutters drove him away to learn Jaycee's destination. Fade had been working with Hex and Myra, getting a team together when the cutters made their first assault. A bloody day that had been, and when, on the third, the call had come to detonate, to destroy the grove. Fade had made a different choice. Now it was time for that choice to pay off. He crept to the alcove's split, one radiating the grove's creamy white light. Peeked around it, saw the tower's base and the ring meant to catch any raker jumping from above. A single cutter curled up nearby, the creature's resting stance. Fade would be seen if he ran past, would be chased. The man dug into his jacket, found the grenade. Explosive, and the last of Hex's retreating gifts. A throw, a run, a chance to set the portal and go. Time to be a dad and save his daughter. Fade didn't cook the grenade, didn't loft the toss like a veteran. Instead, he rolled the small bomb along the stones. It skittered, the oblong shape wobbling left and right before winding up at the end of the cutter's front claw. Resting at a rightward slant as the creature stood, the claw twitched at the grenade's arrival. The cutter tapped once with the claw's tip. A probe that discovered exactly what the grenade did. Explode. The blast echoed its sharp crack through the tower, followed by the cutter's shattered body. Claws and limbs rained, coating the white stone with red and black. Fade ran through the organic mist at a dead sprint, holding his breath and keeping his footing on the slick ground. Stairs appeared on the other side, broad, white stone steps a human stride in width sprawling down to the grove's main space. An infinite cream horizon threw Fade off his run for a split second, as the grove's position in a milky void played havoc with an earth-born brain. The stairs he ran on, and the stone courtyard they led to, one that fanned off into the endless distance to his left and right, seemed to have no support. They rested on no ground, offered zero rationale for their stones to hold their spots. But hold they did. The last time Fade had seen the courtyard and its many audience tables, great slabs both high and low, wide and thin, inset with sapphire pools hiding the most advanced computer program Fade had ever seen. They'd been coated with death. Not just humans, though Hex's commandos had taken their share, but rakers and aliens Fade would never know. What had been a haphazard skirmish after the gardener's death, interspecies diplomacy spiked with occasional threats, blew into total war when the cutters arrived. And they'd arrived in swarms. Yet now, despite the waste laid here, the grove appeared immaculate. The gardener's many nanomachines doing their work to keep things presentable. The practical benefits came as Fade found easy, clean footing. He pitched forward, leaning into his momentum. The silver portal shimmered on the other side of the audience tables, a circular metal doorway to just about anywhere in the universe. Now, Fade had to get it pointing to the right spot. Standing in his way were 4 cutters, a group milling about the audience tables in seeming conference with one another. Fade hadn't quite figured out how the furry killers communicated, but the Grove's miracles sent their words his way in clear, sonic fashion. The prey comes to the predator. Really? Fade said as he neared the stair's end. That's all you've got? Humanity couldn't lose to lame lines like that. They just couldn't. Yet the foursome backed up their bad phrasing with good strategy, splitting into pairs and breaking to Fade's sides. They probably figured Fade was heading to the portal, knew he needed to fix its direction first. He found it hard to do that with claws coming in from every side. The pair on the left, each about Fade's height and twice that in width, scuttled in faster than their counterparts. Fade had no weapons, had no gadgets left, just a lifetime of mixed martial arts experience and enough moxie to match. He broke hard right as Fade hit the last step, buying himself an extra second's sprint up the middle before the cutters collapsed on him. Like a dog pile in an old cartoon, 8 large, murderous bone claws snapped towards Fade. He kicked left, diving as he did so. A right foot plant, a lowered left shoulder. One claw came close enough to slice through his torn uniform jacket, pulling it off. Fade wouldn't miss it. After untold weeks without a wash, the thing had become a scratchy mess. He would, though, miss his left boot. Snagged by another cutter claw, the footgear fell off with a sharp sting. That claw had found more than just steel-toed soles. Fade bounced on the stone, rolling with the impact underneath the cutter, the second of the 2 on the left side. The creature scuttled backward on its claws as its pal angled for a good spot to slice. Fade couldn't outrun it, not from the ground. But he didn't need to. His roll slid out from the cutter and underneath an audience table. Bone claws smacked the stone around him as Fade planted his hands, his feet, one booted and one in a moldering sock, against the floor. He kicked off straight ahead, dashing to the portal's left in a low crouch. The cutters read the move, but the table and their pursuit put 3 cutters at Fade's back and 1 to his left. All those legs and their long claws found obstacles in each other, limbs tangling as Fade left his cover for the gap between table rows. He'd plotted the route from above, a series of audience tables taking him all the way to the one assigned to humans at heights good for Fade, rough for the cutters. One tried to follow him underneath the second table, squeezing beneath only to find its preferred claw-killing method difficult to do. Slashing down from above was hard to pull off when above was an invincible slab. Truly, Fade hadn't ever seen the audience tables hold a lick of damage. Not from bombs, bullets, or alien weaponry. Most of the grove, in fact, seemed impervious to harm, or, as when Thalia had tossed a few rockets around, repaired itself without complaint. A resilient home at the center of the universe. The cutters glommed onto Fade's tactics. His pursuer clattered after him beneath the tables, working its 2 front claws from side to side like some diabolical wheat thresher. Another sped along to Fade's left, pacing him towards the next column gap, where he'd likely find death waiting. The table also rattled overhead, a third cutter taking the top route, which put Fade's right as the only open spot. Therefore, the last place he ought to go. The human's audience table waited another column over. Fade's gambit depended on him getting close enough for his voice to catch the audience's attention. Each table was attuned only to its assigned species, in a manner Fade hadn't ever sleuthed out. Living long enough to blurt a demand to shift the portal meant keeping the cutters confused. Fade kicked left again, twisting around the incoming claw slicing from behind, in much the same way Fade had dodged a dozen thugs' ferocious haymakers. He scalloped his body, rippling his head down to his toes, out and back, while heading to his left, towards the cutter covering that side. The alien hadn't planned for the change, and kept clacking forward, reaching the column gap as Fade dashed behind it. A hideous squeal cut through the air, its imperfect translation hitting Fade's ears as a series of curses. Enough to make a man grin. Splitting the row, Fade found the next audience table nearly 3 meters high, an unfortunate measure given his pursuit. He kept on straight, the cutters reorienting to slash him. The one up top slammed down behind Fade, swinging a claw out fast enough to clip Fade's back foot, sending the man sprawling. He rolled on his back, saw another claw following, and kept tumbling. The claw swept overhead and smacked the stone where Fade's head had been. Even so, Fade found himself inside the cutter's reach, the blonde, furry monster twitching in its angry glory. So Fade kicked its face. His foot, this one still booted, delivered a crunching smack to the cutter's core. The beast's snarling cluster of eyes mouth took the hit with a lurch. Another harsh squeal. The cutter fell back a step, trying to bring its front killing claws into play. To his left and right, Fade picked out the other 2 cutters coming in for a pincer, while the 4th dropped in behind him. No other options then, save through. So Fade curled upright and went at the thing. A good guide to taking on a bigger boxer was to move within the dude's reach. Get so close where your shorter jabs could do damage while his long arms couldn't find you. Sure, a boxer might push you away, but Fade figured the cutter didn't have that option. He quick-stepped after his kick, throwing hands as he pressed the cutter's center. Fade placed the punches with instinct's precision, smacking eyes while avoiding sharper mouths. The cutter flailed while its pals sought openings, hesitant to dive in with their own killer needles. Noted, then, these cutters weren't so psychotic as to slaughter their own to kill an enemy. At least for now. Fade hit with his 5th jab, saw light splash overhead. Back in the row gap, and with a 6th smack, ducking beneath the shorter audience table again. He pointed his left hand and sent it home, a mushy strike that had the cutter spinning away, those front claws giving up the cut for extra room. Fade went left towards the table's edge, and the last split between him and the human's audience. In his way, naturally, was another cutter. The alien flailed beneath the table with its claws, a strike ill-timed. Surprised by its buddy's retreat? Maybe, but Fade hesitated a split second as the claws cut by ahead of him, the left and right ends crossing one another. The cutter swung its claws back, and Fade jumped into the returning front claw, catching the bony limb like he might a moving bar on an obstacle course. He rode it a meter before the cutter stopped the motion, flinging Fade off into the gap between tables. Right where the cutter's left side claws, the smaller but still so sharp bunch could turn Fade into a pincushion. With his back on hard stone, without momentum after his smack, Fade only had one card to play. "Set the portal to aggravate," Fade announced, louder than he needed to and with all the confidence the man could muster. "As ordered," the human audience table, sitting just behind Fade's head, replied, immediate. The Grove translated the words for the cutters, gave them a clue, and made those small claws hesitate. What would a human want with a profoundly inhuman world? The cutters weren't stupid, and in that moment, Fade hoped they were asking questions. He didn't wait to give them the answers, instead rolling away and standing, seeing, back along the tables, the portal spin up its silver ring. Jaycee was waiting on the other side, and the only thing between Fade and reaching her, now, were 4 cutters and their killer claws. Easy. Chapter 2. Consequences. Myra didn't flinch anymore. The flaying continued, as it had nearly every day since she'd escaped the Grove with the bomb on her back. She'd sat, suited, in chairs like this one, thin and skeletal, in rooms with harsh light, smelling like bad coffee. She'd sat in better chairs before Congress, before international inquiries, before reporters and late-night hacks desperately searching for why, damn it, why the world was falling apart. "I don't regret my actions," she said again, this time to a small group. A commission put together to figure out how this had all happened, how human civilization came to hang by a thread. "Even now?" asked a particular firebrand to her left, one who'd come in with 2 tall mugs and seemed to drink from both between every breath. He was one of 4, all sitting across from her. Elbows rested on thin, white plastic tables. A camera, mounted on a tripod, broke the pallid wall behind the quartet. Myra found it easier to stare into its red light than any of their eyes. Their rage and confusion was exhausting. Planned lives obliterated, and there she was, a convenient target. "You didn't visit the Grove," Myra said, ready to launch again into the same speech she'd given so many times. "We've heard it," said the woman next to the firebrand. Wrinkled, gritty, a veteran. A new one, though, to Myra, who glanced at the sheet before her. Slim briefings on the day's interrogators. The woman had been on the counterintelligence side for decades. "The risk of losing so much. The bomb destroys the brilliant secrets of the Grove, and humanity suffers. The universe suffers." She clicked her pen twice. "What I'm after, Myra, isn't the same answers you've given time and again. Debriefs and data we've collected, the blood taken from our soldiers who've been there, all back you up. The Grove is miraculous. It also harbors the greatest threat humanity has ever seen. Our only chance now rests on closing the door. My question then is simple. When you chose not to detonate the bomb, did you make that choice of your own free will?" "I'm sorry?" The woman clicked her pen again, put its tip to the paper. Her eyes went sharp, unblinking. "I'm asking you, Agent, whether the Grove protected itself. The gardener was dead. Had been dead for a long time now." Veronica repeated the mantra as she walked between the strange containers. Each stood alone amid the sturdy stones, and each was different. One might be made of red brick, one might be covered in neon blue vines, while a third looked like undulating green sand. She'd started keeping count and had gone well over 1,000 different structures. The variety had kept her sane when little else would. She'd left in the afterglow. Walked away when Fade, Eve, and those commandos had been trying to figure out to reap the Grove. They hadn't heard the gardener's final plea. One she wasn't inclined to obey, not after seeing the twisting captives locked in the gardener's own eternal zoo. Her father, Veronica still believed, was held there now, waiting for her. But she hadn't found it. None of the structures, and most didn't have doors of any kind, led to the void Veronica had been put in. The cubed rooms she'd been able to force open, whether by throwing her shoulder against a thin section or pulling apart a tentacle curtain, contained alien objects. Odd machines, growths, or sculptures that Veronica couldn't get to respond. Like being in a fantastical museum without any plaques, no guided audio tour. The Grove didn't seem to mind her wandering. Its tiny machines kept Veronica topped up, never feeling hungry, thirsty, or tired. While her clothes and shoes had long since worn out, the Grove's same technology kept her feet blister-free. Veronica was neither cold nor hot, an ever-present breeze keeping her pleasant. Ratty hair, legs that needed a shave, and a mouth that talked continuously just so she could hear her own voice. Those were her traits now. She could, in short, wander forever, until sanity fled. If it hadn't already. Guide them. The gardener's words, a command and an offer in one, uttered as the creature sat burning in its own pool. Why Veronica? What could she guide anyone to? And for what reason? The desperate words of the dying, most likely. She stopped in front of the next. The white stone running up to a wispy structure, as if built from silver cattails. It shivered at the breeze, a rustle rising over silence. A silence Veronica tended to break by babbling to herself, repeating stories from her own life, the plots of favorite movies and books, or just song lyrics. Things she didn't want to forget, things that reminded her of who she was. This cube made a good candidate because it seemed soft. Veronica tested the theory, walked forward, and reached with her hands. The soft bristles shivered, separated at her touch. Beyond were more, thick, tight but movable. As Veronica went, the cattails fell back around her, resting on shoulders, hair, tickling her nose and prompting a sneeze. The sound was loud enough to make Veronica jump. She stumbled through the last layer into a cold clearing. The silver cattails hung down overhead, transmuting the creamy skies to a dull gray. A squat bulb sat in the center, illuminated by their efforts. Around it rose 7 separate plants, like those cattails, but a more pure white, like the bulb. "Now what are you?" Veronica asked the bulb. It came up to her waist, rounded out a meter wide. Its surface had bumps and divots, scratches, and a few silver bristles. Imperfect. A seed? A chair? A work of art? The bulb didn't answer. Veronica reached out, touched the thing's surface. Warm. More interesting, Veronica felt a tremor beneath. She took her hand away, then put it back. The full palm this time. A stronger tremor, a pushback at her palm. She'd felt a relative's pregnant belly before, the baby inside kicking. "Is that what you are? An egg?" Veronica leaned in closer, put her other palm to the bulb's side. Again the pressure, the warmth. She held her hands there for several minutes, feeling the thrum. Whatever was inside the bulb was growing excited, moving faster and faster. The bulb began to shake. Veronica kept her palms in place. The first worried whisper suggested that maybe triggering some alien creature or device wasn't the best idea. She pushed it away. She'd been alone, without answers, for a long time. Change, any change, was worth the risk. So when the bulb split, its top peeling back like a ripe orange giving way, Veronica swore, fell back, and said the first thing that came to her mind. Gross. Oakland's command center occupied a spot on the water. A hotel, taken over because its ideal position for tourists, made for an easy spot to defend. It also rested between the main points in both Oakland and San Francisco, where the Grove's portal would spit out a visitor. Thalia's return, facilitated by a crunching military-grade SUV that simply rode over any obstacle, found the hotel's lobby and base floor in its ever-present hum. Police, military, agencies, and private contractors gathered for regular briefings and dispatches. The cozy chairs and couches had been swept away, replaced with tables, computers, and temporary cubicle walls for semi-private chats. Brewing coffee, tea, and the hiss-pop of energy drinks opening one after another served up the smells and sounds. A headquarters, and a necessary one, because Oakland was a disaster. Eve, visible in the lobby's center talking with that bastard Major McNichols, had said not to treat the cutters like animals, nor like rogue monsters. The gardener wouldn't have cultivated them, assigned them Rakers, if they were just reckless killers. Their assaults around the globe, their random incursions and rampant destruction followed by disappearances, thanks to badges able to warp the cutters back to the Grove, had a similarity to the gardener's own early attacks against Earth. Those, at least, had slowed quick when humanity had proved itself resilient. The cutters kept on coming, and they'd found a taste for Thalia's home. One of many hotspots around the world, though they were getting more diffuse. The working theory, that the cutters began by popping in where the portal could send them, and now proliferated by however the creatures reproduced. The chaos was spreading in all directions. The persistent stress showed more on the Major than Eve. Always a fit man, the Major had more lines now, more gray in his hair, and a hunted look about his eyes. He expected bad news every minute, and most of the time, that expectation was met. Thalia wasn't sure she'd seen him take a day off, well, ever. Eve, on the other hand, bore the end of the world with poise. Standing straight, clean, arms folded, and piercing gaze drifting off the Major to the new arrival. "Bagged another," Thalia said, walking right into Eve's conversation. "A couple of casualties, none fatal." "Did you change?" Eve replied, looking Thalia up and down. "Or was it really that clean?" A few cuts here and there, but Thalia had replaced her rags with backup gear in the car. Handed over the cutter corpse, riddled with bullets and mashed with a hard fall, to a follow-on crew. She almost felt normal, though a hot shower and a long nap seemed the lock for her immediate future. "It's getting easier," Thalia said, throwing a frosty look at McNichols. "Major, gracing us with your presence once again?" The Major didn't smile, frown, or give anything away. He didn't need to. Both Eve and Thalia understood why he was here and what it meant. Tomorrow morning, 600. It's a worldwide effort this time. He took a breath, nodded towards one of the semi-private rooms. The pair followed him inside. "Thalia, you're not designated for this one, but given your experience, I'll ensure a spot's open if you're available." McNichols asking instead of ordering. Something must have changed. "How about you give the details first, then I'll check my schedule." Command's losing faith that we can take back the Grove. The cutters are too many and too dangerous, and every attempt we make seems to pull more of them to Earth. The badges mean we can't bring heavy artillery, so we're stuck. McNichols had a great grimace, and he put it on now, the frown stretching wide. "More worrying, the cutters are figuring us out. They're attacking sensitive spots. We've lost 4 heads of state in the last week alone. Several nuclear sites had to go on lockdown. We're pulling the plug." "Pulling the plug?" Eve asked. "You can't. Not from here." "That's why we're destroying the Grove. Doing what Myra did not. All the wonders in the universe aren't worth anything if all of us, are dead." Thalia's room greeted her with a flickering light, an unmade bed. Housekeeping wasn't available at the end times, but at least the water still ran. The hotel had flipped to a military generator an hour ago when some cutter had slashed through a nearby substation. She turned off the strobe-style offender and made the short walk to the window, shedding clothes as she went. Outside the glass sat the city. She wasn't lucky enough to score a bay view, and its attendant fires. Helicopters droned overhead, sirens echoed. Fewer of those now, as Oakland's evacuation continued. Some cities were being held with every effort. The cutters countered with all force available. Others, stretched too thin to hold, were emptied out. Oakland landed somewhere in between, saved thanks to San Francisco's proximity. Territory, though, wasn't a big deal when you could warp just about anywhere. Cutters could appear behind any line, advance at any point. The aliens weren't interested in conquering either, just destruction. They followed the Gardner strategy, destabilizing panic, followed by a civilization-ending coup de grace when defenses were down. What that would be, Thalia wasn't sure. The cutters, thus far, didn't deploy weapons beyond their devastating bodies, but those bone claws couldn't scythe through a planet's core or, alone, wipe out a populace. Eve thought the aliens were fighting everywhere, too, all the Rakers across all the species. How could the cutters expect to win? What was the goal? Did they even have one, or was the fighting itself the point? Thalia sat down on the bed. She'd ducked out of McNichols' doomsday mission. Eve would handle it, light the fuse that might end this thing, knock out the Grove, and begin the slow climb back to what was. Thalia had seen enough action lately to dodge that reckless mission. An easy pass. Her phone buzzed, cell signals still making their way through. The cutters weren't getting into space and knocking out the satellites yet. Details? Oscar. Her uncle, of course. Always seeking intel he could exploit. His security forces and the recently acquired zero-point mercenaries were guarding valuable people, places, the spots that could pay. Thalia was his woman on the inside. Not a bad role for a niece. Going to nuke the Grove. No reason to play coy. No double agents or spies to worry about. Can you stop them? Thalia stared at the words. Stop them? She closed her eyes as the rationale came back. Of course, Oscar wanted to keep the cash he was earning, all these contracts. Kill the cutters, and it'd be back to boring, low-margin business as usual. Not what you think. We need those miracles. What miracles? Cancer cures. Living forever? We can't lose that. Thalia almost laughed. Oscar was right. That'd be a lot to give up. Wasn't like Thalia had a choice, though. She blinked. Bit a lip. Exhaustion, always so close. Lost a step, as a fresh idea cropped up. For once, Uncle, you might be right. Okay, maybe not so easy. The cutters had read his plan and put themselves right where Fade wanted to go. 3 formed a semicircle between Fade and the portal, while the 4th, the one Fade had laid into with a few solid smacks, scuttled backwards until it sat right before his goal. To get there, Fade would have to go past at least 3 table columns, some 20 meters, and then turn north and scamper a third of that distance to the portal, all without getting skewered and pulled apart like a dinner roast. Fade had no weapons, 1 foot in a disintegrating sock, and no real plan. Save one, the Grove itself. You're not going to like this, Fade announced. The cutters didn't react, though they certainly understood him. They also understood when he broke forward, choosing to barrel away from the human table right at the middle cutter, one hanging in the gap between a table to Fade's right and another, lower, to his leading left. The other 2 cutters lurched their furry, killer selves at the move, seeking to collapse on Fade. Front claws rose up, intercepting the creamy light and casting death shadows on the white stone. Fade feinted right, a step with his left foot that almost sent him to a slicing demise. Instead, he pitched himself forward, causing the rightward cutter to miss its deadly slam by centimeters. White stone flew up as the bone claws hammered down. 2 more came in from the cutter ahead, 2 more Fade couldn't hope to dodge. So he twisted, twirled, and felt a claw cut into his left side. The point rippled down Fade's chest and waist, severing his clothes like they were silk and his skin like it was butter. Blood ran free, Fade's mind spiked, and if he hadn't expected the hit, Fade might have fallen right there. Instead, he kept the twist, kept running forward, and the claw found no purchase. Ripped onto the stone. Fade was through. The cutter who'd slashed him waved with its left limbs, all smaller and still sharp. They slashed at Fade's arm, his left leg, his already gashed side, and scored again. Shallower, all, and they simply added their agonies to the list. The cutter's body, though, served to block its 3rd ally, while the one whose first blow missed found itself having to squeeze beneath the audience table to Fade's right. A turn and shift that bought Fade seconds, ones he used in a flat sprint towards the portal. On Earth, those cuts might have killed Fade, might have made him abandon any chance at escape to curl up and beg for mercy, or a mercy killing. The Grove gave him another option: persevere. He pushed on, rushing by the tables and through the gap to the next column, angling towards the portal. He didn't bother with ducking under or climbing over, just a flat-out run. The cutters scampered behind him, their claws getting purchase and flinging their bodies along. Their size cost them. No straight run, but a bouncing, ducking pursuit. The last cutter waited as Fade approached the portal. Its body rose like a spider's, front claws high, and the remainder spreading out like a flower in lethal bloom. In its center, the bloodied eyes and small mouth twitched. "Stop, and your death will be quick." Another translation courtesy of the Grove, and as absurd as the first. "Need to work on your threats," Fade said, voice tighter than he liked, but pain will do that to a man. He didn't break stride and cut under a tall audience table to burst into the open space between himself, the cutter, and the portal. Claws hit stone at his heels, the other 3 cutters all but caught up. Fade took one more long stride, arms pumping, blood flying from his wounds, and saw the last cutter's claws twitch. Those eyes wide, maws clicking. Was that fear? Fade grinned and dove. The claws flashed, too late. Fade's leap cleared the bone spears and drove right into the cutter's core, a flying tackle that brought Fade's weight against a cutter with its claws raised, its footing loose. They fell back together, Fade tangling his own mauled mess in with the cutter's core. His feet touched down, and he kicked forward, a desperate push against the stone. Until the stone wasn't there at all. At a certain point, and Jaycee wasn't sure if this was 3 nights or 3 months in, she gave up on being rescued. She gave up on escape. The Zinwi, who had a real name, one she refused to use because it was, frankly, too long and too awkward for a human mouth to pronounce, did not take her despair or the escape attempts seriously. For the latter, the reasoning was obvious enough. Once they understood that she'd come from some transgalactic device, one she obviously couldn't manifest herself, what was the fear? They would find her crawling through their vast underground labyrinth, dirty and thirsty. More, the air outside the caves was so toxic to her that any venture to the surface would end in painful death. Despair was a different problem, one the Zinwi couldn't solve so easily. They tried, resorting first to blunt methods like keeping her under watch, or, when things grew dark, restraining her with stiff, mossy cords. At some point, the Zinwi found enough confidence in their study of human anatomy to subject Jaycee to various drugs, delivered via injection, inhalation, or, Jaycee suspected, mixed into the mud-like food and water. These provoked all sorts of unpleasant reactions, sending her into feverish delusions for days, or turning her body into a cramping disaster. Jaycee suffered through it, coming to grips with the reality that her life was, in no way, her own. Until the cutters came. She wasn't witness to the first days, the first deaths. That something had changed was obvious, as the rotating scientists observing her shrank to a couple, and even those seemed distracted. Her food and water came late, sometimes not at all. The gemstone lights would flicker, and tremors shook the ground every now and then. She tried to ask, tried to get answers, and it wasn't until the 15th day that the lone Zinwi, who'd delivered a plate of tasteless mush to Jaycee, answered. She didn't understand much of the Zinwi language, but the creatures had video. A chunky tablet larger than Jaycee's head served to illustrate the chaos. Spider-like monsters with fierce claws streaming through the tunnels, launching themselves onto the larger Zinwi and rending them until they collapsed. The Zinwi next to her, as the footage played, flipping between one skirmish after another, where the Zinwi attempted to fight back and were overwhelmed, outsmarted, and destroyed by the cutters, who seemed to come from all sides at swift speeds. That these things were not of the Zinwi world was obvious. That they weren't dumb, instinctual invaders, equally so. Their origin wasn't hard to guess. How? Jaycee asked, not expecting the Zinwi to answer, to know. Had the gardener decided to obliterate the Zinwi? It had strict rules. Jaycee blinked. Was it her fault? Going here, breaking the barriers between species that the gardener erected? Heat grew into a blush as Jaycee sat back, the feeling fading to an icy numb as fast as it came. This wasn't a consequence she could erase or make up. This was annihilation, disaster, and death on a scale too large to comprehend. The Zinwi took the tablet, opened its door, and vanished. To join a war effort? To die among its friends and family? Because of her? Chapter 3. To the Other Side. Myra sat on the bench amid green grass, a light breeze, and a pleasant early afternoon, if you ignored the smoke rising in the distance, the sirens, and the honking of horns as Oakland's evacuees continued to stream out of the city. The FBI had been reassigned, along with everyone else, to manage the cutters and the civilization their attacks were displacing. The effort spanned every possible facet, from gathering food and supplies to tracking where the cutters were warping in. Squads outfitted and on call would race to the sightings, ready to lay down fire. Problem was, as soon as snipers and machine guns were put in place, the cutters moved somewhere new. Humanity was getting stretched thin, fraying at more than the edges. And here she was, relieved of assignments, told to await further orders. To keep out of things because she clearly didn't have the stomach for the job. "Talia," Myra said, answering the call while staring at a parking lot packed with police and military vehicles. "It's not a good time." "You're right. It's the best time, because we're going to do something stupid." "We?" "You bet. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm busy." "Are you? Because unless I've missed my mark, and Myra, I don't miss my marks, that's you sitting on a bench looking very mopey?" Myra jerked her head left. "Right." Tried to find Thalia and failed. "Behind you," Thalia said, her voice coming not just through the phone. Myra swiveled, saw the security officer, or freelance muscle, or... What was Thalia exactly? "I came by to talk to you and your bosses, to persuade them not to blow the Grove to bits. But now I see you out here?" "I'm not their favorite person right now." Myra relayed the details, the interrogation, and how her failure to detonate had tossed her into the agency's trash. So they're assholes. Everyone is, except me, of course. So perk up. Let's get back in there and tell them to change their minds. Too late. The mission kicks off in 15 minutes. They're not going to cancel now. Thalia frowned, the woman's cocky fire faltering with cold facts. She stepped around, joined Myra on the bench. She wore military fatigues and a jacket with pockets that looked far from empty. Ready for action. Myra still had on a suit, with empty pockets and a small clutch. Ready for, well, happy hour. "You know, that's not normally my game," the sassy optimist. "Fade plays that role, but since he's been out, I thought someone needed to try." A strong attempt, but it's not a good day for it. "We can't destroy the Grove. It's too important." Myra shrugged. "Who cares how important it is if we all die? The Cutters are winning." "For now." "Oh, you have a new idea? Or is this vague hope talking?" "I'm placing a bet," Thalia said, raising her arm and showing a particular bracelet. Eve, the other human raker, had one just like it with her badge, the key to jumping back to the Grove on it. "I think the gardener's playing a deeper game." "Didn't you kill it?" "I hope not. I hope instead that we can get it back. We need a miracle to stop the Cutters, Myra, and who better to deliver it than a god?" The agent, dire, but bright enough. "Then get after it, Dahlia. Go find our god." Thalia. "I'd love to. Want to come along? I've got toys." Veronica fell back, landing hard as the egg, if it was an egg, opened. Silver liquid sprayed, then dwindled to a dribble. She'd really thought for a moment that she'd found her dad. A shadow surrounded by crystal bright light that looked, to eyes long wandering on sanity's edge, like the thing that she wanted most. Instead, the shadow vanished as the light surged towards her. She'd pulled back and now watched as the glow poured forth from the egg like an overflowing glass. The blinding white was too bright to look at directly, searing like the sun's surface. Veronica turned away, shaded the look with one hand, and drew her knees up. A whimper escaped. False and real bravado, formed and faltering over the endless wonders, faded to a murky resignation. She'd found something real, yes, and with that discovery came the reminder that Veronica was very much not welcome here. Yet the white never reached her. Its growth stopped within a few centimeters off her ruined shoes and bare toes. She squinted at it, watched as the white withdrew into itself and around the egg. Together, it rose into a strange shape, dark with leather wings. A bulbous head and black eyes. "You?" Veronica said. "You were in there?" The shape regarded Veronica, said nothing. "Do you remember me?" Veronica continued, receiving nothing back. She stood, kept her hands free to both sides. Whether Peffet, and this thing was either Peffet or a creature that looked very much like it, understood her was unknown. Best be as obvious as possible, as clear as possible about her intentions. Peace and a way home. Focus on those. "Are you all right? Peffet, say something." The creature answered. Not with words. Instead, it surged forward. A lean and a lurch one Veronica had no room to avoid. Peffet struck her straight on, bearing her to the ground and smothering her in its darkness. Fade hit the hard rock and didn't bounce. He skidded, stopped as the cutter before him slammed its claws into the brown stone. The burnt amber sky overhead cast the alien in a bronze light, a glow Fade almost found beautiful as the monster returned its attention to him. Those two big front claws, all bone and death, rose to killing position. Hard not to admire the commitment to murder. Harder still to ignore the sharp blue flash that split the cutter in two, liquefying the alien into boiling parts. They caught fire as Fade, still on his stomach, watched and whistled. His pursed lips made the right sound, a good sign Jaycee's world could handle human life. Better, Fade could breathe. His heart beat fast, and blood seemed to be making its way around his body. Whew. He needed a win. Up till now, though he'd kept from saying it out loud, Fade had suspected Jaycee's panic had dropped her on a planet too deadly for humans. Gases, fires, big bad monsters ready with munching mouths. She had a chance here, at least while the Grove's machines lasted. Beyond the cutter's bisected corpse lay its killers, a fortified embankment resting in front of a large, mold-blue sponge mound. Stacked rocks, their shiny edges likely sliced with the same laser, fitted together to form a wall. The laser rested at the midpoint, roughly Fade's own height, with its barrel in a cutout giving plenty of swivel room. The creatures manning it, the large Zinwi, peered over the embankment's top. "Hey there," Fade said, picking himself up. Gravity here, at least, seemed comparable to Earth. Another good sign. "Thanks for the assist." The Zinwi stared. Fade winced, tried to piece together a way to communicate. The Zinwi didn't seem to be in a panic. They'd probably been dealing with the cutters for a while now, which explained the laser turret set to watch where the portal might spit out new invaders. Other Rakers wouldn't be stopping by, but their lack of surprise at Fade's appearance suggested, again, that Jaycee had stayed here long enough to leave an impression. So Fade touched a hand to his chest, gave a bow, and repeated the thanks. The Zinwi didn't respond. He tried a few more waves, showed that he wasn't holding a weapon. The Zinwi didn't fry him, so Fade walked a few steps closer, dodging leftover viscera. He took in the world around him, too. Gray clouds in that amber sky, and pools of brackish water breaking up the sponge and rock surface. No birds, little breeze, and no trees. "Desolate place you've got here," Fade said, still walking. "I bet if we get to be good friends, you'd enjoy visiting Earth. Very pretty. Nice flowers." He stumbled, fell, and hit the ground hard. Fade stared along his body at his foot, the traitorous limb failing at its most basic task. Except, Fade couldn't feel that foot anymore. Couldn't feel his legs, his arms. Ugh. A headache roared in, and black spots popped on his eyes. The Grove's ticking clock was running out, and the damn Zinwi world wasn't so safe after all. At first, Eve likened her life to being born again, the religious experience, a remaking of yourself in a new light. She'd shorn the Rakers' chains, their immortal promises. Without the Grove's periodic influence, she would age. Disease would once again find footholds. She would also have time for a home beyond hotel rooms, friends maybe, a family, though Eve would have to adopt, as the Grove did not preserve all things in stasis. Balanced against her old destiny, Eve found hope. Balanced against the gardener's wrath, that hope turned to nihilistic hedonism, and she embraced wild disaster after fleeing the Grove with Hex and the other commandos. She walked off the random street where they popped out and never answered a call. Not until she'd woken up, assaulted by a terrible hangover in a room she didn't know, clustered with people even more desperate, more delirious than herself. "The Cutters were attacking," the theme went, "so we might as well descend until we die." That Eve would, in fact, die if she kept on their path, and not from any alien claw or assassin's bullet, but her own damning choices brought a harsh clarity. It wouldn't have been enough. Not then, not there, if Thalia hadn't shown up. She'd broken into the Flophouse with backup, her uncle's security services, who showed zero interest in the passed-out vagrants mucking up the muddied concrete floor and moldy cushions. She dragged Eve out and threw her into a waiting car, then joined her in the back seat. "Fade's still not back. Jaycee either," Thalia had said, matter of fact. "You're going to help us find them." Born again, a second time. A third time if you counted Lode's first offer to join the Rakers. Now Eve stood with Major McNichols and another commando squad. The Major himself wore the vest with the large backpack, one that would detonate and turn the Grove into irradiated ash. They'd fought the Cutters long enough on Earth. It was time to take the battle to the aliens. She'd been breaking into Raker form in the weeks since. Thalia had taken her right to the hotel co-opted by the military. Eve had been hit with a crash rehab, then thrown into one briefing after another about the Grove, the alien Rakers, and the Cutters. Still weak, Eve advised strike teams, watched as Thalia led her uncle's hired squads, and generally tried to make herself useful. Resilience. That had been a word Lode used once to describe himself. Never back down, never get defeated, always keep on pressing until the opposition gave up, lost, or died. The opposition had been Eve herself, and now, standing in the hotel's basement, a storage space retrofitted into a ready room, she had her own mission at last. And again. "Ready, Eve?" McNichols, his voice hard as steel. Had the man ever laughed? "It's time." "Let's go," she replied, and took his hand in her left. On it, gracing a ring on her index finger, was a badge taken from a dead Cutter. "Be ready for anything. I don't know where this badge is going to bring us." Nods all around. Another commando grabbed her right hand, while 4 more gripped her arms. An ungainly way to send people across time and space, but the gardener hadn't meant for the badges to handle mass transit. Hadn't meant for any of this to happen. The gardener, though, was dead. Time now to fix its mistakes. Using Eve's badge had been a mistake. Thalia recognized that the moment she appeared in the small white stone room reserved for human rakers. Myra crossed over with her, and together, silently, they cursed at the cutter's shadow beyond the door. A door that used to be solid wood, that it hadn't been a real tree but some grove composite was a given. But Thalia had appreciated it nonetheless, was broken through. A narrow ruin hung off of hinges hammered into the stone. Not a great start, Thalia said, standing, taking stock of her weapons. 2 machine pistols, a grenade brace, and a combat knife on each thigh. A pack on her back held medical supplies and extra ammunition, though its real value came in the hard plate shell. A cutter claw would have a tough time piercing that. Thalia wore a similar barrier across her chest, with Myra doing likewise. Both sported helmets, too, slim models designed to deflect rather than withstand a crushing blow. Oscar's cash once again serving her well. Though anything that put Thalia in her uncle's debt left a dry distaste in her mouth. If she was feeling funny, she'd say they looked a little futuristic, a little cornball in their black outfits. Nothing, though, about the Grove made her laugh anymore. The first time she'd come through, the Grove's tiny machines coupled with its quirky design to create a sense of bemused wonder. Now the air stank with a messy melding of blood, torn flesh, and musky cutter fur. Like a murderer's basement. New sounds, too, echoed through the tower. Clacks from cutter claws as they scampered around. No conversation, though. The creatures didn't speak with voices like Thalia and Myra, their language and method of communication still a mystery. "You're reminding me of this why," Myra said, as Thalia finished the litany, the 2 of them crouching on the room's left side, where sight lines were slim. "It's for me, Myra, a pre-game ritual. Every time I start a job, I like to rehearse the facts, set things straight." "Shouldn't you do that before the job starts?" "Sure. Before, during, and sometimes after." Myra stared at her, nonplussed. "Seems like a waste of time." "How about you let me decide that? Then can I decide to get moving? I'm not stopping you." Myra swiveled. She didn't draw one of the guns off her waist, instead opting for a long combat knife. Its edge glistened with a clear liquid, a toxic mixture Thalia had wiped on as soon as they'd dropped into the Grove. Some combination of box jellyfish and chemicals Thalia didn't want to know. Oscar, who'd given her the squeeze tube, said the results, tested on recovered cutter bodies, would be lethal. And, importantly, quiet. Getting to the gardener, assuming the alien would be somewhere near where Thalia had seen it die, meant descending the tower, getting through the audience tables, and through an invisible door to a whole different part of the Grove. An objective that seems to fall right out of a fantasy story, but Thalia's life had picked up that vibe. Myra crept up to the doorway. The cutter's shadow remained on the broken hinges and the white stone around them. The alien had to be just beyond and to the left, where a stone ring wrapped around the tower's hollow center. How inconvenient that the cutters would post a sentry here. Or maybe it was a sign of respect? Humans striking fear into an alien species. Thalia almost smirked. Then Myra shot around the doorway. No signal, no plan. Just a step off and she was gone. Thalia stifled a curse, drew her right machine pistol, and followed. Sounds of a scuffle beat Thalia to the view, boots and cutter claws moving on stone. Golden puffs flew into the air. Their source, almost as tall as Thalia, its furry body facing the wrong way, scuttled left as Myra clung to its curling back. The agent drove the combat knife into the cutter again and again, each slice leaving dull green lines. The Grove would work to heal those slices. Might work well enough to neutralize the poison, too. Staying low, Thalia sighted the machine pistol, rested her finger on the trigger as the cutter bounced off the inner ring and its stone wall. The alien kicked with its claws, starting a roll that would have seen Myra crushed if the agent hadn't read the creature's intentions and jumped. The leap, timed with the impact to the inner ring, sent Myra flying over the stone wall and down, out of sight. Well, they needed to move fast, and that was one way to do it. Regretting that she'd missed the poison playing out, Thalia followed her partner. Keeping the machine pistol in hand, she ran, jumped, and looked down towards the indigo circle that'd catch her like the world's biggest featherbed. Only the damn thing wasn't there. If war was chaos, the Zinwi kept it under control. Mostly. Jaycee followed her alien visitor from her chamber after it left the sliding rock door open. A signal her time to leave had come. To do what, Jaycee wasn't sure, but sitting in that placid cave room one more minute, with only her actions and their consequences for company, would end poorly. Like Jaycee screaming, crying, or curling into a ball until death came. So the alternative, stalking a huge alien through cave corridors blitzed with bright lights and bustling bodies, seemed pretty good. The Zinwi noticed her following and slowed, letting Jaycee catch up. The tunnel they walked in collided quick with a much larger one, as wide as an Oakland street. Parallel tracks ran in two sets along the tunnel's middle, with smoothed paths on either side. Copper-colored lines laced the cavern's ceiling, some following the tracks and others serving as hosts for dewdrop lamps giving off an amber hue. Glittering rock and frilly moss spotted the otherwise brown and black rock everywhere else, with circular signs sporting dashes and dots that Jaycee couldn't read. Other Zinwi hustled, many dropping to all fours and shuttling big packs on their backs. Rumbling carts whooshed by every few seconds in either direction, their insides stuffed with material. Jaycee couldn't call herself an expert on alien warfare, so the specifics blurred into lumps with gun barrels, and lumps with sharp colors. She planned to touch none of them. Her Zinwi went left, hugging the wall and waiting for Jaycee to do the same. She followed it as they walked by intersecting caverns, including huge chambers where carts stopped, started, turned, and waited for their chance to scoot into one of 5 or 6 options. The Zinwi on foot never stopped, though, always moving, including Jaycee's. After close to an hour, time that sped by with constant marveling, the Zinwi slowed. Certainty wavered, and Jaycee could see why. The carts passing now weren't loaded with weapons so often as other Zinwi, ones bearing wounds. Some made low, bleating sounds, pain evident. Antiseptic smells joined with the nose-searing scent of hot fire. "Wait," Jaycee said, pulling on the Zinwi's belt where it hung the tablet and other tools. The things didn't wear much other clothing, perhaps an obvious choice when your skin was thick and durable. "Why are we going this way? I'm not, a fighter." The Zinwi wouldn't understand her words, so Jaycee tried to mime running away. "Looking scared?" Mocked a swing with a club and missing badly, anything that might impart her martial inability. The Zinwi's blank, set expression didn't change. It turned ahead and resumed its march. Jaycee let go the belt and, confirming with herself that to go anywhere else meant getting hopelessly lost, followed. It wasn't far. They'd been going uphill, a sensation Jaycee confirmed with the added weight on each step. The rise culminated in a small chamber, one packed with Zinwi and their grumbling conversation. Gear, obvious weapons, huge body armor suits, and the like rested on racks until grabbed by a passing Zinwi. Those aliens went to one side of the chamber, a soft and bluish patch on the wall. They pressed against it, merging through and out. "Wait," Jaycee murmured, trying to place this room and the frantic moments after her first arrival. She didn't get the chance. Her Zinwi swept her forward, through a group of other massive creatures. Lying in the middle, getting an injection into his arm, was the person Jaycee had wanted to see for far too long. "Dad." Chapter 4. Hard fall. Oscar trained Talia to fall. Not himself, not every day, but a parade of professionals as Talia advanced through her teens demonstrated how to fire a gun, throw a knife, talk while taking in your surroundings, and, yes, survive a several-story plunge intact. Not necessarily unharmed. In the words of one, you fall more than 4 meters, something's going to hurt. But alive. 4 meters. The launch from humanity's floor in the Grove's tower had to be 5 times that. In short, Thalia was dead. All this flashed through her mind as she fell, a momentary confirmation of her fatal error. Fixing it in mid-air was a flailing attempt. She struck out with her arms, trying to grab the tower's sides, but her launch had put her in the middle. The perfect spot to be in normal times, when the Grove would catch her with its invisible glove and all would be well. Now Thalia had a machine pistol in one hand and air in the other. She straightened, bent those knees, and hit with a bounce. The roll method worked fine heading from rooftop to rooftop, or jumping onto a dumpster after diving out a second-story window. At Thalia's speed, she hit the hard stone too fast to really move, to shift the kinetic energy from her impact to a new direction. Her ankles broke, her muscles spasmed, and she bit her tongue hard enough to draw blood. Her eyes flashed, her head rang with sudden, brutal agony, and her world shimmered. The machine pistol bounced away as she rolled onto her back. Overhead, the tower's vast height stretched to a glimmering infinity. She took a breath. A painful, racking breath through battered ribs and countless bruises. But it was a breath. She lived. Talia knew how to fall. Myra did not. The FBI was not in the habit of pushing parkour techniques on its agents, and she flipped into open space with calm certainty that would have been panic had she known what was coming. Yet that panic didn't have time to kick in, didn't have a chance to find footing. Myra had barely begun her descent, dropping 1 level, before an emerald tendril snapped out and caught her. Myra's torso bent around the vine as it reeled her in, its owner a monstrous collection of the same, with several pink and white flowers sprouting across its writhing mass. The vine catching Myra furled tight, then unraveled her onto the stone balcony. The agent raised her weapon, put the finger to the trigger, and held her fire. Because the big plant was talking to her. Its vines spread wide, shivering but otherwise holding still in the face of her weapon. Arlo, my name. You, an ally? Out of the corner of her eye, Myra saw Thalia plummet past. The plant didn't grab her, didn't twitch. At least Thalia had made it through. Myra. Depends what you mean by ally. Cutters. A union to stop them. Union with who? Other Rakers? There are no Rakers. Not anymore. Only species trying to stay alive. How? Sneaking in, like you. Others are already below, but the Cutters broke the tower to keep us from coming. Join them. Wait, broke the tower? As Myra said the words, she stepped to the ring's edge, looked over, saw Thalia's shattered form, motionless far below. You didn't catch her. You aimed a weapon at me. I was distracted. Insofar as Arlo's words, which came more like sense through her nose, had a tone, Myra heard regret. She'd gone cold, her mouth clammy as she hoped Thalia would make a move. There is a way down over there, made by another species. Take it, and you will find our resistance at the base. Myra gulped, shoved aside Talia's trauma. She couldn't do anything for the woman up here. Get down, hope she survived, then, whether or not she had, continue the mission. Myra backed off from the balcony, eyed Arlo. The big plant moved its vines, setting a couple into prime position to snap out and grab a falling, well, anything. A single small bloom extended out into the tower's middle, angling upward. Why don't the cutters come after you? Myra asked, as Arlo sent another vine past her, a guide towards her path down. You should be dead. I move, and they are busy with bigger problems, like our friends. Eventually, they will turn their focus on me, and then, I believe, I will die. The Rakers badge warped Eve and the 6 commandos, including McNichols, into a swamp. A warm, loamy pool littered with crimson leaves. Silver motes dashed and dipped about the air as Eve found herself soaked up to her chest. The commandos around her cursed, yanking at various weapons to bring them free from the water. McNichols, with the heavy backpack, only looked around and, after a few seconds, ordered the advance. Your lead, he said to Eve, who took it without complaint. The door leading from the swamp was an opening, one resting higher than Eve's head and demanding a vault. The gap extended another full meter to the room's ceiling, offering a big enough window, provided one could lift themselves up and over. For the commandos, Eve figured it wouldn't be a problem. For McNichols and his heavy pack? Not going to work, McNichols said, appraising the exit with the same slight frown he wore at all times. If Eve hadn't seen the man smile once after a bourbon in the hotel's lobby bar, run and stalked by the military, she wouldn't have believed him capable of any other expression. We need easier access. Slice, make it. A commando pair stepped up to the wall beneath the gap. McNichols ordered everyone else back, a superfluous command as they were already retreating. Explosives won't work all that well here, Eve said to the commando. The grove will fix itself. Not right away, but the stones are thick, and you'll announce our presence. Not going to explode anything, Slice said, pulling a hand-sized device from a pouch on her waist. Watch. Slice held the device up against the stone. She pulled a trigger, and the tool whirled, a bright blue light springing forth. Slice moved the laser in a square motion, and a chunk fell out into the swamp with a splash. Slice shifted the device up and repeated the motion, then stepped left and did it again, carving out handholds, footholds. Slice continued until 4 chunks on the right and left had been gouged, then peeked through the gap. No cutters, sir, Slice said, exchanging her laser for a dripping sidearm. Seems like nobody thought we'd come in this way. Then let's get out of here, McNichols ordered. Eve, your point. How'd you know to bring that? Eve asked as she started towards the exit. The stonecutter? Hex said this whole damn place was made of stone. Seemed like a prudent thing to have along. The ringed balcony was, indeed, empty. Eve also noticed they were high, very high. A look over the edge said they were near the tower's top, with the catching ring far, far below. Looked like something, maybe someone, had struck in its center too. Eve couldn't estimate well, but it seemed like at least 20 stories, maybe more. There were several other closed rooms on this level, with doors large and small, made of metal and wood. All closed, making it unlikely a cutter would be springing itself on them soon. Though that, as Eve saw it, wasn't a huge problem. The ring's out, she said to McNichols as the commandos fanned around the balcony. We can't jump. Which means what? We have to find another way down. McNichols, who'd pulled his way up the handholds and over the gap with help from the other commandos, took his own look over the balcony's edge, then glanced to his right. Dent, we have enough? We do, Dent, another commando, replied, in a southern twang. Going to have to string it together. Long way, but we get the rappel right, it's doable. Then get doing. McNichols turned back to Eve, must have read something in her expression. Something you'll learn, Eve, is that there's very little we're not prepared for. The mission continues. I hope you keep that confidence, Major, when we get to the bottom. Because this, I think, is just a warm-up. Fade shouted as he regained consciousness, his daughter's face the first thing he saw when the darkness blinked away. Sensation was there, pain was there, but Fade ignored it all for that smiling, teary marvel he'd treasured since first holding her in a hospital room. Not that they were in a room now, at least none that Fade had ever been in before. Neither were the surrounding creatures, Zinwi all in various garbs, familiar. But Jaycee, scrawnier than Fade remembered, looked unhurt. That was enough.
"Don't sit up, Dad,"
she said to him as Fade started to lurch for a hug.
"They're still fixing you."
Fade threw his arms out instead, and Jaycee bent down. A tight grip, a euphoric one. Broken with reluctance as the rest of Fade came to call. Legs and arms issued aches, his lungs stung, and the gash on Fade's back blazed, but at a distance. A separation Fade knew well enough. Drugs, apparently, had made it to the Zinwi world. Jaycee broke into an explanation, talking Fade through how the Zinwi had developed a steady regimen to keep human bodies from falling apart in their atmosphere. How, too, they were currently at war with a strange clawed species that appeared almost anywhere and attacked with wild violence. The Zinwi, Jaycee insisted, weren't ready for this.
"They have weapons like we do, Dad, but they're not warriors,"
Jaycee concluded.
"You need to get the other Rakers to help."
Fade groaned. Now there's a story. As he told his part, Fade pieced together his own surroundings. He'd been plopped on a hard table in a room that seemed carved from rock. Gemstone lights dangled, and colorful mosses flourished the crannies. The Zinwi filtered out as Jaycee and Fade spoke, leaving 3 tending to him, with a 4th standing in the corner and scribbling with its chunky hands on a huge tablet. Carts holding things recognizable as medical devices sat around the space, all too large for a human, but fitting right in a Zinwi's thumbless grip. Sterile air mixed with distant alarms and the constant tremors of heavy bodies shuffling around. Not exactly a restful place, but Fade couldn't argue with the results. He was alive.
"Alive! With Jaycee!"
He stopped his story, looked hard at his daughter.
"I can't believe I found you. For so long, Jaycee. For so long I tried. I hope you know that."
Could have been a bit faster, Jaycee said, then curled up her lips.
"I know, Dad. You might ditch me on taco night, but when I really needed you, I knew you'd come."
Yeah, I'm not perfect, am I? Not even close. But that just means there's room to improve. Jaycee flicked her eyes around the room.
"They're getting better at understanding me, but I think we're pretty safe here. I don't see the regulars."
So?
"Dad, we have to get out of here, fast. If the other Rakers are all dead, then the Zinwi aren't going to survive either. These things, the cutters? I saw some videos. They're massacring everyone."
Fade winced. That's the problem, Jaycee. We want to get back home. We have to go through the bastards. Thalia would not be going anywhere soon. Myra made that conclusion when she reached the tower's bottom, intermixed with a slew of different Rakers. Alien species with tentacles, claws, floating phalanges, and what appeared to be a single long spiked tongue attached to a stick body escorted her. The Grove smoothed their communication barriers, bringing the group together on a singular mission to find the gardener, or create a new one. Myra wasn't elected their leader, really, but she'd been allowed to tag along, and they'd just busted through a door at the tower's lowest level, 1 story up from the base. Myra cursed softly to herself as she leaned over the low balcony, staring at Thalia's broken form. The woman breathed, at least, and her fingers twitched. Eyes closed. Would the Grove's miracles repair a brain bleed? A punctured lung? A mashed kidney? "What is that?" asked a lurching, 3-legged stump of a creature. Its mouth came on the end of a gray-green trunk emerging from its top, making its voice a fluty sort of spit. "Dangling there?" Myra followed the trunk's gesture and saw a thick black cable descending down to her left. It reached almost all the way to the tower's floor. She squinted at it, recognizing the tight coils. unless another Raker society made ropes human-sized.
Careful,
Myra said, moving towards the cable. The other 10 or so. One Raker seemed to multiply and recombine its orange blobbed bits at random. Aliens stayed back, hugging the rectangular doorway leading to a badge room. A hole in that room's ceiling went up to the next level, and so on and so forth, battered open and soon to be sealed by the Grove's own robot repairs. That the Cutters would find the route eventually and come on the attack seemed inevitable, so they had to get out of the tower fast. The human commandos Myra saw, now, descending the cable from far above might be able to help with that. Or hurt. Myra had no decision to make. She'd seen the squad, and they would have seen her. Instead, she jumped down to Thalia and crouched at the woman's side. Thalia's body armor and thick gear kept most of the damage invisible, and Myra didn't try to go digging. The Grove's aid would be more effective than anything she could do. This would be about time. Nothing more, nothing less. The Rakers at her back made their own choice as the first commando alighted on the ground at the tower's base. They spread out in a broad circle, trying to look as harmless as a batch of interstellar oddities could. The first commando raised her rifle as she stepped away, but held her fire. Myra started to give an introduction, one put to a hard stop when a familiar clawed clattering echoed along the stone. A cutter, crawling up through the tower's steps and its entry. A hard crack from above drew Myra's eyes up that way, where she saw more bone claws appear 3 levels higher, and another 5, and another 8. The commandos, including the ones rappelling down the cable, fired with their offhands. The cutters countered. The highest alien clawed the cable, but human technology was good enough to resist the swipe. A bullet cascade from the commando nearby forced the cutter back, but the shots did little about the cutter coming from the ring's opposite side. The alien leaped, its bulk catching the commando and pulling the human down the cable at reckless speed.
Scatter!
Myra called, her words swallowed as the commando next to her unloaded, bullets zipping and crashing into stone. The falling duo hit the next 4 commandos on the line, smashing them together and hitting the tower's bottom floor in a crunching collapse. The cutter started to scamper off, apparently unhurt, only to find its golden fur, its horrible limbs, set upon by a couple of equally monstrous Rakers. Talons and toothy mouths took chunks from the surprised cutter, bearing it to the ground. Myra didn't need to watch anymore. Instead, she pulled her own machine pistol free and added rounds to the remaining commando's salvo. They burst into the other cutter, already reeling from the fusillade. The creature retreated, a bloody, backward scuttle down the tower steps. "Myra?" came an unexpected voice, not as tired, as suspicious as the first time she'd heard it. "What are you and Talia doing here?" The agent turned, saw Eve's curious look as another commando and Major McNichols set about extricating their crushed team from the pile at the cable's end. More Rakers had joined in the communal killing of the other cutter, while, up above, Arlo seemed in a pitched, vine-flailing fight with 2 more. "Trying to save the Grove," Myra answered. "You?" "We're going to destroy it." The first law of eternal life was to define what, exactly, life meant. A cell might be alive, might be organic. Most plants and bacteria pursued their ends without conscious thought. Once you had real sentience, though, you could decide what mattered. What needed to be preserved to consider yourself alive? Veronica could not move, could not feel her toes, click her tongue, or blink her eyes. She didn't seem to exist anywhere. Sight, sound, taste, those senses that ordered the universe were absent. But she could think, and, apparently, she could communicate. Once they had defined existence for themselves, they set about seeing how to preserve it. Pifit's voice. It had no sound in her mind, but Veronica had no better word for it, had been blathering on for a long time now, retelling some history about how an eons-old civilization conquered death and so on and on. Like one of those archaic myths she'd had to read in school, an endless series of big statements and philosophical babble. She had, though, held on to the most important point. As long as you used a badge, your map was stored in the grove, and you could be rebuilt, remade, reborn. Veronica had used a badge. So had her father. If she could get out of here, wherever here was, Veronica might be able to find another of those egg things. Peffet had described them as vats of organic proteins, the building blocks of new and old life. They might remake her father. Wouldn't he be impressed then? Christopher Pline, forced to admit his daughter had done a damn good thing. Feeling returned slow. Eyes saw a familiar creamy sky. Her back felt hard stone, and her lungs, aching, sucked in the grove's too pure air. A headache joined, thudding, sweet pain. She wasn't dead then. This wasn't some afterlife fugue state. Peffet appeared too, its wrinkled blue-black skin, leather wings, and stumpy, clawed hands and feet. Head with bulbous black eyes, a mouth wriggling with tiny tentacles, looking like they were delighting in their own motion. "Feel alive?" Peffet asked, his voice this time carrying real volume. Veronica nodded. "It's always nice, isn't it? The physical pleasure of just being. I wasn't sure if you would come back, so I tried to persuade you." "Persuade me?" Back home, we understand that the best way to recover is to listen to a story, particularly a long and somewhat dull one. It helps the soul to relax, to find its way back to the body. Peffet's tentacles twisted upward in a strange version of a smile. Veronica recoiled. "What, did I not do that right? Your human smile? If you promise to never do it again, then yes, it was fine." Veronica sat up. They were still in the large, vine-filled box. "Sorry, are you saying that you bored me back to life?" I imagine the grove itself had more to do with than my long prattle, but yes. Peffet looked around. "Back here, then, after all this time." "You know where here is?" "A species, when needed, will be birthed in its proper chamber. Just another way the grove takes care of all of us." Veronica snorted. "What, you doubt this?" "Oh, I very much do." Veronica went on, detailing the cutters and their grove domination. "At least they haven't found this spot yet. I'm sure they will, though. They crawl everywhere." Peffet had clasped his wings and was staring at the ground. "Why is it, Veronica, that the most aggressive species always win?" "Could you stop with the riddles, please? Straight talk?" "Sorry, I haven't communicated much in a while. Not used to it. Nor what humans consider normal conversation." The blithe attitude hit way wrong, like they were chatting about the weather over coffee. Veronica swung her right hand, slapped Peffet hard across the cheek. Not her usual mode, but Veronica didn't have a gun or another tool to deliver more damage. "That was from my home," Veronica said. "This is from me." She swung her hand again. This time, Peffet blocked the swipe with a wing. "A little pain is nice," Peffet said, the curiosity gone from his tone. "No more. I understand you are angry, but I am not the source of your problems. Haven't been the solution, either." Peffet scowled, those tentacles twisting together in writhing knots. "I'm all you have, all anyone has right now. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can help." "You're saying all this to me like I have any power whatsoever." "Ah, but you do, Veronica. The Rakers must return. Will you be the first?" Chapter 5. Live Fire. Doom grew from a seed. Fade and Jaycee watched the video on a Zinwi tablet, the big slate as long as Fade's forearm. They stood around a stone slab table in a crowded raw rock chamber. The two humans were the only ones watching the video. the only pair that didn't already know. The Zinwi rumbled to one another, their grunts and grumbles appropriately alien to what Fade saw on the screen. Golden fur sprawled all over the cutters, save on their exposed claws. It tended to waft away in clumps whenever the creatures moved, drifting on the wind like dandelions. Fade had assumed the shedding was just a function of their being, like a cat's tendency to leave its hair all over everything. Turned out, dandelions were more appropriate. The video showed the outskirts beyond a sponge mound, the ugly doorways into the Zinwi's underground universe. It had been recorded sometime earlier, when the cutters began their first incursions. In the video, a cutter appeared, blinked in with the instant flash marking the portal's efforts. "Scary," Jaycee muttered, next to Fade. "You get used to it." "You might. I prefer my terror to arrive with plenty of warning." The cutter scuttled around the muddy rocks, seeming to take in the new territory. Then, it shook. Like doing a dance, the creature swayed fast from side to side, every jerk throwing off golden clumps. Some landed right away on wet brown stone. Others caught a breeze and drifted out of frame. A few found watery puddles. After its bobbing, the cutter meandered off, unaware its prey sat so close. The playback speed spun up, the video skipping by days and days of dull monitoring. A few more cutters flashed in, did their dance, and clacked away, all following the same pattern. Some weeks later, Fade assumed, as the Zinwi time marking in the corner meant nothing to him, the dull green water in those pools shivered. A first tentative claw emerged, not much larger than a human hand. Another followed, its bony reach seeking and finding the puddle's edge. The small cutter escaped, trailed by 3 others, looking raw and red without their own golden fur. They dashed away in a single line, like cockroaches caught by sudden light. "Well, damn," Fade said as the video ended. "That's not great."
What I don't understand, Jaycee said, is how they survived. You and I couldn't live here once the Grove's technology wore out. How are they?
No idea. What matters, though, is that those bony bastards are going to be crawling all over everywhere soon. How many cutters had warped onto Earth and tossed their seeds? How long did it take the things to mature? I think we're seeing why they took the Grove.
What do you mean?
Fade nodded at the Zinwi around them, rumbling through battle plan discussions. Humans take 9 months to make 1 kid. Other species might be even longer. If the cutters can go all spore-happy and create hundreds in a few weeks, they might see the galaxy as theirs to grab. They'll have the bodies. Fade screwed up his nose. Hell, they might need the space. "An endless flood," Jaycee intoned. "Why'd I have to be born in this time, Dad? Why not like 100 years ago?" Wasn't much better then. No aliens, though. Fade was tempted to launch into a litany about how the early 20th century sucked for many reasons, but stopped himself. Jaycee wasn't asking that. She wanted to know what they were going to do now, in this time. For that, Fade only had one solution. We treat it like an infestation. Cut off the source, then eradicate the leftovers. Fade tapped the stone table. None of the cutter seeds hitting stone survived, so we know they need water or something like it. They don't pop out fully formed either, so they need time to grow. Get them while they're young and cut off access to the Grove. You make it sound so easy. Fade laughed. Jaycee, that's my specialty. Make the impossible sound simple, then pull it off. Okay, Dad. How are you going to do this one? Fade nodded at nothing, at nobody. I've got an idea. Myra and McNichols were arguing. The other commandos listened to the cutters above and watched the Rakers on their own level with icy wariness. Eve cared about none of that. She'd repelled last and gone right to Thalia's side, confirmed a pulse, light breathing. Enough, then, for the grove to bring her back. Given time. Eve gripped Thalia's hand, gave it a squeeze. How odd that was. A simple gesture of friendship. Her roster had grown fast over the last year, thawing from a frosty relationship with Lode to a close-knit cluster around Fade. Then she'd let it go. Those muscles were stiff, awkward. Idle chit-chat, caring about someone else's feelings. A sense of shared struggle against whatever life would throw your way. A bitter failure on her part, as Eve stared at her friend.
You can't go along with this, Eve,
Myra said to her back.
You know what the grove means.
Eve stood slow, threw Myra a frown.
It's a gateway back to Earth, owned by the deadliest creatures in the universe. Why wouldn't I want to close it?
Because it's your home. Not anymore. Stop this, McNichols ordered, and Eve's eyes lingered on the hefty pack. It had survived the trip, the rappel.
Ready then?
Myra, step aside. Overhead, the cutters clacked and whacked, fighting with Arlo. The plant had held out a long time. Eve figured the survival was less its skill than the cutters playing it safe. They had the tower surrounded, the invaders only a single exit. Death would come eventually.
I can't,
Myra said, then whipped a tight look at Talia.
Not until she's okay. We can't move her.
You can, and you will, McNichols said. No stall tactics. We're advancing on the audience tables. We'll set the portal, trigger the bomb, and leave. Now get going. I don't think you heard me. Not until Thalia's up. McNichols had a hammer's demeanor, and it almost broke through. The subtle eye twitches, the nostril flares, the lean forward to put his huge neck and wide jaw mere centimeters from Myra's face suggested a man that wanted, very much, to see how fast his fists could change her mind. Id, though, lost its early advantage when Myra didn't cave. The man rocked back on his heels. McNichols had the bomb, but he didn't have her loyalty, and the last thing the man could afford was a split force.
She's right, Major,
Eve added from Thalia's side, an extra diffusing push.
We can't leave Thalia here.
Why? McNichols grumbled.
They're going to be on us any second. This is about more than one life.
It's not. Myra drew her second machine pistol, checked its clip. Ready for the coming fight, as it should have been.
If the cutters get us, another country can send a nuke. Right now, we're showing all these other Rakers we care about our own. We're not monsters.
Some of us, Eve amended.
Thalia, you coming around? Please say yes, because it's going to get really ugly here soon.
McNichols replayed his own briefing. The Grove's sketched-out map drawn from Hex and his commandos' reports, the recording from their body cameras. Just outside the tower and down the steps was the ideal detonation point. Mission success, at least in one element, would be assured. If he had to detonate the bomb, then McNichols could go down as a damn hero. They'd probably build a statue of him somewhere. His family wouldn't accept that substitute. His dog would wonder where McNichols had gone. A slow unraveling of all the things his life touched. Life insurance would kick in, and his family could spend it in the shadow of his sacrifice. Until the Cutters or someone else found a way to rebuild the Grove, start a new invasion. The unspoken possibility that the bomb was a delay, nothing more. A chance for humanity to right themselves, get ready. That Talia might be able to help with. Get her up, McNichols told two commandos. Best we can manage. If we carry her, we carry her. But we can't stay here. Those Cutters above were busy for the moment, tangling with a plant creature. Bits of green and golden fur sprinkled down around them. When it died, and there was no doubt in McNichols' mind the plant would lose, the Cutters would descend like razor rain. The commandos, at least, didn't argue with McNichols' orders. Two went to Thalia's sides, and one, a larger man, bent over. The other, with Eve's help, folded Thalia up and lifted her onto the man's back. While Eve held Thalia in place, the second commando took rappel cords and wrapped them around Thalia's waist and back, linking her tight to the carrying commando. A crude transfer, and one that left 2 of his 6 burdened. At least, though, his conscience was clear. "Ready?" McNichols barked, this time catching nods from Myra and Eve. "Then go. You 2 lead, we'll follow. Your friends go behind us. If they have a weapon to their names, they cover the rear." "We will." The voice had a flute's trill, and seems to come from a bobbing collection of bamboo limbs. Vertical eyes poked from holes, blinking at McNichols, but thin, reedy arms held circular devices that must have been weapons. Could they hurt the cutters? Who knew? At least they'd be targets. At least, with Talia groaning on her new ride, they were moving. Next stop, the stairs away from the tower. Unfortunately, those white stones were far from empty. She didn't want to be conscious. The rationale for why hospitals kept patients sedated after big operations became clear as the grove forced Thalia awake. Its microscopic bots built her back up, and Thalia felt every little prick, tear, stitch, and fuse. The feelings ran along her entire body, sparking up here and there before dying down as a gash, a broken bone, or a bruised kidney was restored to working order. Her jaw came early enough, setting back into her skull with an audible clack. Eve, walking next to her as they left the tower, winced. "Lode called it the hangover," Eve said. "Have a big party, and you'd pay for it." A big party? All Thalia had done was fall and hit hard. No high before the terrible low. She checked in on her limbs again, sent twitches down her legs to her toes and fingers. Found them responding, shifting in their boots and gloves. The marvel of it blunted the prickly pain. Thalia was going to live. Was going to get out of a terrible plunge without paralysis, without losing a leg, without... "Eyes up!" McNichols shouted. They'd gone beneath the tower's arch and onto the great steps down to the grove proper. Beyond the black armored shoulder blades of her commando ride, Thalia couldn't see anything. Above, the swirling latte sky. Behind, a rough raker menagerie, Eve and Myra, the latter in conversation with the aliens, confirming their role as backstops to cutter advances. Or, put another way, delaying sacrifices so the humans could get the job done. Her ride shunted left, arms moving as the man lifted his assault rifle, a scoped thing, shiny with newfangled technology. Oscar would love to get his hands on it. The man fired, the gun spitting out 3 bullet bursts as he walked, moved forward. Down one step, then another, each one wide enough to handle a full human stride. "Don't stop!" Nichols again. Confident. Thalia heard the clacking now, cutter claws peppering the stone. At first a few between the gunshots, but growing louder, and from unexpected directions. Eve and Myra didn't notice, their eyes and weapons facing forward. Neither did the raker rear guard, obsessed with the tower. Thalia, captive to her commando, caught the shadows come alive. The tower and its stairs didn't connect to anything. They weren't built into a sturdy foundation. No level ground or rocky cliffside. The stairs hung in creamy void, seemingly levitating, as did the vast stone courtyard greeting their descent. Fade and others had mentioned the tower's alcoves led to somewhere else, and from the outside Thalia knew that somewhere else came by a door similar to the one she and Myra were hunting. A gateway to other parts of the grove inaccessible by normal physical laws. All this put the tower and its stairs in space, a floating obelisk defying sense in the way of wild imagination. Those sides had always been a clean white, but they darkened as cutters swarmed. Dozens scuttled around, and more crawled from the underside of the stairs. Their bone claws rose and slammed into the stone, lurching the creatures up. Thalia tried to talk, found her throat too dry to do more than wheeze. It was enough. Eve crouched and turned, spraying bullets from Talia's machine pistol. They struck a cutter as its furry self clambered onto the step and drove it back, then over. Golden puffs and greenish blood misted the air as McNichols ordered a frantic advance. Her ride broke into a run, the rifle shooting as Talia's head smacked his back time and again. 3 steps. 4. Eve, visible in the shaking blur, following. The commando swiveled, his aim jerking down. Thalia saw the claw, almost a meter long, flash from the step's left side. It caught her commando's leg, sweeping the man up and over. He landed on his side, Thalia against his back. The rifle sent another burst. She heard the man curse. Heard, too, the soft crunch as a second claw found its mark. The ambush put another arrow in Myra's quiver, one she might never get to fire. She'd been collecting evidence since the cutters first appeared, proof that the creatures weren't mindless killers, but cold, ruthless, and intelligent. The smug satisfaction of her correct guess might be the only thing she'd take with her as the cutter avalanche crashed in from all sides. With a machine pistol in both hands, Myra ran and fired. She blitzed down the steps after Eve and Thalia, abandoning the Rakers behind her. Her bullets went right and left, catching either nothing or scrabbling cutter claws. She fired less for the kill than the hesitation, the hope a lucky strike or two might have a cutter rethink its assault. Buy her some time. Because she had to stop McNichols. The Major would be angling for the bomb. He was at the formation's front, a commando phalanx forming a sharp circle around their leader. Grenades tossed ahead blew apart oncoming cutters at the stairs' bottom, clearing a path to the courtyard. Once there, McNichols would end it all. He'd have to. Unless... Myra didn't follow the line, didn't trace a path from her actions to their consequences. No time for that, with claws, commandos, and the rear-guard Rakers crashing down around her. She acted to stop the inevitable, because of what she knew, what she'd seen. The grove was a miracle. Life needed it to survive. Her shots, 4 bullets fired in a moment's break in the blitz, slammed into McNichols' bomb-toting backpack. The Major lurched at the hits, falling forward onto the stones. Myra swung herself to the right, continuing to run down the steps, and sprayed a climbing cutter. The creature lost its grip, dropping off the step and disappearing below. She caught up to Eve and Thalia at the stairs' bottom, amid a thrashing chaos. Eve had thrown Thalia's ride, either dead or close to it, off the woman, cutting the tied ropes with a combat knife. The commando had a bone claw spearing out from his chest, its owner limp after Eve had blasted its middle to pulp. "Help her up," Eve snapped, as Myra eyed the pair. "We need to keep moving." Do we? Myra's question came as the cutter onslaught found itself against a living wall. The Raker rearguard and the commando front line had meshed into a tight circle. Human rifles and alien weapons mingled in their death-dealing pops, sending cutters scuttling beneath the stair or behind audience tables. Dying and injured cried out in sounds, scents, and psychic screams. How many would stay dead with the Grove's aid was a question. How long before the cutters found reinforcements and overwhelmed the group was another. "If we leave," Myra started, reaching down to pull a shaky Thalia to her feet, "then they'll swarm us. We won't stand a chance." "Together," Eve said. "All of us." Her look slipped beyond the glassy-eyed Thalia towards McNichols. The Major had shucked his backpack and was busy opening it, swearing as he saw the mess inside. Myra almost smiled at the curses. Instead, she approached the Major and offered Eve's solution. "The portal's right there, and you want me to take my team away from it?" McNichols snarled. "The damn mission's compromised. I'm not wasting more lives." "Then don't. The cutters won't wait. Neither can we." "You'd have us search for something we don't know exists. What would we do if we found it? Ask it nicely to stop the problem it created?" "Yes." McNichols glared, then shook his head. Not my authority, Myra. Can't do it. And don't think I'm not suspicious about these bullet holes ruining the bomb. He stood, left the bomb on the ground. I'm not going to waste the ammo on your worthless guts. The man looked to Eve, who, with Talia on her shoulders, met his eyes. Think you can set that portal to take us home? With enough time, yes. McNichols gave her a sharp nod, turned his slate scowl back to Myra. She sets the portal. You and your alien gaggle can make a run while we push the other way. We'll split the cutters. You'll have a chance, and so will we. He put a finger on Myra's collarbone, pressed. Understand, Myra, what you did is worse than treason. You come back, I'll see you tried, convicted, and shoved in a cell to rot. If that happens, Major, it means humanity's still kicking. I look forward to it. Glad we understand each other. McNichols put 2 fingers to his lips, whistled high and sharp. Eve, get us to that table. Set the portal. Everyone else make damn sure she doesn't get hurt doing it. Eve set the pace. Myra picked up Thalia, and the ramshackle formation began to move. So too did the cutters. Veronica watched the humans and aliens scramble as the cutters renewed their swarm. Daffodil, beside her, hummed an unfamiliar melody. They stood on a vantage point above the stone courtyard and its sapphire audience tables, disguised, so Daffodil said, by the same veils layered throughout the grove. Misdirection and subtlety were the guidelines for so long, Daffodil had said when, drawing another flaring white line, she'd brought Veronica here. Give guidance without tampering too much, or we'd lose the chance for something new. What would be the point, after all, in copying another civilization? They're going to die, Veronica said now, as the cutters encircled the humans. They were attempting to fight in one direction, away from the portal, but their path would have to be paved with cutter bodies. We have to help them. Do we? Daffodil eyed her with a bright smile. Think. Your stature would be much improved if you were the savior of your planet, wouldn't it? Bring your worlds to the brink of ruin, then pull back Catastrophe with your heroics. My heroics? Below, the alien line bent. Cutters were climbing on one another and leaping upward, drawing fire and commencing charges from the ground. The resistance circle was crumbling. Towards the middle, Veronica could make out Eve and... Was that Talia? Holding a weapon in one hand while leaning on Myra? That bunch had helped her destroy the gardener, then left Veronica to wallow. The vengeance hadn't returned her father, hadn't filled the echoing emptiness she found whenever she dared look at her life. Could she fill it with this, then? Pifet's heavy-handed demands? Every species has a weakness, a hole in their DNA that can be exploited. The cutters are brilliant, and they are enslaved, a bond that can be used. I thought, don't. You will be my human hand, Veronica. It is decided. Daffodil nodded towards the unfolding disaster. When they are all dead, you will return with hope, and your people will give you everything. Chapter 6. Classics. Playing the idea man was hard when your audience didn't understand you. With Jaycee's help, Fade found himself standing in a great chamber with several dozen Zinwi staring at him. They outfitted their bulks in gear from flashy uniforms to dusty armor, as if they'd thumped right from the battlefield into the meeting. Glow lights hung on strands across the ceiling, their pencil shapes shaking from the constant surrounding motion as other Zinwi took what life they could from a losing war. The Zinwi in the room with him stood, no chairs on offer. Great, hollowed exits sat to the right and left, their entries marked by orange glow lights and occupied, always, by comings and goings. Fade was not worth their full attention. An insult, or a practical reality. Dad? Jaycee asked, standing several meters to his right and in the shadow of a particularly giant Zinwi.
The thing's horn sported blue stripes, the creature's rough skin its share of scars. A veteran against the cutters and a former raker. They're ready. Right, just deciding how to begin. Don't know any interpretive dances, do you? Does a slow dance count? Fade shot her a sharp look. Who've you been slow dancing with? Focus, Dad. A couple Zinwi stomped their feet at the same time. Get on with it. Well, Fade would. He'd definitely start any minute now. Just go for it. That's what Thalia would tell him. Embrace the moment, even if he couldn't do it with a kick, a punch, or a baton strike to the face. Okay, Fade announced to big blank stares. Here's how this is going to go. You all won't get what I'm saying, but some of you might catch the idea, and I'm going to rely on you to share it with your friends. He nodded at the Zinwi, bought time for a gulp, then dove in. The cutters aren't stupid. They're spreading themselves, seeding new generations with every attack. They're almost like ants, which, as I'm saying it, is an analogy you probably won't understand. Point is, they came from somewhere, and they ought to go back. To get the cutters to go home, we have to go on offense. Make your home a bad place for them to be. We sit here, they swarm, we lose. We attack, we have a chance. The Zinwi didn't react, apart from looking at one another. A couple stomped their feet. Grumblings began.
That's it, Dad?
Jaycee asked from the right side.
Your big idea is attacking the cutters?
Okay, fair point. Pretty obvious, but he had a different spin to put on it. Not all of them. The leader, the important one, Fade continued, turning back to the Zinwi. In the grove, where I came from, there are devices that can find the most dangerous, the most important people in any civilization. They'll tell us what cutters need to go and where to find them. Destroy their leaders, and the cutters will fall apart. He drew a finger across his throat. At that, at last, the Zinwi seemed to grow excited. The growls and thumps seemed less irritated with him and more about real conversation. Plans, Fade felt, were being formed. How do you know? Jaycee asked as the room cleared, a select few Zinwi with their huge tablets staying behind. The cutters might not need leadership. They could be independent. If they are, Jaycee, then we're all toast. If they're the indiscriminate destroyers of civilization, then we're done. Fade sipped some iron-heavy Zinwi water. Tasted like drinking liquid coins, but thus far the water hadn't killed him. But in those videos, the cutters didn't run at random. They didn't hunt like independent predators. They walked in lines, always in the same way. That tells me they're taking orders. The Rakers work by guiding their civilizations, right? If the cutters had nothing to guide them, if they were a bunch of standalone monsters, then they wouldn't have been in the grove in the first place. Those are the cogs we can destroy that'll make the whole machine fall apart. So you're saying there's a cutter on this world that's guiding the others? Jaycee squinted at her dad. A queen, Dad? Really? Stealing your ideas from old science fiction movies? I guess. Can I suggest something? My daughter, making a suggestion that's not about my clothes, hair, or nutrition? It's tempting, but since neither of us is, looking good at the moment, I'd rather focus on the deadly aliens. Give the Zinwi hope, Dad. Hope? Didn't I just? Tell them they're not alone. Reinforcements are coming. What reinforcements? More stomping feet, grumbling from the audience. Fade had offered a poorly understood explanation of the enemy. Now they wanted the solution served up. If Jaycee would get to her point, he'd deliver it. We're going to take the grove back, right? The other Rakers, they'll come charging in here too, united. The Zinwi aren't alone. Well. Tell him, Dad.
Everyone, every species is in this together. Fade started to shake his head, then gave Jaycee a closer look. His daughter, so recently just another kid, had a grit about her now. A face that didn't look so innocent, and not because her hair hadn't seen shampoo in months and hung about her in ragged clumps. She'd grown, and she might have a point. Okay, Fade said, projecting back to the Zinwi. Find the Cutter Queen, or King, and take it out. Then join the rest of us in retaking the grove where these monsters came from. Then, we get utopia. For a minute, anyway. Fade laughed, a cynic's chuckle, but with a little happiness tucked deep down. Jaycee, not far off the old block. But he saw a couple Zinwi repeating his words. At least, he thought they were his words, in their grumbling tones to one another. Like a volcano grinding towards an eruption, the plan spread. If the Zinwis bought in, and if Fade wasn't horribly wrong, it might even work. Disaster, in McNichols' experience, had contingencies. His commando missions came with backups and extractions. Things went bad, a missile strike or the threat of one could ease off certain death. A radio opened up a universe of possibilities. Here, in this awful place built of blood-coated stone, no such escape existed. The missile strike, here, had been the bomb. And now that was blown, its mechanics broken with Myra's bullets. He didn't have the heart, the anger to yell at her anymore. The Cutter's fresh assault gnawed the doomed group. At the front, with their rifles aligned, the 5 remaining commandos held their own. Heavy rounds designed to punch through armor sliced Cutter fur without difficulty, often punching through to a second creature behind. Yells for reloads swapped firing lines, keeping steady cover as they walked past stone tables, large and small. Proficiency kept them alive, but the Cutters were limitless. Their ammo was not, which meant they had to move. To where, McNichols wasn't sure, but he knew their lives depended on Eve, Thalia, and Myra now. The Rakers at the rear, not used to working with one another, with varied weapons and abilities, couldn't hold their end. Eve announced the collapse, the former Raker helping Thalia along, while she and Myra sprayed the sides with their machine pistols. McNichols turned at the word, a simple, "Help!" He saw Cutters leaping over one another, landing on the various Rakers like pouncing spiders. Big bone claws pierced and pulled apart, shredding bodies like McNichols might a pork roast for Tuesday tacos. The air misted with fluids and limbs. The overwhelm was immediate, and offered 2 options: fight a rescue and die, or run and pray. "We can't stop!" McNichols yelled above the hisses, the pounding of claw on stone, and the keening cries as Rakers met terrible ends. "Eve, lead. I'll take her." The Major swept towards Eve as their human circle tightened. Thalia, holding her own machine pistol, shifted her left arm over McNichols' shoulders, holding tight. Eve kept moving, blending with the commando line and urging them forward, which left McNichols, Myra, and Thalia holding the rear in a back-pedaling retreat. Dying Rakers bought them a few terrible seconds. The Cutters descended on the defeated, mincing them while the humans ran, clearing the last audience tables for an open stretch. Fewer choke points, fewer hiding spots for Cutters to ambush. A chance, then, to pick up some real speed. McNichols felt a tug on his belt, saw Myra pull 2 fragmentation grenades free. She popped the pins, launched them towards the clustered Cutters and the dying Rakers. "They knew the risks," Myra said, spinning on her heel. "Let's go, Major. It's not far now." The Zinwi were out of time. At least, the cave network holding Fade and Jaycee wasn't going to last. The big meeting where Fade had unveiled his genius plan hadn't been over for an hour before banging alarms, like tinny snare drums, echoed off the rocks. Fade and Jaycee, still mulling over how to explain their kill-the-leader plan in more detail, found themselves forgotten as their Zinwi pals rumbled in all directions.
They're here, Jaycee gulped. The cutters. That's what the sound means.
Here? How? Were we not just in a meeting with all the big Zinwi players? Dad, how should I know? Fade stood, gauged the furniture around them, the chairs and glow lights. Not a useful weapon anywhere. Ideas feathered and faltered, none offering a good chance for him and Jaycee to escape alive. Save one. On his finger, still, was an onyx ring, a badge, ready to warp Fade and his daughter to the Grove. He'd intended to use it as a swift transport for a Zinwi raiding party, but instead, maybe they could escape and… What? Die weaponless in the Grove? He'd just fled from there, barely alive. They needed gear. They needed help. They needed… Jaycee, we have to follow the fighting. Track the cutters back to their leader. His daughter, standing and watching the last Zinwi leave the room, spoke with appropriate skepticism. What? We need weapons and Zinwi who know how to use them. They'll be where the cutters are. Let's go. Jaycee grabbed Fade's arm.
Wait, Dad, just wait. I don't know what you're thinking, but I know it's not about me.
Well, kind of. We're under attack. She shook her head.
I don't know how to fire a gun. I'm not some martial arts master like you. Aw, that's nice of you to say.
Shut up. My point? I'm not ready for this. I don't want to go near those things. Dad, I've nearly died twice. I can't do it. You might have the right idea, but I'm not Thalia. The complexion changed. Fade felt the flip from action hero to reality, the constant combat to empathy, from war to a young woman who didn't deserve what was happening to her life. His battle-ready tension dissipated. Okay, it's okay. Fade nodded towards the chamber's right side exit, the path leading away from the banging alarms. We find another spot for you then. Not to the cutters. You can go. I know you want to. Fade smiled, genuine. I'm not leaving you at risk, Jaycee. Not here, not again. He reached out, gave her a guiding push. But I'm not giving up either. So let's move and find a way to bring these bastards down. A running fight carried different goals, and the commandos repeated them aloud after McNichols gave the order. Don't waste ammo and time going for kills. Keep moving. Fire at anything about to kill you. Eve heard that and felt better for herself and the machine pistol, which had just exhausted another magazine. She pumped it free and slapped in the next, stolen from Thalia. The way ahead wasn't quite clear, but only 4 cutters remained between the humans and what seemed like an infinite horizon. The vicious aliens hadn't expected this route, and surprise would, once again, give the humans a chance. Eve grabbed that chance with a salvo, hitting the middle left cutter as its 2 bone claws raised up. The rounds burst golden fur, followed by deep green blood. But those claws didn't retreat. The monster wanted the kill. A dream that might have come true if Eve's burst wasn't followed by a louder, deeper triplet from the commando at her side. The 3 shots tore into the cutter, the damage disguised by fur, but its results clear enough as the creature staggered, then fell over into a crumpled heap. 1 target down, others sighted. The shooting cold, precise, and lethal. 2 loud grenades followed from behind, consumed quickly by more gunfire. The other 3 cutters ahead met their ends too, easy targets without cover. Eve found her way around the downed creatures, calling for the others to keep up. "No need," Myra said, yelling from the rear. "They're not pursuing." Eve spun around, saw the state of play. The grenades had wrought horrors, their dissipating smoke revealing carnage. Pursuing cutters tottered in the wreckage, picking at it like crows testing roadkill for life. Others scuttled back towards the audience tables, taking cover behind stone legs. "What are they doing?" asked a commando. otherwise taking the opportunity for her own reload.
They don't know what's this way.
Eve replied, wanting to sit but fighting against exhaustion.
The portal's the only way out of here, so they know we'll have to come back. They regroup, plan more ambushes. They think we're stuck.
Are we?
Eve. Depends on if a dead god locked its doors.
The man's mask hid likely confusion, a befuddlement that probably grew as Eve, gauging her spot on the white stone, ducked down and to the right. Just like the first time she'd crossed the veil, following Peffet, she hoped that strange raker still lived. Reality shimmered. The endless, creamy void remained, but the white stones shifted from one wide walkway into many paths splitting around cubes sane and very much not. Behind her, the veil didn't disguise the transition, with a blunt swap between thinner paths and the wide stone, like crossing a threshold between street and building. An imperfect translation. The grove's storage space, a place to keep elements from civilizations still in play. The devices needed to perform experiments, to regrow or remake a species. The commandos followed, with Myra's encouraging voice pushing them on. Their arrival, rifles hanging from straps bumping the ground, was slow, halting. Unbelievability mixing with caution. But the cutters hadn't made it back here, not yet. Though not for the first time, Eve wondered if they were giving the cutters the last lever to control the grove. Showing them this could be the last step. A problem to deal with later, if they survived. I'd call this unexpected, but nothing's going to surprise me anymore, McNichols said when the whole group had made it through. He focused on Eve. Any other ways in? Not that I know of. Good. Then you four station yourselves here. Hold this point. Any cutters come through, eliminate them. The commandos affirmed the order, none asking obvious questions like, what if you don't come back? The answer to that was something to find in a grim future. For now, they would take a simpler mission and hold to hope. Eve would do the same.
There's a pool,
she said, starting off. Myra, still holding Thalia, and McNichols followed.
We head to the gardener's corpse. If there's no clues, then we start opening doors.
Veronica didn't hide the smug smile. Newly minted raker or not, she'd watched the humans escape the cutter ambush alongside a silent, curious Peffet. The view hadn't shifted either, with Veronica still standing well above the long stone road. Cutters scuttled this way and that, searching for the vanished humans or pulling their torn friends from the obliterated pile. Those grenades had been a surprise, a level of viciousness the gardener wasn't ready for. Veronica, with Ellsworth's gangster lessons lingering, knew just how vicious humans could be. They'd sacrifice each other to survive, much less a bunch of aliens. It doesn't matter, Peffet said at last. They can wander the warehouse for an eternity and never find anything to help them. Warehouse? That's what you call it? An imperfect translation. The grove's storage space. A place to keep elements from civilizations still in play. The devices needed to perform experiments, to regrow or remake a species. Veronica frowned. What about the dark places, beyond the tower? Failure's relics, dusty memories, but ones worth keeping, as they may hold lessons. You sound like a hoarder. Peffet asked what that meant, and Veronica explained. The pair delved into preservation, the past as prelude to an uncertain future, a teetering course that took Peffet into a waxing soliloquy on time, progress, and how the two always seemed to be splitting up or coming together, but never aligned. They cross, Veronica. Intersections where a place, a people, and a level of enlightenment match so well as to spur real innovation. Otherwise, discoveries happen piecemeal, or get ignored, or even branded as evil. Peffet scratched at its hairless forehead, as if staving off a headache. Something, theoretically, the grove's tiny machines would prevent. A learned reaction, then? This is one of those times, I believe.
Sure, everyone dies. What a leap. Peffet flicked a claw towards the cutters. Might be a leap too far. These things, they might be unstoppable.
Encouraging to hear you say that. Well, we'll just have to find a way. Peffet's tentacles wriggled into a smile, nodded to himself. Then you will step out of the shadows, obliterate the established order, and take hold of your civilization with my support. An eternal Empress, supported by a god. Doesn't that sound nice? Veronica sniffed. Getting ahead of ourselves here, aren't we? It's important to be ready if a miracle occurs. If not, then it won't matter. Even so, an 18-year-old girl. That's who you're picking from all of humanity? No, I'm picking the one who understands all this. Say yes, Veronica, so we can move on. Time and progress won't stay aligned very long. She'd already come this far, already given up so much. She'd been lost, but now, maybe she could be found. And who else was the gardener going to choose? Thalia? Eve? Humanity could do better. Empress, Veronica said, tasting the word, liking it. Do I get my dad back? Of course. I think I know where he is. Should we go find him? Following the Zinwi in flight was easy. The lumbering creatures made their mark on flattened rock, their every step a thud. Fade and Jaycee left the chamber heading right, away from the approaching cutters. The Zinwi that had heard Fade's plan, most of them, had gone this way. The why became apparent as their tunnel found others, connecting with 4 more in an open chamber twice as large as the one they'd just left. Holes and platforms had been carved into the rock, with Zinwi moving hefty weapons into place. Giant tubes with several struts, each of the 5 had 2 Zinwi tasked to man it. Dust rose as they settled into their positions, most angling right at Fade and Jaycee. Other Zinwi moved carts off their tracks to block exits. Now this is what I call a trap, Fade said, leading Jaycee across the room towards the last opening. Funnel those cutters in here, give 'em a massacre, and... And what, Dad? Wait for the next wave? I'm not like the best student of history, but this sort of stand only works when there's a rescue on the way. Right, that's me. You hold here. I'm going to find some friends and see if my plan is more than just a wish. Jaycee eyed him as they walked around a cart, one shoved into place to block their tunnel. Overhead, blue-white lights hung, catching sparkles in the stones around them. Zinwi, setting up firepower, ignored them. Go get them, Dad. Just come back. Always do. Certain truths had become self-evident since Fade had ventured to the Zinwi world. The first, these big beasts were pretty competent. The second, Fade couldn't lead them on his own. The Zinwi didn't always want to listen to him, or couldn't. They were fighting a desperate, losing battle where choke points like these would be assaulted, then circumvented. Cutters would scuttle down any small hole, ambush and eliminate guards to gain a new route. The Zinwi were doomed, and, going by the expressions on the big faces, they knew it. Until, past the trap, they came to a chamber bustling with energy. Carts trundled in, loaded with supplies in satchels as big as Fade himself. Those were impressive enough. More so was the giant Zinwi, the one from before with the blue-wrapped horn. It rumbled something to Fade, staring past him, getting Fade to look back down the tunnel they'd just traveled. More than a dozen Zinwi, loaded with gear, filled the space. Their eyes locked on Fade. The leader held out another tablet. This one laid out what looked like a satellite image of the brown, sponge-scattered Zinwi world. It proved one thing. The Zinwi had lost the beautiful planet sweepstakes. When the big Zinwi rumbled again, issuing what Fade realized was a voice command to the tablet, the image shifted and showed the Zinwi had won something too. No trees meant no hiding places. meant it was easy to track where around the world the cutters roamed, and the spot they returned to time and time again. Chapter 7. Raid. You want to know a civilization, you watch how they make war. Fade was sure some philosopher had said that, and if not, now he had. Or, at least, thought it, as the only people around him right now were Zinwi, and they wouldn't understand a damn thing he said. After leaving Jaycee surrounded by heavy artillery, Fade had joined the Zinwi squad on a fast march through winding paths. Branches, turns, low corners, and big chambers went by with one constant: their upward trajectory. The Zinwi squashed Fade into the middle, and he made sure to keep up with their hard pace. He couldn't be certain the Zinwi behind him, laden with gear in those huge packs, could stop before mashing him to sludge. The Zinwi world revealed itself more fully through the trip. Their path retreated from the front line, past the ammo carts and Zinwi workers hammering out defensive emplacements. The dangling lights took on different colors, while the cave walls held etchings and glittering gemstone arrangements. The chambers grew larger, with multiple levels connected by chained lifts. Loam scents came from kitchens hidden behind sculpted stone walls. Zinwi children, still massive, but with shorter horns and smoother skin, played games with rolling rocks and broad mushroom caps. Even music, a drumming beat, rose here and there as they walked. At once an alien culture, yet familiar. So familiar. To a man who'd been wandering the grove's featureless dark for so long, Fade had to wrench himself away from the vibrant life. This is what he was fighting to save. Starve now, gorge on it later. Underground, Fade had no concept of time. The Zinwi raker kept Fade topped up on water from a rocky cylinder. When his stomach grumbled, the Zinwi offered a paste from a sponge pouch that tasted vaguely like oranges and chocolate. The pouch wasn't much larger than his hand, flat like a pancake for easier gripping, and it went down easy. After, Fade's stomach felt so full he verged on cramps. When they exited through a mottled blue membrane that required a slathering of suspicious liquid, Fade shivered at the chill. The sea-green sky and brown, muddy earth stretched away in all directions, but they were high up on a hill, and they were not alone. Upon further reflection, the type that happens at high speed while whirring along on an alien planet, it made sense that the Zinwi would use the same wheel and wagon structure that so dominated the transport in their underground caverns. It was just that taking the cart, its wheels, and upping the size to hold, Fade estimated, an even 10 or so of the big creatures, gave it a ridiculous look. His mind couldn't quite make sense of what was happening as they bounced, rolled, and broke along the muddy, fractured plains of the Zinwi world. The start was simple enough. Load the whole crew onto large benches after putting on belts, Fade's had to be cinched down, and locking them into slots, which were made of the same stretchy, strong material composing the sponges on the surface. The belts stretched as the terrain bounced Fade and the Zinwi around, always keeping them tied down, but not so immobile as to be useless or uncomfortable. The driver, unseen, sat in a forward bulge off the cart and steered the great thing with a force Fade could not comprehend. What wheel could handle so much weight, could keep the cart steady on such a bumpy ride? The thrust was an easier question to answer. At first, gravity did its thing. 2 Zinwi stood at the thing's back and, at a signal, gave it the first shove forward. As its rolling commenced, the Zinwi displayed an alacrity in scrambling up the cart's sides and into the basin. They clipped themselves before the first plunge began. From there, when momentum flagged, a fuel source in the cart's bottom churned into some rumbling engine, kicking the massive thing forward. For the Zinwi, their bulk kept them stable amid the ride. Fade was knocked near senseless immediately and spent the next 2 hours in a bumbling blur. Upon arrival, They threw him into a nearby muddy pond to wash off the vomit. Their chosen destination overlooked another basalt plain, unremarkable save for a scuttling mass not far ahead. 15 or so cutters scurried around a boulder collection, placed far too nicely for nature's work. "That's the goal?" Fade asked the raker Zinwi, standing tall beside him. He felt like he'd been through a blender, tossed out the other side with many questions about how the human body worked. But seeing the cutters zapped Fade's senses back to action. His fingers twitched. The Zinwi didn't seem to understand Fade's question. Or maybe it did, but wasn't sure how to answer. Either way, it stomped first one foot and then the other. After the second landed, the great rhino-like beasts around him shook off their packs and broke out heavy arms. One handed Fade a small pickaxe with a gleaming point on the end. "Really?" Fade asked. "No guns?" The Zinwi who'd handed him the axe lifted his own massive cannon, a long tube with a trigger larger than Fade's hand, up to his shoulders. The demonstration explained enough. Fade would have to brace himself to have a chance to shoot one of those things. Better than to stay on the fringes, see where he could swing the pickaxe to make a difference. If not, if the Zinwi obliterated the cutters with their salvo, so much the better. The amber sky slashed with long, thin clouds, and a deep orange star tilting towards the horizon offered a beautiful view for destruction. The Zinwi delivered it, launching their fiery gauntlet from those cannons in a straight series, one shell thrumming loose after another. The great weapon struck the cutter rock mound with trembling force. Little fire, unlike human bombs, but a rattling devastation that split smoking fissures in the rocks and in the cutters themselves. A red mist rose after the volley, one followed by a second before the crackling roar subsided. No cutters emerged from that mess. The Zinwi raker, setting its cannon down, nudged Fade forward. "Oh, my turn now? Lead the charge?" Fade asked the thing. "Because that was impressive. Maybe another one, just to be safe?" The Zinwi stared at him, snorted, gave Fade another nudge. "Right. I'll investigate. You cover me. Good plan." How does one investigate the battlefield remnants of an alien swarm? Fade, whose prior experience with leftovers tended to be confirmation of timely demise and little else, made his way across the basalt plain to the torched, bombed, and scattered cutter corpses, with no opposition and no plan. The Zinwi observed. The cutters came to this place because something forced them to. The little ones, the big ones, the, for all he knew, intermediate ones, wound their skittering way back to this spot, just like ants and bees. The idea of a cutter queen seemed realized, or at least something similar. Using that habit for military purposes seemed equally plausible, so long as he could find out what exactly it was that so compelled the aliens. The Zinwi caverns were always a warm scent mix, suffused with the sweaty work of so many large creatures, mingling with the ever-present mildew from air not given much movement. Sometimes food would cut into that, the mossy, soupy creations the Zinwi baked in stone ovens. None of that existed here. The air was, in those brief, stumbling steps between the Zinwis and the corpses, a vacant nothing. No flowers casting scents upon the wind, no animals scattering their fur. Just dryness, with a hint of salt. Then, bam, like walking into a cheap morgue. Blood, guts, and the foul leavings of bodies no longer interested in dignity, or capable of it. Fade coughed, waved a hand feebly at the death around him, and stumbled on. The ground shifted from rock to bone claw and lost limb, to burned golden fur and crinkled flesh. He tried his best to hold his eyes forward, seeking the bigger prize in the center, the one they'd come here for. The queen, if that's what it was. Could not the cutters be worshipping a king? Or be beyond human gender roles? Fade didn't know, and so Queen it would be, stood out at the cluster's center, marked by its relative lack of devastation. The Zinwi hadn't been mindless, wanting to clear the way without obliterating the goal. Somehow, amid the cutter bodies, wriggling beneath their bent and broken limbs, the Queen lived. Fade crouched, picked up a busted bone claw from the ground. An improvised weapon both heavy and almost half as long as he was tall. He gripped it in both hands. If the Queen made any move, any damn one at all, he'd see it gutted. Amazing the brave rush that came from holding a big, sharp weapon. Fade resolved to do it more often. To Jaycee's parent-teacher conferences, say. Nobody would hint he ought to help her more with math if he was holding one of these babies. The Queen, though, didn't seem to notice. Up close, it did resemble a large cutter, the legs buried beneath its fellow aliens, a heaving middle filled with mouths and eyes, golden fur. All similar, save one band, a ring around the cutter's middle, on its upper half, tinged more silver than gold. A lump jutted from its center, irregular and fleshy. No hair coated it. A big zit. Well, if you're going to make it easy for me, Fade muttered, letting the claw fall to his left hand as he approached. Please tell me this is your big secret? The Queen didn't answer. Fade wasn't sure it could hear him, or if it could, that the cutter had any way to respond. With the Grove helping him out, Fade could hear cutter conversation in his head. Here, without those machines, it might just be... The string shot through his mind. Nonsense, but loud. Gibberish. Like someone chewing and popping bubblegum at the same time. Fade swore, put his free hand up to his temple. The nonsense continued. He pushed it away, like shoving a loud and constant noise to the back of your mind. He bent the nonsense to his will and followed the lingering dissonance at its every break. A hint of direction, one Fade could barely pick out, more a sense than a real understanding. And it pointed at the Cutter Queen. Oh, so you are being helpful, Fade muttered, leaning now on the bone claw. Talking through the old noggin. A little psychic, are we? Psychic, or communicating on frequencies, Fade processed like telepathy. Either way, the Cutter Queen answered a question then and there. It could blast out these mental conversations, but so could other cutters. What had them returning to this one? This big, beautiful beast? That thing, I bet, Fade said, nodding at the zit. A booster for your telepathic chit-chats. He sighed, stepped off the bone claw. Unfortunately for you, I don't think you're going to like what's about to happen. He turned, the nonsense continuing to pour into his head, and waved at the Zinwi on the hill. The Zinwi had some good scientists, some solid labs on hand. A little dissection, and maybe they could turn that zit into something useful. A little dissection. Fade's stomach, already tight, did a little flip at the thought. Yeah, the Zinwi could handle that bit. The Zinwi did their dirty work in the field. When Fade pointed to the odd lump and tapped his head, signaling the strange psychic tremors were probably coming from that thing, the big aliens went to work. Zinwi, like most sane soldiers, didn't carry scalpels into the field, but there'd been at least a little thought that some creature carving might be done on this particular mission. So one of the Zinwi hauled out a hefty multi-tool with blades and tongs alike. As big as Fade's arm, the Zinwi set its fat knife edge against the lump and began to saw. It was then that Fade turned away. Enough nightmares for one life and all that. The other Zinwi weren't standing around either. They were setting up their weapons and moving rocks, building fortifications. Fade tried asking why, only for the Zinwi to gesture at the cutters and themselves. Then the ground. You figured it out then? Fade asked. The brain blast? The Zinwi huffed at Fade, went back to his weapon, a great big metal spewing cannon. Fade watched the setup for a long moment, fingers itching to do something similar himself. You'd only take the time to deploy a weapon like that if you thought the enemy would be coming to you. if you thought your position was about to be assaulted by a great many monsters. Oh, that would be it. If the Cutter Queen could tell all its pals that it was in trouble, then wouldn't they come running? Wouldn't they descend in their clawed hordes to dismember any threat? Fade wheeled back to the zit, just in time to see the Zinwi finish sawing it. The piece flopped off the Cutter Queen, leaving a glimmering red trail the whole way. Its source gave a final spasm and, in an euphoric moment, Fade's head cleared. Like a beautiful wakening after a cold had gone away. "Well, damn," Fade said, moving over to the strange organ. He could cup it in both hands, but didn't dare. "This is it, then? The way you bastards keep everyone together?" Shadows fell across him. Two Zinwi on either side, both staring. The rust-colored nub oozed on the ground. It offered no explanation, no clues. To be fair, Fade would have needed a very nice guide to understand how the thing worked. What was clear, though, was that this was the missing piece. The Cutter biology they needed to figure out. What was also clear, going by the sudden stomps from the Zinwi around him, the loud grumbles, and the first crack of machine gun fire, was that the Cutters were heeding their queen's call. One of the Zinwi turned and went back to the forming lines. The other reached and pushed Fade away with one rounded, thick hand. Another went for the nub. "Nope, sorry," Fade said. They were secrets. They were opportunities. Fade would not let the Zinwi get this one. He scrambled around the arm, picked up the nub like a football, and cradled it. The big Zinwi eyed him. "You bring my daughter back to the grove. You can have this." Fade glanced to his left towards the gunfire. Several Cutters were barreling, blindly, across the rocks. The Zinwi were blazing them down.
Jaycee, my daughter, bring her home.
Then, breaking his own damn promise yet again, Fade focused on his ring and jumped. Chapter 8. Radical Beacon. It seemed a large portion of Veronica's life had been spent waiting for her parents in one way or another. Their attention, for much of it, though that had curdled through lack into approval, acknowledgement, and finally, into survival. Thriving without their input or assistance, with their resources, of course, as Veronica couldn't be expected to earn her own keep as a teenager, much less afford the bodyguard, the house, the trappings that came with being part of a wealthy, important family. The divorce came next, putting a choice before Veronica. Stay in Oakland with her friends and her father, or leave to the Midwest with her mother and an unknown world destined to be filled by corn and livestock. That, at least, had been an easy choice. One pillar removed, one left standing. Thanks to Peffet, a burning blue slit opened in the air before her. That remaining pillar hung in a creamy, familiar void. Christopher Pline, eyes open in a fantastically bored stupor, didn't notice as his daughter watched him. She knew that void, knew its odd gravity and thick air. A prison, but one, she thought, for preservation. "He looks alive," Veronica said to Peffet. They both still stood on the invisible platform, the ethereal vantage point overlooking the white stone courtyard. "Somehow I never thought I'd find him this way. His body, maybe. Or his brain in a jar like those movies." "Brains in jars? Why?" "Never mind." Peffet's black eyes watched her as she stared. "I admit I am no expert in human relationships, but is this how you show affection? A frowning stare?" "Not quite." "I can get him out now? Right this very second, if you want?" A tough question, if Veronica cared to think about it too much. With her father, the object of her months-long search, floating right there, though, she did not care to think any more. She nodded. Peffet reached through the gate, its claw extending long enough to reach Christopher Pline. The man snapped, alert at the touch, bafflement slapping his face. The frown, the squinting eyes remained as Peffet pulled him from the void and dropped him before his daughter.
"Now catch up," Peffet said. "I'll be coming back soon."
It stepped through the same open slit, which shrank and vanished behind its deep blue leather skin. Veronica and her dad stood together, seemingly adrift in the milky air, with nothing but each other.
"How?"
Christopher Pline asked, his voice the same as it ever was. His skin, his eyes, the prim white polo and designer jeans the same as they always were.
"How are you here?"
There were 1,000 things Veronica wanted to say in that moment. She chose none. Instead, she wrapped her father in her arms and held him tight. Bones knitting together would never not be weird. Thalia's body had put itself largely right, enough that she could limp alongside Eve. The pair wandered with Myra and McNichols, deeper into the grove's messy interior. White stone paths squared around nightmare cubes. Each chamber, from the outside, an impossibility. Vines, orange quivering jelly, stiff blue metal, and, among so many others, one that seemed to be pure light. Thalia had stopped expecting explanations for the grove's many oddities, a view she credited with keeping her sanity, especially as the pain, despite her body's return to viability, hadn't eased up much. The grove could heal, but it didn't block.
"Bring any morphine with you?"
Thalia asked McNichols, as the man's uniform had enough pockets to make the medicine a possibility. "Not my role," McNichols replied. "Not in the mission parameters." Staying alive wasn't in the parameters? In and out, or blow it up. This wasn't meant to be a long engagement. We know the grove will keep us alive. Living isn't everything. So I'm learning. They made their way, thanks to Eve's impeccable memory, to the spot at the center, or at least what Thalia assumed was the center. A large pool, a curving inset almost like a figure eight, waited there. Milky liquid filled it, unscathed by the trauma of the last human visit. They'd started a fire then, one that had turned the whole thing to ash and molten goo. No hint remained. Even the gardener's body, the amorphous blob of a thing, had disappeared.
"Did the grove clean it all up?"
Myra asked, the question as rhetorical as it could be.
"Or the gardener's replacement?"
Eve answered anyway.
"Either way, I don't think we'll find what we want here."
The hope had been finding the gardener's body, maybe, clinging to some life. Or perhaps the creature would be back in its spot, soaking and ready to be reasoned with, to be begged if necessary. Eve had volunteered for that role, sublimating what pride she had left to fall to her knees and beseech her former boss to spare humanity a brutal end. Lucky her, that wouldn't be the case.
"What now?"
Thalia asked.
"Any other hiding spots for our least favorite god?"
Eyes turned to Eve, who shook her head. "If the gardener wants to talk to us, if it's still alive, it'll know we're here," Eve said.
"This is the spot. I think we ought to wait, at least for a little while."
"Don't have that time. My squad's going to get killed," McNichols said.
"They'll get killed anyway if we go back out."
McNichols, though, Thalia could read the anger in his stiff look, conceded the point. "You don't need to wait," said a new voice, one coming from a bright blue line at their back, a slit appearing over the white stones.
"We've struck a deal."
Somehow, some way, a man Thalia had thought long dead strode back into her life. Not so tall, but very smug, Christopher Pline held out his hands to the foursome as if offering absolution, which, from what he said next, was pretty much fact. The grove had a new god, and he was ready to smite.
Hold on,
Thalia said, as Pline wrapped up his speech, delivered like an investor pitch.
"You're telling me Peffet's gonna whisk these cutters away if we bow down to your 18-year-old daughter?"
Pline, curling that smile to maximum smugness, nodded.
"Then Veronica's going to be Peffet's puppet, taking its orders to fast-track all of us to, what, enlightenment?
Your point, Thadia? Myra said.
Those are the terms. We're getting what we came here for.
Not terms I can agree to, McNichols added. Don't have the authority. Don't think anyone on Earth has the authority to make that call, even if you put the whole UN together. Do you know what happens when you save people? Pline said, pulling the conversation back. They are grateful. They understand that their lives would be over, or much worse, without your help. Veronica will return with us, and with Peffet's assistance. The cutters will be cleared away, and the credit will go to her.
Along with the threat, Eve said. That was always the gardener's game. Pet with one hand, punch with the other. Veronica saves us from the cutters, while implying they could return, or she could swat humanity with the same tools.
Peffet's not the gardener, Thalia said. If it has the gardener's powers, then Peffet might as well be. Who knows what happened, whether Peffet's mind has been warped. We might not be dealing with the alien we knew. Pline forced a cough. Ends, means, eventualities. Who cares if my daughter runs things, if diseases, wars, and threats vanish? Who cares whether we march to the gardener's drumbeat if our every need is fulfilled? McNichols, freedom means more than that. To you, with your privilege and your post, perhaps it does. To the billions struggling to make ends meet, the ones I saw striving every day to eke out $1 on my social media sites, I think you would find many willing to trade a mystical freedom for a far more real utopia.
Man's right, Thalia said. Hate to admit it, but Pline's going to get a lot of takers. The ones who want to fight back are going to be few and far between. Then, I'm guessing, they'll be crushed.
McNichols folded his considerable arms, threw stares around the group. So we're taking this? Marching on back with surrender as our terms?
I don't like it either, but this is survival,
Eve said.
That's the mission, and it's a success.
Congratulations. Pline stepped to the side and waved along the stones back towards the grove. Now, get going. Every minute you spend here, more people die from the cutters. Be heroes, save lives, and open the door for my daughter. Peffet had pulled the first string. He watched as Christopher Pline and his daughter slipped through the blue line to direct their humans towards something. Perhaps his predecessor had always felt assured in its course, dictating destinies for the galaxy's species. But the creature resting on the transparent dais above the stone courtyard was anything but. A rebellion and a victory leading to a terrible loss and a long search for the keys left behind. Peffet had found the gardener's gifts, unlocked by traces of the being's old body. Peffet had used those torched remnants, immersed himself in them, ingested, injected, coated himself, and tried every other means he could to see, to get just a glimpse of how the gardener had controlled its grove. Which one had worked, Peffet wasn't sure. Consciousness had been lost. He'd vanished, adrift amid a cosmos at once infinite and tiny, as if his mind had been let loose to read creation's recipe. Veronica had found Peffet, reeled him back from the eternal, tantalizing abyss to a universe under assault. Peffet had no idea how to save it. The grove's levers were there for him to grasp, but as yet they were like paging through a book he couldn't read. He could guess, try tugging at this or that. Maybe he would annihilate the cutters. Maybe he would erase a dozen worlds from existence. Thade gave him reprieve. The man appeared in the tower, stuck his head over the stone wall to see the same fight that had drawn Peffet's gaze. A projection manifested by the nanomachines, pulling his eyes to the structure. Arlo, a raker Peffet knew well, was engaged with several cutters and reaching its end. The plant bore gouges, gashes, cuts, and rends. The cutters tasted their victory, had Arlo pinned on both sides with still more of their monsters blocking the side stair used to avoid a plummet to the broken base. Fade, though, held something. An ugly nub, oozing and reeking of life. Peffet set himself adrift from the dais, skated along the grove's lines. Its tiny machines, the same ones that could repair a wound or cure an illness, responding to his desire. They lifted him, surrounded his body with their billions, and carried Peffet across to the tower. The machines brought him low, down through the entering archway, and then up. Peffet passed over cutters, over dead rakers. He was not noticed. The machines bent light, his motion a blur. A magician's trick, an effective one. Fade did not see Peffet alight on his floor. The man was looking over the edge, noticing, most likely, the broken circle at its bottom. Peffet cut that curious puzzle short with a tap on Fade's wrist. "What is that?" he asked, pointing at the oozing thing in the man's hands as Fade whirled, mouth agape. Peffet's tiny tentacles quivered. A laugh, though the human wouldn't know it as such. "Surprised to see me?" Fade's shock washed away into a single chuckle. "You know, with the day I've had, no, I'm not surprised at all." "Good, because we have work to do." That, Peffet, might be the biggest understatement ever uttered. Victories, for a raker, came in varieties. Working with load, Eve had followed the audience to one near disaster after another. Sometimes a life was taken. More often, they'd let secrets slip to newspapers or politicians, or stop some sabotage from detonating in the name of a terrible movement. Humanity liked to swerve in wild directions, and Eve had done all she could to keep it on the road. This one didn't match all those. She didn't lead the crew back through the white stone paths with glory's glow. They'd contacted the gardener, sure, and apparently bought the destruction of the cutters. Mission accomplished. Victory, but Peffet didn't match the old gardener. Peffet had a new ethos. Eve could think of none worse for her species. Neither could the people walking with her. Aside from Christopher Pline's calculating face, the others had their eyes downward. Frowns abounded, Eve's own among them. Weighing costs and options, coming up with little. Even McNichols, the man with the best guess at how humans might go about blasting the cutters without Peffet's help, resigned himself to silence. The glum walk ended only when they reached the invisible wall and the commandos left to guard it. They lived, had apparently not been attacked. McNichols gave that the response it deserved, patting each commando on the shoulder in turn. Told them the mission had achieved the objective, and they'd be going home. "We're taking our friends with us," McNichols declared, throwing a look around to the others, as if hunting for a challenge. Nobody cared to give him one. They did help, though. 3 fallen commandos in various states of rending horror. The Grove had cleaned some of its own mess, wiping away the blood, and starting to turn the remains into something. Eve hadn't ever looked into just how the tiny machines processed organic matter. Did they funnel the carbon, the bone, the skin away, bit by bit, to a giant compost pile? Or eject it into vacuum, as the Grove must sit somewhere in space? Maybe, if she ever convinced Peffet to get a beer, Eve would ask him. She chuckled, a bad move, considering the commandos were folding up the fallen's battered uniforms. Eve earned the requisite disgusted looks. Not that it mattered. Reputation was about to be pointless, save in one direction. Veronica.
Where is she?
Eve asked Pline.
Or is the new raker going to wait for the right moment to show?
She's learning about her new role, Pline shot back. As you might imagine, being the gardener's prime envoy has a few responsibilities.
Does it?
Thalia asked.
I thought she'd just listen for orders and act on them. Hand of God or something.
Maybe. Maybe not. Pline nodded at Eve. You certainly had your discretion. Not that you used it well.
Oh? Starting a fight, are we?
Eve let a hand slip to the machine pistol on her hip. Because I can think of a few times you screwed up, too. Of course, but I'm in technology. I make a mistake, a few phones break, or someone can't upload a photo of their dog. You make a mistake, billions die. There's a difference. Hope your daughter can see that. I'll make sure of it. Thalia started a laugh, then killed it as McNichols gave a different order. Dog tags only. The bodies were heavy, and the grove was devouring them faster than they'd be preserved. There'd be no graves, no ceremonies. The slate was being wiped clean. Eve led the way back to the white stones with her machine pistol in hand. As Pline had suggested, the cutters didn't bother them, weren't even there. As if they'd vanished, though the portal's glow, bright even at this distance, suggested a particular method of escape. Without a fight on their hands, departure seemed like the only play. The portal had dimmed to quiet metal by the time they reached the tables, and Eve pointed Pline towards humanity's own sapphire slate. Never learned how to use these, Pline said at the gesture. Show an old man a new trick? Old? You? Eve laughed. Nobody else shared it. First, she spun up the way back to Oakland. McNichols and his commandos would take that route, report back, and do the debrief dance. When the Major asked whether the rest would be coming with him, Pline demurred. Veronica will speak for everyone, not just the Bay Area, Pline said. We'll be going elsewhere. The man threw a ranging look at Thalia, Eve, and Myra. Are you three going with our man here, or will you make a different choice? To work for you? Myra asked. I already have a job. Not for me. For my daughter. Pline's attempt at an empathetic smile was tight, slim. Close enough to a joke that Eve had to wonder whether the dude was really human. She'll need allies. I'm not so arrogant to assume I can be the only one. You three know this place, know her well enough now. So I'll ask. Can you help her? Not me. I get you think I'm a bastard, and that opinion might well be deserved. But Veronica's not. This wasn't her choice, but it is yours. I'll do it, Thalia said. But if you ever try giving me orders, Pline, I'll plug you. 3 shots right there. She pointed at his chest. I know your callous ass doesn't really have a heart, but it'll still hurt like hell. Pline sniffed, looked at Eve. Once a raker, always a raker. I may not like it, but this is the path forward. I'll stay. McNichols was right, Myra said next, before Pline turned her way. Earth won't take this, and I'm glad they won't. I came here because we needed help, and we've got it. I believe we'll beat the Cutters. What I don't believe is giving up our freedom, giving up our chance to choose our own way. Veronica can try, but she won't succeed, and I won't be a part of that. I serve my country, damn it, not her, and definitely not Peffet. Too bad, Pline said. Eve, Thalia, I don't think we can suffer attitudes like that. Kill her, please. Myra didn't wait. She kicked on her heel, sprinted for the portal. McNichols and the commandos had already gone through, and Oakland's streets waited. Oh, fuck you, Pline. She's not going to hurt anything, Thalia said, keeping her hands off the weapons. Eve, though, drew one. Stared at the cold black metal. The bullets inside could kill Myra here, if Eve shot well. Could rend the woman badly enough to strand her still, so Pline could do the honors a dozen different ways. It would, though, start Veronica's new world off on a bloody footing. There would be killing aplenty to come. No, Eve said, eyeing Pline. Look at you two, with your spines. Pline stared hard after Myra as the agent neared the portal. This isn't a joke. Isn't something you can play with. Myra is right. This will be a hard road. Veronica will need soldiers she can count on. She's not asking, Thalia said. You are. A blue-white light interrupted the milky green glow, bouncing off the audience tables around them. From the crack stepped Veronica, wearing baggy sweats and a tired smile. No jewelry, no crown, no aura of command. More like an extra from a plushy reality show. "Audience," Veronica said, addressing the human table. She let the word hang until Myra dove through.
Change our exit to Cairo.
Veronica kept the small smile as she looked over the trio. So young, yet hard, molded into sharp steel. We'll use the pyramids, connect our past to our new future.
Use them?
Thalia asked.
How?
Veronica's eyes glittered. People keep asking for miracles. Pethet and I want to give them one. Thalia rolled her eyes, causing Plines to just about bug out. Didn't answer my question, Veronica. You want my help. You better be straight with me. The smile, the glitter disappeared. Fine. You want to know? Pethet just gave me a tool. A beacon made from the Cutter's own genetic material. The Cutters are a hive, and the ones on Earth need a new queen to defend. I'll activate it, and every one of those monsters will come right to us. Then we wipe them out, and I accept Earth's allegiance in gratitude. Spoken with a kid's easy confidence. Eve looked away, towards the white stone tower. Before, it had been a communal bastion, a symbol of the march forward. The path had been clear. Now it was hazy. One thing, at least, was certain. If Veronica was going to draw every Cutter on the planet down on them, Eve would need some more ammo. Chapter 9. Back to basics. His childhood had been driven by dice rolls. Random chance sending McNichols from one family to the next, whether by spontaneous relocations or simple neglect. He'd bounced from foster home to youth shelter and back again until, with desperate moxie, he'd persuaded a recruiter to donate him a couple extra years and joined the army. He craved order like a thirsty man desired water, and McNichols found it in his commanders, quickly enough becoming one. The battle against chaos did not, however, end, and McNichols found endless stations here and there about the globe, waiting for disaster to break out. All that dithering didn't satisfy the craving of a man who'd found meaning. McNichols was here to do things, damn it. Even if those things, strictly speaking, were secret. The Grove and its mad owner were about the most chaotic things McNichols could imagine. A being of near limitless power, with zero checks, no clear mental state, and a goal that had no real definition. Enlightenment? Achieving some post-scarcity utopia? What did that even mean? And if the ultimate product meant turning out like the gardener, old one, or this new creature, why would humans ever want that? He'd raised the token objections back in the Grove, saw them splash against the stone wall of bitter reality. The Cutters demanded sacrifices to survive, and freedom was just one more thing to give up. Throw it away to live, like so many other societies had over the years. Always worked out, didn't it? Take the tags back, McNichols said to the three commandos, breathing in Oakland's breezy air. Night here, tinged with fire. The city wasn't burning everywhere, but the Cutters kept repairs, running water at bay. Their street was absent cars, save one too smashed in to drive. Debrief, then get some rest. What about you, sir? Just enough loyalty in that question. The suggestion the commando trio would take up their spent rifles and follow McNichols to whatever end. Enough drag on that, sir, marking a plea to let them rest. Already, departing the Grove's mechanical elixir dragged at them. Hours in active combat begged for real food, sleep, a shower. He'd give them that. I need to make some calls now. Can't wait. I'll see you back there. The excuse was good enough, the order clear. Like good soldiers, his team obeyed and walked off towards the bay shore. Not a short stroll back to base from downtown, always with a chance a cutter could spring from any shadow. The aliens at least made sense. Could be shot. No metaphysical mysteries this time. McNichols fished the bulky satellite phone from a sealed pocket in his vest. A thick battery and a thicker case made the thing double as a brick. He stared at the screen for a solid few seconds. Hadn't planned on using it. Had expected to set off the bomb in there. A call, then, from an unexpected timeline. The voice answering took his report with peppered questions. No interrogation, just clarification. The deeper interview would happen later, assuming McNichols lived that long. The end result? A mission accomplished, in a way, and for a cost. What sense the president, the small council at the UN working to combat the cutters would make of it all, McNichols couldn't guess.
You're against it, aren't you?
Myra asked, catching her breath. McNichols turned around, putting the phone away and seeing the agent standing on the sidewalk. Shattered glass lay about from a storefront at her back. A little looting at the world's end. Myra herself seemed unhurt. Physically, anyway, and at this point, McNichols didn't have time to worry about anything else. Against turning over our destiny to a girl and a monster we don't understand? McNichols replied. Yeah, I'd say I'm against it. Me too. Figured. Where are the others? They're not coming here. Myra took a deep swallow of Oakland air. Not sure where they'll pop to, but they want a show. Veronica needs an entrance worthy of whatever the hell she is now. Don't think the planet's going to buy what she's selling. Pline thinks they won't have a choice. Myra straightened, brushed at clothes bloodied and torn. You already told them? The basics. And? That's it. McNichols put his hands on his hips, the same place his drill sergeants preferred them. Myra, you ought to be arrested. You conspired against your government. You were acting against us. A soft laugh. You going to try that, Major? I don't see any backup. You read me wrong if you think I'm going to take that as a challenge. McNichols nodded back towards the base, the bay, the converted hotel at the end of a miserable journey. Come with me. So you can slap me in cuffs? McNichols pulled his sidearm off his belt, held it out to Myra. Cutters might be around. Better not to walk alone. Then why did you send your commandos off? McNichols glanced down at the gun. Because I wanted Veronica to step onto this street. When she did, I was going to shoot her. A kid? Not a kid. Not anymore. She's an enemy, Myra. So are the cutters. So is the gardener. I think you know that. Myra took the gun, checked the safety, put a round in the chamber. The right answer. No chains, Myra muttered. No matter what. No matter what. A cutter shambled out 3 blocks later, breaking free from a corner market with its claws covered in plastic. It had found a taste for candy, the thing's middle maws a wrapper wreckage. Sparking fires and streetlights cast the thing in honey yellow. Its golden fur shimmered as it sloughed off with every step. McNichols and Myra stared at the claws, ashen bone lurching, drunk on human food, along the concrete. This is why we should have kept your commandos close, Myra said, aiming the pistol. We're enough. McNichols raised his rifle, sighted it, fired a 3-shot burst into the alien's middle. Severe damage. The creature collapsed, claws splaying out. They're not invincible. Not when you see them first, or when they've gorged on chocolate. Myra lowered the sidearm, laughed. Maybe that's our secret weapon. Processed food comas. Bullets are easier. Myra eyed him as they walked past the dead cutter. You ever laugh, McNichols? I thought my old partner was serious, but you're a damn stone. I like Looney Tunes. Jesus. What? They're funny, not serious. Are you 5? McNichols grimaced. Wouldn't go back to that age if I could. The agent picked up the sentiment, didn't push the issue. McNichols could appreciate that sort of tact, though he preferred to avoid these conversations, at least outside of his family. He hadn't called them yet. Wouldn't. Not for a while. Not until he had an answer to give them. That there'd be a world worth waking up for. Coward. Jaycee spat the word at him, his own daughter delivering judgment amid the white stone walls. They were in the Grove's tower, his daughter returned by the Zinwi Raker, as promised. No hint of the battles that had been fought here, the blood spilled. Quiet outside, too. Nothing to interrupt Jaycee's invective. You abandoned them, she continued, walking to the room's back corner and dishing Fade the sort of glare only a teenage daughter could. A fairly ridiculous look, given that Jaycee wore faded, grimy sheets given to her by the Zinwi. Thin, dirty, with knotted hair and jagged fingernails, Jaycee looked every bit the refugee she was. Fade hadn't paid much attention until now, as simple survival took greater precedence, but the Grove's sterile peace gave leave to notice such things. His daughter had been through a kind of hell. I showed them away, Fade said, keeping his distance. He noted the sturdy door, the only one leaving the room, was shut. Little chance of a cutter ambush, then. You and I wouldn't have made a difference anyway. You might have. With what? My fists? Those, at least, felt better. The gash on Fade's back stung too, a pleasant pain, signaling the Grove was getting to work. Topping him up so he could go take a few more hits. Just like his earlier life, only sped up. No weeks recovering from a broken wrist or a cracked rib with the Grove. A few minutes, an hour, and Fade could get right back at it. What a joy. I don't know, something. Jaycee flicked her eyes away, as if searching for something to look at, but nothing offered itself, and she... Sorry, it's just... I don't know, they're in trouble. And they're your friends now? Yes? No? They didn't kill me. The lowest of bars.
Yeah, well, it wasn't their fault I was in their caves. Lode chased me.
He's dead now. Jaycee blinked.
What? Really? Why didn't you tell me?
Fade went to the door, listened. Heard no claws on the other side. Turned back to Jaycee with a shrug. We had bigger problems. Lode died months ago, Jaycee. I'd forgotten about it.
How?
Because of this. Fade swung open the door. No cutter waited, no claws slashed. A familiar ringing balcony stood empty and alone. Peefit, having taken the Cutter Queen's psychic source, had left. The Grove's been a disaster. You killed the gardener. What'd you expect? A friendlier chaos. More cooperation. Less brutal killing. Never took you for an optimist, Dad. Those words cut more than they should have, and Fade held Jaycee in a look as she peeled off the wall to follow him. Infant, toddler, child, and her current self flickered through, each one left raw by his expectations, or lack thereof. Grief, then violent work to displace it, and checklist parenting for all that remained. He'd gone to desperate lengths to save her, but wasn't that just another item on the list? When had he hoped for more? For better? Peering over the balcony gave a heartening picture. 3 species, none of them cutters, meandered off the bluish circle at the tower's bottom, restored to operation by Peefit. Recent arrivals, and not dead. Weapons weren't raised, and the bunch didn't drift like they were expecting an attack. After taking the cutter organ, Peefit had promised a restoration. The cutters would be going home, compelled by their own kind. It appeared Peefit had followed through. Fade, exhausted, had collapsed back in humanity's assigned chamber for a well-earned nap. He told Jaycee to follow only after Fade had hit bottom and survived. The humans had been the gardener's sworn enemy not long ago, and Rakers could hold grudges.
Wait,
Jaycee said, as Fade planted a hand on the stone wall. She wrapped him in a hug. Tight, familiar. Done, yet again, in the shadow of desperation and death. Fade made a silent vow that the next one would happen in better surroundings, like a taco joint. Or their own living room. Was his house still standing after all this time? Had raccoons moved in?
Dad?
Jaycee pulled away.
You still here, or are you daydreaming?
Trying to remember if I left the oven on. What? Fade winked, put his hand back, and flipped over the balcony. Plunged too far too fast. A certain splatter rushed up at him, and Fade kept his eyes open to see it. An instinct he'd fought against with Eve just to see if he could do it. The tower caught him, a gentle stop centimeters from the tower floor. Fade rolled off, bouncing to his feet. Nothing tried to kill him. Only one raker remained in view at the top step, a familiar plant thing named Arlo. Its purple and crimson flowers regarded Fade's arrival in silence, then swiveled away. No pollen words followed, but the vine's slow, comfortable slide suggested relief. That the creature wasn't trying to wring Fade's neck marked a more positive turn. Maybe humans were off the kill list. Best not bet on it. With Jaycee joining him, the pair made for the tower's exit. Fade would die before he crawled back into the dark domain behind the alcoves, and took in the cautious mingling below. Maybe a dozen different rakers ambled around in conversation with one another, their words flowing through the air or rolling tremors in the ground. Greetings mingled with questions concerning everyone's favorite clawed death dealers. The cutters, it seemed, were gone from the grove, but were very much still on other worlds. The Zinwi, then, remained under siege.
Eve's gone,
Jaycee said as they descended the steps. She's a busy woman. Staying alive, if I had to guess. We'll look for her once we're back home.
Think the cutters are still there?
No idea. Existential threats have a way of bringing humans together, but these things are pretty nasty. The portal sat dark, its circle merely a window to its far side and the stone beyond. The milky infinite swirled in its lazy display, as odd and surreal as when Fade saw it. Panic's absence, though, came with a pleasant chill. He let his hands relax, didn't keep light on his feet, took big breaths and nodded at the rakers they passed, some of whom had tried to render Fade into gooey paste not all that long ago. Time had ticked on. Enemies were friends again, together on the road to immortality. Fade first asked the audience about Eve, then Talia. They were back on Earth, alive according to the sapphire pool, but were not where Fade expected.
Am I seeing that right?
Jaycee asked, peering at the deep blue spikes the audience displayed in its middle.
Are those the pyramids?
Don't know what they're doing in Egypt, Fade muttered. Pifit took what we carved from the cutters. Maybe he turned it into something useful. Either way, I'm thinking we should join them.
Wait, what? Us? Me?
Jaycee took a step back.
Look, I need some clothes, a shower, some cheap fast food, and a real bed. That's it.
What happened to saving the world?
That's your job, Dad. I'm realistic.
A hand touched Fade's shoulder, the pressure all wrong. Fingertips heavy, palm light, as if the someone was about to drum away. Senses checked on sudden alert, and it was the ears that came back worrisome. All those conversations had ceased, including the ones through mind and matter. What might cause a collective raker breakdown? A turn answered all those questions. The fingertip pressure was wrong because Pefit's spindly tendrils, connected to the creature's leathery, bat-like wings, had been doing the tapping. The other rakers had gone quiet because it was Pefit. Because they were realizing, for the first time, that the alien hadn't disappeared.
Whoa,
Jaycee said, crossing Fade and looking behind Peffet. Resting there, in a small fabric basket, were dozens of pastel glossy ovals. What are those? These, Peffet said, his guttural tones melding in Fade's mind to understandable words, are the beacons, the lures for the cutters. Thanks to your father, I've used the audience tables to make them. Veronica received the first. Now it's time to give the other Rakers a chance to correct the gardener's mistake. Having called out Fade's played part in the miracle, Peffet doled out instructions to the other Rakers. The beacons were simple devices, a few precise taps on the oval's nose, each shaded deeper than the rest and sprinkled with a sandpaper texture. Not every species saw in the same visual spectrum, would turn on the beacon. Peffet couldn't know the range thanks to banal details like air quality, physical obstructions, and elemental makeup of a given world. But if one beacon wouldn't cover, there were plenty more. Take, deliver, and save your worlds, the Grove's new master declared. The Rakers did. The portal spun up. Fade and Jaycee played spectators to the heroes venturing forth. Some few asked questions, those critical details like how they could explain the sudden breakthrough, where the beacon had come from. Peffet had a simple answer. Tell them the universe has changed, and we are all on the same path now. A bit pithy, isn't it? Fade asked, after the last Raker had grabbed its beacon and vanished through the portal, this one leaving a particularly gross purple slime trail. Same path? Don't think that's going to convince a military or an Empress or a swarthy mix of pirate cannibal plant monsters to play nice. Pirate cannibal plant monsters? Jaycee echoed. I'm working on it, Peffet replied. In fact, I could use your help. We need more beacons made, and weapons too. Not every Raker has a planet with the technology to defeat the cutters on their own. Fade, I know you want to go back, but I need you here. The Grove needs you here. Again, you're giving me talents I don't possess. Your sarcasm and doubt are enough for now. Second guess me. Keep me nimble. Peffet's black, massive eyes seemed to glitter against all the white stone. More than that, though, I need the Rakers to see I am not the gardener. This is not a grove run by one creature anymore. Help me begin the new era. Peffet slid his eyes to Jaycee. There's something else. I made a mistake with Veronica and her father. I suggested absolute power backed by the Grove. But that, I think, will not work. Yeah, Fade said. Humans, and I've got to imagine, most anybody, isn't going to take an alien declaring themselves leader. A little bit of diplomacy, a fruit basket. Then you can talk alliance. Which is where she comes in, Peffet said. Jaycee, will you be my fruit basket? Chapter 10. Routine Catastrophe. The cutters were like satellites, able to take in a signal and rebroadcast it. They sprawled over worlds, one bit of seed fur at a time, coordinating their assaults over kilometers thanks to twitchy antennae able to detect bouncing, high-pitched commands issued by their queens. All Veronica had to do was send the right signal, encoded with a little blip to convince the cutters she was their superior, and they'd tell all their friends to come to the party. Then, all she had to do was wait for a few days, weeks, or months for all the cutters to arrive at the slaughter point. As the cutters poured in, Eve, Thalia, and the people her father was talking to on Thalia's phone would erase them. Signals spread better from high points, but Veronica needed more than a mountain peak or tall building. She needed a place the cutters could climb, and one that'd look so iconic as to inspire awe. Peffet had given her the tools and the destiny. Now she had to claim it. That claim, from Cairo's dusty, sunny street, looked rather far away. The portal dumped them in the city center. The pyramids weren't all that far, according to Eve, But getting there would be a trick. Even moving, with the chaos all around them, seemed a difficult proposition. See, they'd been plopped into a crowded courtyard below a silver-domed citadel, a spot teeming with people. A harsh sun beat down, making Veronica sweat within seconds. A dry heat, but one her old clothes, made for cool Bay Area weather and maintained by the Grove's fastidious machines, weren't ready for. At first, Veronica figured they'd fallen into a market or a live concert. Her father, Thalia, Eve, and herself, all squeezed by crowds, just now noticing the quartet all dressed very, very differently in their mix.
Refugees,
Eve said, as too many eyes found them.
they're carrying bags. Some are hurt. These are cast-offs from the cutters.
The crowd pressed in around Veronica, questions coming in a language she didn't know, but, thanks to the Grove, she could understand, at least for a time. The asks were obvious ones. Who are you? Where did you come from? What are you doing here? Her response was confusion. Thalia and Eve cleared space, tried to spy a way out. Her father held the phone away and nodded at her. Your first moment is now, he said. Be what Peffet wants you to be. A leader? A raker? All fine in concept, in a milky vacuum apart from reality. But here, surrounded by children, elders, and suspicious adults, Veronica felt like she had in those first meetings after her dad's disappearance. Young and far out of her depth. Convince them to follow her? No. Think. You didn't start with 1 million followers. You didn't start with the biggest tech company the world had ever seen. You built it slow, and you built it with confidence. She forced up a smile, knelt and looked at 2 kids, a brother and sister in dirty pajamas. Evacuated and living here, on a simple blanket with little food and water for who knew how long. They watched her, uncertain. We're going to get them. Those cutters, Veronica said. You'll be home soon. Don't worry. The suspicion didn't go away. They didn't run and give her a hug like in the movies. Instead, their father pulled the pair back, asked Veronica what she was doing, who she was, like all the others. She met him, holding that smile, and said she was there to help. Time to move, Veronica, said Thalia, tapping her shoulder. We found the way, and the sooner we get out of here, the better. Why? Because these people need help, and we can't give it to them. Not here, anyway. Despite the conditions, or perhaps because of them, the people didn't try to get in the way. A determined group carrying weapons wasn't worth pressing, at least not until those machine pistols and the military gear drew the wrong attention. As they neared the ancient stone walls around the citadel, an armed collective formed before them. Military, and, from the tired lines around their eyes, exhausted. That they didn't snap their rifles up right away showed either sense or a resignation to the world's current chaos. Veronica and her pals weren't cutters, so maybe they weren't the enemy. That's what we're here to kill, Eve said, slipping into Arabic without missing a beat. The Grove's leftovers helped Veronica understand, though already the odd word or syllable vaporized in her mind, unintelligible. That Eve would know the language wasn't surprising. She'd had long time to travel the world, stop threats wherever they happened to be. The cutters are going to be coming to Cairo, to where we are. So let us out before they attack all these people. You don't want innocent blood on your hands. Calculations rippled through the soldiers. Trusting a mysterious group that had appeared from nowhere, with weapons and outlandish promises, must have seemed like a poor play. But then, after what these fighters had witnessed as the cutters spread across Earth, was it worth fighting any claiming to be their enemy? Even if Eve was lying, what was the risk? If they'd wanted to slaughter innocents, they could have done that already. The Egyptian commander asked a few token questions, half-hearted inquiries about their destination, why they were here, and so on. Eve bounced all of them with random facts. finding friends, planning a counterattack on the cutters, and luring the aliens to the desert. True enough, and it gave the commander the deniability to wave them off.
Don't make any fast moves until we're clear, Thalia said as the soldiers parted, letting them walk towards the main exit, a curving arch between two massive towers.
I wasn't going to make any fast moves at all, Veronica replied. In the brief time between her father's disappearance and, well, all of this, Veronica had learned to keep her poise, to appear older than she was with a confidence she didn't exactly possess. She drew on that now, falling into stride behind Thalia and Eve, with her father beside her. Even footfalls, a straight back, and a set face offering zero hints at what might be going through her mind. Potential expressions waited like a menu for her to choose. A concerned frown, an ingratiating smile, or a sardonic tilt of her head. She'd been important back then. Now, Veronica had to be a star. Or she would be. Eventually. How do we get there? Veronica asked once they'd cleared the citadel. Cairo had seemed a disaster inside the grounds, but beyond the walls, dense traffic churned the streets. Helicopters winged overhead, restaurants fired up their kitchens for the coming evening, and early spices tinged the hot air. The city wasn't in panic or in ruin. The cutters hadn't destroyed this place, only disrupted parts. Taxis, Eve said, continuing towards the street without stopping. It's not far, but it'll take a while in this traffic. Thalia, see if you can buy some water off that cart. We'll need it. You assume I'm carrying Egyptian currency? I assume you'll figure something out. Talia met them at the street several minutes later, bottled water and several street food bags in her hands. Mixed with the guns on her waist, the picture would have been amusing. Would have, except the weaponry kept armed eyes on them. They'd have to keep convincing skeptics that they were the heroes. Well, at least her father had plenty of experience in that area. Eve found them a taxi van, a rounded white rumbler that sparkled from a recent wash. Its driver played a bopping song on the radio and appeared unfazed at the gear climbing into his vehicle. When Eve delivered the pyramids as the destination, the man nodded, forced his way off the curb and into traffic. So far, so normal. Except Veronica shared the back seat with her father, a man declared dead months ago. For once tasked with nothing more than sitting and staring, Veronica took a good look at her dad. Familiar stubble, waved hair thick enough to ward off future balding, and eyes that should have worn glasses. Yet her father seemed serene. He'd given Thalia back her phone, a leaving of tech Veronica would have put out of his possibility before his experience. Hey, she said, opening the conversation. Up front, Eve and Thalia were chatting with the driver about possible stops for ammo, supplies. A private moment then, in the back. This is pretty incredible, isn't it? Beyond anything I could imagine, her father replied, giving Veronica a warm smile. The kind he used to have for her when she was a girl and he wasn't yet made billionaires lists. I should have been dead, but now here I am in a taxi. Amazing. Still sarcastic, Dad? Without humor, is life worth living? Veronica laughed, then glanced toward the taxi's matted floor. I wasn't sure it was not long ago. When I went to the Grove to find you, I wasn't expecting to. And I wasn't expecting to leave. Owning a tech company was that bad, huh? I'm not you, and everyone knew it. They let me play pretend, deliver a few speeches. I spent the rest of the time with a pistol at my back in the hands of a killer. That prompted more questions, a back and forth at once alien and familiar. A father and daughter broken, but beginning to come together, to find one another. It was so real, so possible in that back seat that Veronica almost wanted to believe it could be true. The clock could be unwound, they could fly home, and she could return to school the same as it ever was. The daydream died when Eve and Thalia hopped out at a strange store, the driver idling the taxi. Thalia called back that they were getting supplies. Her father reached out, put a hand on her shoulder, started to get up and out of the taxi. "Where are you going?" His eyes sparkled. There was no smile. "I need a phone, Veronica. We both do. Then it's time to make the calls. When you claim the crown, the world's going to kneel." Myra's whipsaw continued, and it had long since stopped being fun. She'd gone from Ezra's partner and castaway assigned to a dead-end case following mythical people transcending time and space to bop assassins, regimes, and other catastrophic idiots on the head, to parsing the single greatest revelation in human history. Her role there lasted mere months before it had been transferred to the more pliable, more violent McNichols, and she'd found herself punted to the curb. Again, and also ran. Now, a little vigilante mission later, here she was, standing side by side with McNichols as he delivered, via video conference, the news that an 18-year-old girl had been crowned Lord of Humanity by a power-mad alien. No amount of coffee could handle such turmoil. Vodka might be up to the task, but Myra staved off that urge. One did not gulp down shots when conversing with world leaders, and nearly all of them were listening in. The Grove and the Cutters had moved beyond one country, and in the fashion of doomsday tales since time immemorial, Earth had united to face the golden-furred creatures romping across the planet. "Repeat that, please," said a soft-spoken man. His accent marked him as French, and it took a few seconds for Myra to find him in the vast collection of square faces staring back at them. "You say this alien has chosen a leader for us? Without our input?" "Affirmative," McNichols replied, the man choosing to hide approximately none of his contempt for Peffet's choice. "It's not good." "What choice do we have?" asked someone else, the same question Myra had been pondering this whole time. "If they're powerful enough to wipe us out at their whim, don't we have to obey?" Examples rattled off in counter from all around the chamber. Revolutions and rebellions, both violent and peaceful, against purported unbeatable powers. But the final suggestion at the end, by which point Myra had gone through another 2 cups of strong, dark stuff, held to violence alone. The detonation that had been attempted and failed twice so far. "No doubts this time," McNichols said after, talking to Myra as they headed to their respective rooms in the co-opted hotel. "A single operative willing to risk his life for his planet. Drop the device and detonate it." He spoke the words in a zombie-like tone, as if wondering how he hadn't decided the same himself. "Clear and obvious." "I was there, McNichols. I heard the order." "I should have done that." "What, given your life? Blown up the Grove?" Myra eyed him as they walked on bland carpet meant for business travelers, not soldiers deciding the planet's fate. Quaint plant pictures and abstract landscapes on the walls seemed woefully at odds with reality. "Don't you have a family?" McNichols. An affirmative. Still didn't look at her. "Missed your hero moment? Is that what you think?" Myra cursed at nothing, everything. "Pick a better way. One that gives your kid a father." That better way came fast. A runner caught up to them in the hallway, just as they reached their respective rooms. A frantic shout, new orders. "Pack their bags, quick!" They'd be sleeping on a plane. Dawn broke as the pair reached Oakland's airport, and the jet waiting to take them. And some more commandos, towards the new objective. One Myra couldn't exactly believe, but then Christopher Pline's face had been right there. So had Thalia, Eve, and Veronica. Posted up by some Egyptian kid talking about how the quartet appeared from thin air with guns and moxie. Coupled with McNichols' briefing about Veronica's grand purpose, the new orders were simple enough. Get there and get them. Egypt's own special forces were already on it, and if luck held, Veronica would be in a holding cell by the time Myra and McNichols landed. Then would come the trickier part, getting the Peffit's device from Veronica's hands. By any means necessary. You understand what I'm saying? Myra's text flew into the ether, bouncing signals around the world to Thalia's phone. She'd sent the messages one after another, a flurry jumped into with both feet once she'd settled on the choice. If Earth's governments wanted to blow the Grove to hell, they could do that. But not before the cutters were neutralized. If Veronica had the tools to do that, then she needed to be left alone. After, when the invaders were dead, Veronica could be handled. You're telling me we're in trouble. A deadpan Thalia reply. Myra threw back a thumbs-up emoji, then settled back into her bench seat. A large jet, with a hold for carrying their equipment, not a passenger plane with copious comforts. She curled up as best she could as McNichols chatted with the commandos. The engines spun up. The plane began to move. I'm telling you, Thalia, that the whole world's going to be hunting you. Hide. That Thalia wouldn't was obvious. That Myra couldn't do a damn thing more was equally so. The coffee was already wearing off, and despite the poor comfort, she figured sleep would hit soon. Good thing, too, because there'd be none where they were going. Chapter 11. Trapping History. Her body, wrapped in the Zinwi's haphazard shift, burned in the hot sun, and Jaycee, on one knee after her jump through the portal, embraced it, wallowed in it, ignored the curious voices all around her speaking in a language she didn't know, but could, thanks to the Grove, understand, and reveled in it. Months beneath the stone had left her pale and starved for the sun, and now here it was. She kept her eyes closed, did nothing for a good minute. Home. Somehow she'd made it home. Are you all right? How did you get here? The question rose over the other babble, coming as it did with authority. Curious authority, but solid nonetheless. The asker, when Jaycee looked up at him, wore a navy uniform with a badge on the chest. What is your name? She answered his questions one by one, slipping in her own requests for water, for fresh clothes into the mix. Took it slow to buy time, reminding herself how conversation with other humans worked. The officers understood enough English to get her to her feet and on the move. Their plan had been simple. Pop into Cairo, find a phone and call Thalia or Eve. From there, tell Veronica she could chill out, badge back, and they'd find a friendlier way to bring Earth into the intergalactic fold. Telling that plan to the military man with her now would be madness. The officer guided her from the crowds to a guardhouse near the old Citadel's gates, what was now a makeshift command center. They had water there, but not the clothes. They had questions. She had few answers. She asked for a phone. They declined to give her one. There was a group like you. They appeared from nowhere, the officer said, as Jaycee tried to come up with a more desperate way to ask. They were armed, and they left before we could stop them. They put her in a chair, asked for and found a physician among the crowd to do a cursory examination. Jaycee brushed off anything more than a pulse, then a look. But that was enough. The man declared Jaycee dehydrated, but not in imminent danger. A flag raised, next steps cleared, and before she could ask what was going on, 2 new officials dragged her into a waiting car. Any protest wilted when Jaycee sat in the seat. Not fancy leather, but easy fabric. A shut door, a seatbelt, and a slow ride through traffic. Air conditioning, and a lack, in the moment, of imminent death. Amazing how it felt to just live. Details about the day, where she was, sank in during the car ride. Between sips from a water bottle, cool and filtered, Jaycee registered the fading sunlight. Late afternoon, then. The two officers in front kept up the conversation, asking Jaycee where she lived, how she'd come to be in Cairo.
Vacation gone bad,
Was her answer. The one she'd workshopped with Fade in the minutes before she walked through the portal.
Cutters ruined everything.
The chat thawed the atmosphere. She tried a laugh. Played up the vulnerable young girl look. Not one she was good at, but through the eyes in the rearview mirror, held promise. Time, maybe, to try again.
Do you think I could call her, my friend? Please, she's in the city somewhere, and she'd be able to answer your questions too.
Before, the answer had been no. This time, perhaps stymied by their own interrogation, the officer in the passenger seat, an older man with tobacco on his breath, handed over his own mobile. Jaycee punched in the number, let it ring and ring, until Thalia's curious voice picked up the other side.
Who the hell is this?
Thalia asked, and in the background, Jaycee could hear the call of car horns and Eve's cursing.
Your favorite taco night, buddy,
Jaycee said, and about burst into tears at the words. She'd made it back. She'd made it to Earth, to home, or close enough, and hearing Thalia's surprised, delighted shout on the other end had her believing things were going to be okay.
Jaycee,
Thalia was saying.
We're going to the Great Pyramid. Veronica's going to draw in all the cutters, like all of them. They come running, we slaughter them.
That sounds dangerous. Yeah, but the cutters spawn like rabbits. We don't get a full wipe, they'll keep coming. Wait, what is this number? Are you here? Cairo? Jaycee dished the details, her dad's disappearance. Damn, okay. You get yourself to a hotel, or stay with those police, somewhere strong and secure, because this city is about to be ground zero for the biggest extermination the world's ever seen. Thalia stopped as Eve said something Jaycee couldn't catch.
Eve's making a good point. We need to give these guys a heads up. They should evacuate, fortify, or something.
Jaycee flicked her eyes ahead. The police car was fighting through packed streets, traffic, pedestrians. She didn't know how a city emptied out, or what it would take to get Cairo's leaders to believe them. But it wouldn't happen soon.
They won't listen to me,
Jaycee said.
You don't need to do this.
I know. We'll figure something out. Take care of yourself, Jaycee. Get a place to hide. I'll find you when it's done. The phone clicked off. The officer asked a question, some of the words not getting through, the Grove's effects wearing off. So she went with a word she knew, a universal one. Pyramids, Jaycee said, then pantomimed a shooting motion. That's where they're going. The officer nodded, gave an order to the driver, and took back the phone. Place to call. Jaycee sat back, doing the opposite of Talia's suggestion, being the fruit basket. Stop Veronica from alienating her own planet. Worth it, right? Maybe the officer sympathized because the car jumped forward. Its siren wailed as the driver forced the vehicle through narrow gaps in traffic. People along the roadside scrambled away, and Jaycee was certain more than a few would have been smashed, if not for luck. The officer in the shotgun seat barked out advice, telling the driver to turn here, head there, swerve this way, mixing it all in with curses. Jaycee braced herself and noticed, as they broke onto a larger thoroughfare, that people were running. Towards them, but not trying for the officers. Panicked faces glanced behind, in the direction they were driving, towards an expanding dust cloud obscuring the highway. "Cutter," said the officer. "Keep going." Thudding clacks echoed overhead, and Jaycee searched out her window to catch a glimpse of the helicopter streaking in. Ahead, the cutter sprang from its own disaster, catching an apartment building's side. Mortar crumbled as the claws dug in, the cutter climbing up. The driver kept the vehicle moving, weaving through abandoned cars. A sharp whine rose over the sirens and panicked yelling, leaking through the window. Bullets streamed in from the helicopter, lighting up the building's side and tracing a path to the cutter. The creature jumped, a fantastic push, sending it flying through the air. Jaycee leaned forward, forgetting her brace to stare, along with the officers, through the car's bleary windshield as the alien soared towards the helicopter. Its bone claws extended as it twisted, the pair reaching out for the craft. The gunner found their mark at the same instead, the fiery lines biting into the cutter, stalling its momentum. Not enough. The bone claws clipped the helicopter's landing skid, gripping it for a moment before the cutter, shredded, fell to the street below. The split-second grapple whirled the helicopter around, sending the craft spinning into the same apartment building the cutter had gouged before. Gas ignited, a fireball expanded, and Jaycee ducked down behind the seat as shrapnel hit the car. Hard rain and, beneath it, the officers' somber prayers. "Get out," said the driver when the debris finished falling. "We walk." With their guns drawn, one constantly on his radio, the pair escorted Jaycee ahead through the mess. Glass crunched with every step. Dust muted the sun, and Jaycee's coughing escorted her along. She drank her water bottle, coughed more, and repeated the cycle until they cleared the cloud. To her left, at its edge, lay the cutter's massive, obliterated corpse. Looking at its fuzzy form, Jaycee realized what had been dust had, in part, contained the creature's seeding fur, too. Would she spawn a cutter in her gut? She shivered that thought away. Nothing Jaycee could do about it now. Instead, ahead, rising like a golden arrow in the twilight, were the pyramids. Her friends, and perhaps the end of all this, waited there. Jaycee, with the officers, began to run. When Christopher Pline found another phone for himself, one of the first things he'd do is download his oldest photos. Not of himself, but of Veronica when she was a baby, a toddler. Before the Silicon Valley billions, before his ascent, before his life became consumed with so many things that didn't really matter. Sitting in the taxi with his daughter, Christopher kept those memories, those thoughts to himself. Veronica was worried, overwhelmed. She'd been chosen by a god to do something no human ever had. The closest was likely Genghis Khan, perhaps Alexander the Great, and neither needed to fight off an alien threat to earn their laurels. It wasn't fair that Veronica had to face all of this, and it wasn't fair of him to put her in this position. The remedy was obvious. He'd pave the way for her, take the spotlight until she was ready for it. Pifit would understand. The alien wanted humans to achieve enlightenment, and that certainly wouldn't happen with a young woman at the proverbial wheel. An experienced hand, a confident one, and a father willing to give it up when the time came. "You're not alone," Christopher said to his daughter. "I know I've been telling you a lot. I know you've been through more. But I'm here now. I've got you." Veronica blinked, frowned out the front windshield. The Great Pyramid sat in clear view, the traffic thinning, people clearing the streets. A moment ago, an explosion had risen far behind them, its cause unknown, but enough to cause panic. Fortunate for them. "Dad, I was alone, and with this, I think I always will be." When she was so small, Christopher would take her to the office, put her up on his shoulder, and run her around the hallways before setting her down with a movie while he put in the hours. Always more hours. Eventually, he had assistants to entertain her. Eventually, he would go days without seeing his daughter. But in the slow moments, like now, those memories would come back. "Wrong," Christopher said. "I know it sounds cliched, but your mother and I are always with you. In memory, if not in other ways." He tried an authentic grin, an odd expression after so long with a salesman's gleam. "Besides, with Pefit's help, we might never die. Then, we'll always be together." A bit creepy, that phrase. He'd need to workshop it for the broader pitch. The honey to entice the rest of the world. Enough goodies to make people forget a nebulous freedom they never really had anyway. "Now," Christopher went on, as Veronica gave him a dubious look. "Let's dig in. What's your first move?" Move? Here it was. The chance he lived for. The opportunity to deliver his bountiful expertise to the masses, or at least his daughter in the backseat of a grungy taxi. Surroundings aside, Christopher took Veronica's one-word question and turned it into a soliloquy, a digression on power, manipulation, and love. It roiled and tumbled while the taxi drove, a rumination fermented in the grove's creamy vastness pouring forth now, and Veronica took all of it in. "In other words," Veronica said, as the taxi ventured onto a highway, "promise everything, then adjust expectations while blaming others for costing people their dreams?" Sounds cynical when you put it that way. I am cynical, Dad. But I think I get it. We don't know what Peffet's actually going to give me, or what we'll do, but we need the world to listen to me. So, here's all the miracles you could ever want, right? Perfect. She sounded so glib, so uninterested in the strings that would be hers to pull. Pline, like a fencer seeking a way around a skilled opponent's parries, fished for another tactic, only to see Veronica turn away. The window and Cairo's cityscape, apparently, offered a more fulfilling distraction than her own father, one she'd fought so hard to get back. He would have been offended, save the change in position revealed Peffet's trick. Stuck snug in a pouch tied to Veronica's belt. A light blue, egg-shaped thing. No idea how it worked, but he'd figure it out. He always had. "You have a plan for when we get there?" Talia asked from the front. "Or are you thinking we just charge a pyramid like a bunch of rogue tourists and see what happens?" "They'll shoot us is what'll happen," Eve added. "No, they won't," Christopher replied, reaching towards the device. Veronica watched his hand like it was a snake aiming to bite. "We'll turn this on, and the cutters will keep them busy." "Won't they be trying to kill us?" "I'm sure you're up to the task." Whether Eve was up to the task or not increasingly seemed immaterial. Her part in this disastrous play had gone from leader to wingman, and now she was, what, hired gun? Flak to throw in front of the enemy? Desperation had led her back into this game, and now seemed ready to drop her out of it. Thalia had secured more rounds for the machine pistols, a few smoke grenades and non-lethal sonic poppers. The sort of grab bag one might use if you were going up against corner store gangsters and Sunday street shooters. Hardly enough to withstand a cutter onslaught, much less one that might last for days, and they both knew it. "We'll have reinforcements," Thalia said to her, dismissing Pline back to his daughter after the man's not-so-subtle tap at the beacon. "My uncle has friends around here." "Cairo?" "Well, Eastern Europe, South Africa. You know those aren't anywhere close, right?" Thalia shrugged. "I'm trying to work miracles here. Besides, once the cutters appear in swarms, you have to assume the military's going to come to play." "Do we assume that?" "Are you going to help, or just bounce my words back at me?" "Sorry." Eve drummed her fingers on her thigh as the pyramids grew larger, the taxi getting close. "This is all so chaotic." "Eve, we killed the gardener, remember? Chaos is the new game." "I'm not a fan." Thalia pulled her machine pistols out, one by one, checking their rounds, their condition. "Way I see it, I'm here. Figure we light it up as best we can, maybe show Earth how to save itself. And if it doesn't work, you badge us out and we see if the Grove can make a decent margarita." Eve laughed. "A margarita?" "That's right. And tacos. Because if Earth's going to hell, I don't want to live somewhere that can't give me good guacamole, a salted rim, and tequila worthy of the name." "Your priorities, Thalia, could use some work." The look Thalia gave Eve then held no jaunty light. had a hard edge to the woman's wrinkles, the hair that hadn't had a proper shower in days. She looked every bit the exhausted warrior as she spoke. My life's been torn up by alien bastards, and I'm about to get thrown in front of a whole lot of them. It's going to hurt. What I need is a reason to pull these triggers, because right now, I don't have much. She looked at the barrel, black and shimmering from the grove's endless repairs. Right now, that's a lime, some liquor, and a stuffed tortilla. Is that enough? Oh yeah, let's blast those fuckers. Up close, the pyramids earned their reputation. Eve had seen them before. Being able to gallivant around the globe between assignments was a major Raker perk. But in the early evening, with the threat of imminent battle looming, their battered majesty evoked something more. A metaphor for humanity? Or was that too on the nose? Eve debated that as they ditched the taxi, joined the scattered batches of tourists and armed guards along the flat, sandy walks. The Sphinx, ever its inscrutable self, caught gold and shadows alike. While the guards seemed tense, the comings and goings of everyone else happened with laughter, casual chatter about dinner options, and musings about the wonders so close at hand. It was, for a world under siege, so normal as to make Eve twitch. "What would you expect?" Pline said, as they formed up together. "Humans continue. No matter how many cutters there are, life goes on. Until taking a step outside promises instant death, you'll still see people coming here. That instant death's going to be here real soon." Thalia nodded at Veronica. "Ready?" "No, but every minute we wait, the cutters are going to get worse. Let's go." The Great Pyramid's base had its own crowds, ones the group avoided by walking around to the far side from the structure's entry. A little funny that Veronica's goal, to get as many admiring eyes on her as possible, led to the innocuous approach, but Eve was fine avoiding the wrong attention. A breeze sent sand skittering by, the dry heat cooling with every minute as the sun dipped lower. Sweat, for once, wasn't caking Eve's skin. Thalia suggested a quick photo, a memento before the insanity began. "Smile, heroes," Thalia said, putting Veronica in the center, her dad to the right, and Eve on the left. "Last shot before the alien hordes attack. Make it a good one." Thalia's head peeked around the phone. "Eve, you can smile, you know." She tried. It was hard. "Okay," Thalia continued, post-picture. "Our police pals down here won't like us scrambling to the top, but if my frenzied research while we rode here was right, they probably won't chase us. That means we'll be able to get up there and get the party started." "What'll happen to all these people when the cutters come?" Veronica asked. "They'll figure it out," Pline replied. "They'll be evacuated as soon as the first cutters sighted coming this way," Eve clarified, shooting a glare at Pline. The man was about as callous as anyone she'd met. He and Lode would have been perfect for each other. "Unless there's a few dozen cutters close by, I wouldn't be worried." She spoke the words, knowing human lives were yet again being put in a calculus. Thalia could call in a bomb threat or something similar to get an early evacuation, but that might bring snipers or a more aggressive defense. Getting the beacon up top, allowing Veronica her moment to preach Peffet's gospel to the world, those were the objectives. Then, once the cutters arrived, the calls for help could go out. Would have to. Eyes met eyes, and without preamble, Thalia said, "Go." Eve took the lead, scrambling up the pyramid's crumbly stone side like it was a poor staircase. The stones weren't level, had been worn away, but careful placement let her go at a good clip. Veronica and her father followed apace, drawing Eve's regular checks. She'd expected a long climb, even an ordeal, but after 10 minutes she put her hand near the top. She twisted, sat down. Below, already, police were gathering and pointing up at them. The wind whipped more up here, the sand fogging Cairo's sprawling lights all around. One cluster to the east, Eve noticed, already had a swirl of blues amid a thick dust cloud. What had happened there? Guess we're not getting out of this one now, Veronica said, reaching Eve's side. Congratulations, Dad. Your kid's a criminal. Good thing you're about to be the most powerful person on the planet, Pline said. Now, secure that beacon. Thalia, your phone? Veronica glanced at Eve, as if to ask whether this, here, was what they'd come for? Whether they shouldn't take their badges and run. Eve only nodded. Soon the beacon rested in its pouch near the pyramid's top, in no danger of rolling off. Thalia, several steps below, pulled out her machine pistols and laid them on the stones, ammo alongside them, ready for war. Chapter 12. New gods, old gods. He landed on his back, on hard rock. Not the white, pure stone in the grove, but mottled and dark. Blasted, almost. The cream had disappeared. Overhead shimmered starlight, blurred by a glassy barrier. The curve led down to the rock, and inside it, creating a bubble as large as a baseball diamond, though more oval. Spread throughout, in neat rows, were dozens and dozens of small nodules, each about the size of his palm, and glowing a milky white. Care to guess what these are? Peffet said, a croaking, rubbery sound. If these are cutter eggs, I'm gonna slap you, Fade said, turning around, an action that sent him spinning until he planted a foot to stop it. Low gravity indeed. What the hell? I thought I was smarter than the masters of the universe, Peffet said, pointing a clawed hand at the glowing nodes. But they hadn't told me all their secrets. What, they're all stuck in those things? A whole bunch of baby gardeners waiting to be hatched? Peffet turned one of its big, goopy eyes towards him, but said nothing. Instead, Peffet crouched, its skin cloak fanning out behind it, and tapped one of the nodes with a claw. I believe these are graves. If they're anything else, I cannot find evidence. There are no meters reading out vital signs, no mechanism by which to open them, and even if there was, the creature would be so small. The gardener was large. It said it was the last. The gardener said a lot of shit, Peffet. Don't think we can trust it on much. I'm inclined to believe it more than you. The alien straightened. I've spent months exploring the grove, learning how to work its magic, of which there is much. Most of it, though, seems tainted with boredom, a lack of will. It's as if the gardener, or others of its species, would start on some initiative only to grow tired of its challenges and discard it, unfinished. So, like most of what I do? Here we are at the beginning of the most advanced beings to ever live, and you make jokes, Fade? The man scratched his nose. We all cope differently. No wonder your daughter seeks to escape you at every turn. Hey now. Peffet gave a watery and went back to his explanation. The cube chambers, the vast creamy void with its captives, were all attempts to cultivate a more enlightened universe. Learn more about its inhabitants, to mold them in the gardener's preferred image. The stone tower, the audience tables, the portal, those were just the latest in a millennia-spanning series of attempts to bring the universe to a higher state of being. At the end, I think, the gardener finally lost patience. The others of its kind must have done so long before. It allowed itself to experience the one thing still unknown to it: death. Which leaves us where, exactly? Fade asked. Owners of a bunch of pocket dimensions and toys that could, if we mess up, annihilate everything? Possibly. The gardener must have known what could happen, that the cutters or another species might do the same. So it didn't care. You humans have gods, yes? Religion? All sorts. In any of them, do the gods become ambivalent? Uninterested? Do they disappear and leave their worshippers forever? Fade laughed, a sound that bounced around the dome in a reverberating echo. He kept his eyes on Peffet now, on the rock at their feet. Looking outside into the vast infinite was sending him spiraling. If humans were meant to gaze at this interstellar majesty, he wasn't.
Wouldn't be much of a religion if they did, Fade said.
That, though, is what happened here. We have been left, Fade, by a god to fend for ourselves. I thought I could take its place, but I don't think I can. Not alone. Fade snorted. I'm the last person anyone wants as a god, Peefit. But if you want some muscle to help make the grove function again, well, I have your back. Have my back? I'd rather. It's a saying, Peefit. Means I'll help you. Damn. Ah, good. Then let me tell you my idea. Fade waved an arm at the galaxies spiraling around beyond. I'm game, but how about we go somewhere less cosmic? Unless you want me to decorate these little graves with my guts. One does not walk a straight road to fight aliens. A career dead end placed onto a team tasked with securing the most important device on the planet. Myra wanted to feel whiplash. Mostly, as she and McNichols boarded the jet that would take them halfway around the world, she felt like collapsing. They'd delivered the debrief, answered questions, dealt with incredulous stares and swears, all before ending up at what really mattered: Veronica's device. If such a thing could really turn the Cutters from a growing menace into, well, nothing at all, then that needed to be in the hands of anyone else. An 18-year-old girl with dubious allegiances, who'd spent the better part of a year wandering an unknown alien world, was not the person to entrust with Earth's survival. Frankly, said one commando in the assembled group, I don't understand how this alien gave it to her in the first place. Control, said another. She'll be on its string, doing its bidding. That was the point, yes, but Myra didn't bother saying so. The group already had its conclusion, and soon enough, she and McNichols were being sent off again. This time with the apologetic reasoning that, since they knew Veronica, they might be able to secure the device without splattering the girl across the pyramids. Myra rubbed her forehead as she took yet another seat on yet another military aircraft. Those ancient stone tombs might make some sense if Veronica styled herself a god like old mythology, coming to deliver humanity from its disaster. But could a girl with social media profiles, a classy Bay Area apartment, and a closet filled with designer clothes really pass as a deity? Of capitalism, perhaps? You know, McNichols said, strapping in for takeoff next to her. They again sat on the sides of a jet loaded with gear, other members of the team, including their old comrade Hex, again filling out the craft. When this is all done, I'm going to relish the laundry. The laundry? Folding it. My kids, my wife's, mine. It's the chore I own. McNichols leaned his head back, closed his eyes. Visions of shirts and socks dancing in his head. Steady, pleasant progress. Most chores get you that, Major. Not babysitting all of you. Myra. If you've been our babysitter, you've done a terrible job. Haven't been fired yet, though. Figure that's coming. The end of all this, one way or another. That had been the other declaration from the debrief. Earth had given up on the Grove. The gardener and its mystical home had caused enough harm to humanity. A new mission, with one of the few remaining badges, was being prepped. Another bomb, this time with no ambiguity. Bigger, dropped in, and turned on. The commando would have 5 minutes to race to the portal and jump through, maybe back to Earth, maybe somewhere else. That there'd been a volunteer for such a suicidal mission wasn't surprising. Myra had met plenty in the service that would be happy becoming a legend. She wasn't one of them. She wanted cases, criminals, a steady beat of problems to solve. The bomb might get her back to that. Knock Veronica off her delusional course, obliterate the aliens, and in a few days' time, Myra might find herself waking up to coffee, a new case file, and a daily grind. What a wonderful thing that would be. Chapter 13. Deliveries. On the whole, her deal to lead humanity was unacceptably vague. In the moment, stuck between her father and a deity, in a realm far off from home that resembled coffee creamer, Veronica had taken what was offered. The details would get worked out later. Except, had Peffet actually said that? What would serving the whims of an interstellar dictator actually look like? Monday morning meetings? Status reports? Psychic commands telling Veronica to lay waste to whole countries or regions? Muddling through these issues served to pass the time atop the pyramid. The egg-like beacon had been tapped, and Veronica had checked twice now, and her father 3 times, to make sure the thing was on. The cutters ought to be pouring in, but so far Cairo's evening remained calm. Tourists continued to mingle at the pyramid bases, and a few police had stationed themselves at the bottom of Veronica's chosen monument, no doubt expecting an arrest as soon as their quartet descended. It was, in a way, like waiting for a test to start, or a board meeting's kickoff. She'd had enough of those for a lifetime, even though Veronica had only served for less than a year between her father's disappearance and her own spirit walk through the grove's dark secrets. Her father passed the minutes securing Veronica's various new and necessary social media identities. He'd already pulled in his old communications team and, thanks to Talia's phone, had them working hard on putting together a campaign. Veronica's image would be polished and thrown out to the world, an onslaught nobody would miss. Every politician would feel pressure from the impossible promises only she could keep. Heaven on earth, so long as you accept her leadership. But again, there was that brass tacks, the specifics. What did acceptance mean? How would... Closing her eyes, Veronica took a slow breath, then asked Eve, who sat in a cross-legged yoga pose on her own stone, where the action was. Cutters are fast, but they're not flyers, Eve said. They'll be running, swimming, and climbing this way. If the beacon's working and they take straight routes here, that might lead them through cities into military engagements. There's a million things that could interrupt their journey. So how long are we talking? Thalia asked. Because I'm getting hungry and tired. Already on that, her father replied. We're getting delivery. To a pyramid? We have a Cairo office and drones. We'll have dinner flown up to us within the hour. Veronica glanced at her dad, who'd already turned back to his phone. He spoke like this was some sort of jaunt, a quick and easy task to complete. Then again, he was smart. He'd accomplished a lot. Maybe Veronica should sit back, wait for some hot food and a clean, gradual slaughter. Hold on, Thalia again. She was sitting up, peering forward and down through the dark. See that? Coming from the right, over there? The cutter marked its trail in broken power lines, car crashes, dust clouds from streetlights not yet dark. Still a ways from the pyramids, the inexorable progress, followed by a blue light swarm, suggested the beacon was working. Veronica looked around herself, hunting a weapon and finding none. Let them handle it, her father said, his eyes barely moving from the phone's glowing screen. Once we're all set up, we'll bring you live. Then you just look confident while everyone else does the shooting. I've also had my staff get in touch with local police and security operations. Reinforcements are on the way. Bankrolled by yours truly. Humanity saved by a billionaire, Thalia muttered. Perfect. There's another, Eve said, ditching her serenity and taking a walk around the pyramid's top. Coming from the west. Look like 2 of them in tandem. They're knocking through a whole neighborhood. They're slashing the streetlights as they go. Smart. So the beacon doesn't make them mindless? Damn. That would be too easy, Thalia. The gardener doesn't do easy. Of course not. We all know that subjecting people to trauma and difficulty, risking their very lives, carves out the best futures. I'm saying this is the best the gardener can do? Crossing time and space, bending physics, granting infinite life with its grove, and its solution is violent mass slaughter? Sounds like you need to take a deep breath, her father said, setting the phone down and stretching out his legs. Peffet has its own agenda. Sure, but it'd be nice if it didn't suck so much. On that point, Veronica agreed. She also did as her father suggested and sat back. Below, the cutters drew closer. Muffled calls rose from the grounds as shadows in streetlights and the glows from phones showed tourists evacuating. Not that most had anywhere to go, with taxis fleeing faster. Bodies streamed like frantic ants, pouring onto roadways and along paths. Some ran directly towards the cutters, not seeing where the threat came from.
Thalia,
Veronica said, "Can I have one?"
one what? A candy bar?
You have a candy bar?
I wish. What do you want?
A gun. Thalia, her philosophical moment gone, gave Veronica another appraising look. A measuring Veronica was used to from her father, who always gave off an air of faint disappointment after every inspection. Thalia, though, offered a curt nod, and, after checking the safety, tossed her one of the 4 machine pistols. Veronica caught it. Remember the kick. Hold on with both hands. Don't pretend you're in a movie where the bullets will fly everywhere. Aim, fire a burst, repeat. A trigger, a barrel, and a magazine. Load A and 0 Point, on her demand, had brought Veronica to the range enough times to give her confidence. She'd argued it relieved stress. She'd done it so she could put a bullet in the gardener's head. Makes sense, Veronica said. Since when did you learn how to shoot one of those? Her father asked. Since you disappeared and left me on my own. He didn't have an answer to that, and Veronica didn't go fishing for more. Distractions were everywhere now, not least the sounds of gunfire as the cutters closed in. Police making half-hearted stands, and was that a military convoy with its bright lights on, streaming in? Her dad's drones showed up too, dropping small protein bar packages and canned energy drinks. Not exactly a dinner for heroes, but they all dug in. Send them back for more, Eve said after she took the first bite. We'll be here a while. You sound like we'll be living here, Thalia replied, around a mouthful of oats and peanut butter. Should he order up some toilet paper, sunscreen, an air mattress? We just need to last long enough to convince the world what's happening here. Veronica spoke up. It's like any big movement. Once everyone understands the cutters are coming to this beacon, we can leave. They can, I don't know, bring in the tanks. Below, something exploded. A cutter carving through a police vehicle sitting in its path. The creature nearly made it to their pyramid. The police scattered, some few taking pot shots. Beyond, in the dark distance lit by a rising crescent moon, more dust clouds puffed. Wishes coming true. Let's hope those tanks get here fast, Thalia said, standing, frowning down at the smoldering car fire. Arm up, folks. Think we're about to have our first guest. Nightfall and terror in Cairo's streets made Jaycee frantic. Unfamiliar buildings, sounds, lights, smells, all blended together as Jaycee ran, sneaked, and ducked her way towards the pyramids. She found cover behind cars abandoned by their owners, behind cars honking at their abandoned brothers, and behind cars ramming others aside, all to get away from what was becoming a cutter onslaught. The aliens seemed to be emerging from anywhere and everywhere, running at full tilt towards Jaycee and by her. Their great bone claws and furred bodies didn't move without thought, often jumping over obstacles or simply tossing them away. She saw police, or possibly soldiers, engage one in a moving firefight, and the cutter didn't take the bullets without reprisal.
It flipped a small car at 2 fighters before spearing a third on its long foreclaw and whipping the offender at its squad.
She'd wanted to gasp or cry at that. The damage the cutters inflicted outclassed any movie effect she'd ever seen, and it came with stinging smells, with fluids, with screams enough that had her curling into a dusty curbside until the alien stopped on. The Zinwi hadn't ever put Jaycee on the front lines, and, seeing this, she was damned glad they hadn't. That all this destruction was done with 1, 2, or 3 of the monsters presaged a cataclysm brought when dozens, hundreds, or thousands rampaged around the globe. Maybe she would have been better staying in the grove. Self-pity and fear, though, would only get her so far. She might be filthy, alone, and unclear how to get Peffet's message to the group. Thalia said they were going to the pyramids and hadn't answered her phone since. But lying in the street all night long wasn't going to work. Jaycee pushed herself up, feeling grit beneath her fingernails, sand in her hair, the taste of gasoline from ruptured gas tanks in her mouth. She'd waited and watched while the Zinwi struggled. She couldn't do that again, not here. How many books and movies pushed a teenager to heroism? Why not her? So what if she didn't know what exactly she could do to help? So what if the pyramids still seemed far away, almost invisible in the dark? So what if Jaycee had 0 weapons, had fired a gun once, and had nothing in her possession save a few scratches, some rocks in her shoes, and a plucky attitude? Worlds had been turned by less. She was about to break into another run until Jaycee noticed a large vehicle in the street's middle, having barged its way there by brute force. Massive and armored, it had been the transport for those soldiers the cutter had so swiftly dismantled. 8 tires, each nearly as tall as Jaycee herself, lifted the transport off the cars it ran over. 2 doors open in the back revealed, at her searching look, arms left behind. Rifles, and, if her father's occasional comments were anything to go by, at least 2 rocket launchers. Things Thalia could probably use. The engine rumbled. Left on for a quick getaway, or a snappy pursuit. Jaycee approached the driver's door, a maniacal idea taking shape. She put her foot on the step, reached and pulled the door open. The driver's seat sat empty, waiting for her. A scramble up set Jaycee on firm cloth, a steering wheel big enough around to have its own country facing her. On its right waited a gear shift, with numbers climbing high. This would be a bit different than driving Fade's car around suburban Oakland. But she wouldn't have her dad yelling at her to brake, slow down, or, for God's sake, use her turn signal. The gas pedal worked. A shudder and a revving until Jaycee slipped the great beast into gear, and off she went. 1, then 2 cars vanished beneath her newfound vehicle. Jaycee gripped the wheel tight. A smile slowly crept onto her face as the dead road crunched away. Vast headlights revealed an abandoned, emptying future, a path leading, if she kept on the road, towards those great pyramids, pitched silver in the moonlight. Heroes. She could still be one. Peffet's plan began with an insult. Fade, a human, had no visible claws, wings, or other threats. He wasn't especially tall or riddled with imposing muscle. He couldn't extend grasping vines or exhale poison gas. Peffet considered carbon dioxide too placid in Fade's paltry amounts, which made the human an ideal diplomat. An envoy of sorts, tasked with delivering cutter beacons and a fresh invitation to the Grove to the universe's many species. Equipped with a badge and the Grove's short-lived protection and language translation, Fade would pop into a world, pass along the message as quickly as possible, drop a couple of badges, a cutter beacon, and leave. Then, Peffet said, as the pair stood among the audience tables and the wide stone courtyard, we will begin this process again as a collaborative effort. We will bring everyone together. It won't be perfect, but it will be better than before. Is someone taking bets on that? The squid-bat combo creature squinted its bulbous eyes at him. "Your jokes aren't appreciated, Fade." "Well, that's a bummer, because jokes are about all I've got." Fade looked at the badge on his finger, his old onyx ring still there after all this nonsense. "Okay, let's say I agree. Who's first?" Asking the question prompted both of them to look across the courtyard and count the 15 or so Rakers there now. The collective, covering the impossible Raker slate between physically imposing and physically ludicrous creatures, were taking beacons and weapons for themselves when they weren't recovering from sheer shock. Dropping in and out of stunned conversation with one another, or simply sitting down and staring off into the creamy horizon. Fade recognized the reaction, the stunned affects of huge change, turmoil, and grief. Most of them had lost friends, or, if the Cutters came to their worlds, much more. There wasn't a way to send word the grove was safe, and every Raker here had come from desperation. "We start with the missing ones," Peffet said. "The audience can tell us who's returned since we drove the Cutters from the grove. Then we sort by advancement and work our way down. Restore contact to the most enlightened first."
Why does that make me feel gross?
"Because you're not a monster. But the truth remains, Fade, that many civilizations will not survive, even with our help. The ones farthest along must be preserved." Peffet drew its claws together, wrapping its body in the wings. It looked there like a cartoonish creature from a low-budget horror film, save for the sadness in its slumping, deep blue features. "My hope is that we will build the Rakers back up, and with more, reach more." It made a certain sense, and Fade didn't object as the audience set his first target. The portal spun up, its silver ring showing a world of rock salts and gray, a sky scarred by flashing lightning and black clouds. A lovely place. Would Fade die the moment he set foot there? Struck by some annihilating storm? The audience only used points deemed safe by the world's Rakers, but they weren't human. "So many problems with this plan," Fade muttered to himself. Running the risks used to be a simple calculation. How many goons, how many guns, and how many punches? Where was the exit, and what was the payout? Get to a good number and go. Now, the hero complex was messing with his math, obscuring the goal, being a father to Jaycee. Was the universe worth risking that? Fade half-turned back to Peffet, ready to drop the deal and swap the portal to Earth. He saw the alien engaged with the other Rakers, delivering hope. A single claw gestured towards Fade, and the motley collection of orbs, antennae, flowers, and bristles quivered in his direction. Not just Peffet, then, but so many more looking to him to begin the change. Damn it! The ring held tight on his finger. His escape. If Fade felt the tiniest bit of risk, he'd warp back and forget the whole thing. Until then, he'd make as many drops as fast as he could, and hope Talia would keep Jaycee safe until Fade came home. Chapter 14. Bursts. As alien death swarmed closer, Eve munched on the dry protein bar delivered by Pline's drone, and decided, on the whole, that choosing to be a Raker had been a mistake. Sure, she now stood on a sacred monument, surrounded by guns after experiencing, at various points, the awakening of a new god, a psychotic cowboy, and the excellence of certain Oakland delis, all of which came because Lode decided she merited more than a bullet in her skull. But boy, taking a dog for a walk and following it up with a glass of wine, a mediocre movie, and an early bedtime sounded so nice. For a time, Eve had lied to herself that she could retire, break away and use the Grove's life-extending effects to give herself all she wanted: action and relaxation, stories, and, well, sleep. Now she just sighed and made sure the safeties were off. The overmatched and confused Egyptian military and local police were scattering down below. They'd mounted a solid evacuation, guessing where the cutters were heading, and herding remaining tourists, vendors, and random gawkers away from the alien path. In the dark, the efforts resembled clusters of shifting stars. Eve counted 3 cutters at their pyramid's base. The first 2 had taken heavy fire, and, while Eve couldn't count their wounds or see the blood, they limped their way to the stones. Whether they'd survive long enough to make the climb was unclear. That the third would beat them was certain. The cutter stormed forward in a sandy rush, splitting its slower companions and leaping onto the stones. Scattered moonlight, hampered by clouds, mingled with Cairo's ambient glow to cast the cutter in silver shadow. The clatter of bone claw on stone gave measure to its speed.
Guess we're up, Thalia said, joining Eve and looking down at the alien. Do we go down to greet it? Create some distance for the chosen one?
No, I think we just start shooting. Anything gets past us, Veronica and her father are dead.
No faith in them, huh?
Don't think one of Pline's drones is going to drop a bomb, and Veronica's never shot at a moving target. That Eve knew of, anyway. But the way Veronica's eyes grew big when Thalia tossed the girl a machine pistol suggested the less time her fingers spent on the trigger, the better. So Eve raised her own, dropped to a crouch on the stone, and sighted the cutter. The beast skittered, but a climb was a climb, every stroke requiring the cutter to pull itself up. Eve guessed they had a minute before the cutter was gutting them. 60 seconds, each one filled with a 3-round burst from Eve and Thalia's machine pistols. The cutter had no cover, was advancing straight at them. For aliens that had been so deadly when left to their own machinations, slicing through cityscapes, dark roads, and tall trees, the beacon's call put the cutter in the worst spot. Maybe Peffet was smarter than she thought. The rounds hit the cutter in golden puffs. The alien staggered, flinching back as the spray continued. After 5 bursts apiece, Eve kept a tight count, seeing as the worst spot to be in was under assault with an empty magazine. The cutter rolled back, tumbling down the pyramid without a twitch.
One down, Thalia said, standing. A few thousand to go. If Pliny can airdrop us some ammunition, we might be okay.
As if tempting fate, Thalia had just finished speaking when Veronica shouted,
Another cutter, coming up the pyramid's backside.
Meanwhile, the 2 wounded aliens were mounting their own approach, replacing their dead friend with lunging, haggard leaps up the stones.
Did I speak too soon?
Thalia said, starting to move to the other side.
Or was I just bored?
Eve didn't answer. She shifted some spare magazines nearby, set her sights on the faster cutter of the pair, and waited for it to close. A dog, wine, and a movie. Dreams. Roll with it. Thalia heard Fade saying the words as she took aim at the cutter, apparently unharmed, charging up the pyramid towards her. She'd been rolling with it pretty well, pushing back on the part of her screaming that this was all very much not okay. Then again, that part had been screaming non-stop for the last year, ever since Lode brought the Rakers, the Grove, and all this disaster into her life. Hadn't Eve said that fate had been targeted? The biggest risk to humanity? He'd precipitated all this, so maybe the audience had been right. She fired. 15 rounds zipped out in 5 bursts. The moon was behind Thalia now, as was most of Cairo, so the cutter's climb didn't have decent lighting. Like trying to hit a ghostly spider. Not the kind of thing she practiced, and not the kind of thing that produced results. A few puffs, a blurry lurch, but when her machine pistol clicked empty, the cutter was still climbing. 30 seconds. Thalia popped the clip and let it bounce away, swept another one off her waist, and jammed it into the weapon. Took hold with both hands, sighted on the cutter, and found it missing. No, there. It was scooting around to the right, still climbing the pyramid but at an angle.
Think you're smart, do you? Thalia muttered, tracking the alien. No cover, buddy. You're still dead.
It jumped, those back legs springing high as Thalia's first burst shot out. She saw a couple rounds clip the legs, the golden puffs dancing like snowflakes in the cooling air. The cutter landed several blocks higher, resumed scrambling. A second burst. A good hit this time, right in the bastard's big middle bulk. The thing emitted a keening noise, one she'd heard before. Got you. But the cutter didn't drop dead. Instead, it slammed a bone claw onto the edge of a block, breaking off a chunk. A middle leg swept forward, scooping and launching the piece right at her, a gray missile moving fast. She dove aside, felt rubble splatter as it broke against the pyramid's apex. Veronica shouted some surprised curse. Thalia swiveled back up to her knees, sighted. The cutter was only 3 rows down, those claws rising. 3. 6 more rounds poured into the creature. It swung a bone claw to shield itself, and the claw took the hits, fragments bouncing off as sparks flew, embers highlighting the cutter's bloody center. Its back legs kept moving, and Thalia realized the damn thing was going to get in a strike. So she beat the cutter to it, threw herself forward, used the slope to give her dive distance. She turned as she fell, held the machine pistol steady, and pulled the trigger. Her magazine emptied into the cutter's gut, piercing deep. A mortal wound, if Thalia had any luck. If she did, that luck didn't help her landing. The dodge put her back to the pyramid, and her shoulders hit first, clipping a stone beneath the cutter. The impact flipped her body into a hard roll, her feet banging off the cutter's back legs as she bounced several rows down. Her hands went numb, something popped in her left knee, and the machine pistol flew away into the dark. She cradled her head, drew scratches on her hands and wrists before the momentum died. Almost 10 levels. Blood in her mouth from a bit tongue ran out as Thalia sat up, the blurred world coming back into enough focus to show the dead cutter near the pyramid's apex. The move had worked. Thalia 1, alien 0. She tried to stand, found her knee could handle a wobbly weight. This wasn't the catastrophe she'd suffered in the Grove, but she sure didn't have those magic healing robots here either. A glance confirmed the machine pistol was well and truly gone, too. A problem, as noise down and beyond, shouts and sirens, the crunch of collapsing houses and cars rendered to debris, confirmed more cutters were coming. They'd handled what, 2 of hundreds, and were nearly dead? Thalia coughed into a twisted grimace, started the hobble back up the stones. Help better be coming soon, or Peffet's chosen one would be carved to pieces, and Thalia with her. Devastation had arrived. What had been a brown rock landscape dotted with mossy gumdrops now seemed torn, rent. The air, already inhospitable to human lungs, felt thicker with his every grove-purified breath. Fade could guess why. Stuffed with cutter fur. That the hostile aliens had already coated the Zinwi world so thoroughly to blanket the air with their seeds seemed implausible. But who knew how fast these things could spread? Regardless, the Zinwi would be underground, and there would lie any chance at turning this world around. Peffet had given Fade a chance to salve his honor. Whether anything would come of it. A clacking behind him had Fade sprinting forward. He didn't bother looking back. Without guns, batons, or any real weapons save the beacon in his hand, Fade guessed any brawl with a cutter would end with his pieces spread all across the landscape. Or devoured, which, yuck. All the movies made being digested by a hostile alien seem about the worst way to go. And why put such a thing to the test? A gumdrop loomed ahead, its sea-green shell clustered with golden patches. Were Fade's eyes tricking him, or were some of those patches wriggling? Again, a question he didn't feel like answering. Instead, making sure to splash himself in the sticky pools along the way, Fade smashed right into the gumdrop. It looked like solid rock, and his brain told him Fade was about to pancake his face.
Instead, the gumdrop licked at the goop on his skin, tugged at it as if sucking Fade inward. Which it was. His body vanished inside, wrapped in a tight, cold hug, before being dropped into a gloomy, rocky cave on the other side. The lights lining the ceiling should have sparkled at Fade's arrival, their glow glinting off of the gemstones embedded in the rough walls. Darkness dominated instead, though not pure. If there hadn't been anything, no gasp of light, Fade would have focused on his ring and jumped back to the grove right then. But a dim glow persisted, coming from far ahead, a bare indigo echo making its way here. Signs of life. The Zinwi still fought and survived somehow in their deepest defenses. If Fade could find them, the beacon would force the Cutters to one spot, allow a massed fight while other Zinwi, the young or the wounded, found safety, or, failing that, stood alongside their parents and friends in a final fight rather than get cut down from 1,000 directions. Was it that idea? A legendary sacrifice, a heroic stand that propelled Fade to take the next step along the cavern? It'd be just like him, Fade admitted, taking a shot at the spotlight, at snagging some glory. That's why one became a Raker, right? To be the hero? At least Jaycee would be proud. Jaycee was pretty damn proud she hadn't rolled the giant vehicle. It rocked and bounced as she grounded through the highway, thankfully emptying of cars. Several lit-up police had tried to flag her down, their flailing arms shadows in the dark, but Jaycee kept the pedal down. Defying the law hadn't exactly been her vibe, and her stomach quivered at the crimes she was assembling like some fiendish architect. Hit and run, theft, carjacking, resisting arrest, and what, public endangerment? What were Egyptian laws like anyway? How would she be punished? A prison cell? Or exiled to wander the desert until she died? Okay, that last was ridiculous. The product of a California teenager whose exposure to the world came from stoned viewing of nature documentaries and bad internet memes. Besides, if she had to worry about foreign courts and laws, then that'd mean the world hadn't fallen to the Cutters. A cause to celebrate. Almost as much as the guardrail Jaycee missed, with a hard turn of the vehicle's big steering wheel. Its engine growled as Jaycee juiced it, angry that she'd yet to shift it out of first. Not her fault. Fade hadn't taught her to drive a manual, much less one like this. Instead, she rolled on slow, the speedometer never budging 20 kilometers. But those pyramids were getting close. On her left, Jaycee found her mouth dropping open as she cruised by the Sphinx, its ancient majesty so far left untouched, revealed by the friendly moon. Moonlight, though, wasn't the only thing splashing those great monuments now. Jaycee could see shapes moving on one, big Cutters lurching up the stone sides. Gunfire echoed through the vehicle's windows, rattling both near and far. Puffs rose from the stones around the Cutters as forces on the ground, a growing set of police and military, tried to down the creatures. More Cutters were high on the pyramid, nearing the top. They moved like spirits, jerking and lunging upward. Hurt, maybe near death. Jaycee would be the same if she didn't pick a route. Plunging this thing through armed forces seemed a poor play, so she kept on the highway, trundling past the Great Pyramid's eastern side until its darker south and west came into view. She didn't spy anything there, just a quiet shadow, and sent her vehicle crunching off the road and onto the packed sand. A rumble through patchy greenery brought her onto a side road crawling along the pyramid's west side, and Jaycee let off the gas. Stopped. She soaked in the gunfire, the rapid crackle. Shouts, too, the crisp tell of orders delivered to soldiers under stress. She looked into the back, to the guns and rockets lying there,
enough to equip a squad. Or her friends waiting up at the top. Might be she could deliver more than a message, and she'd always loved a good hike. The reasons why this was a bad idea became obvious as she started up the stone blocks, 2 rifles looped over her shoulders, and a backpack stuffed with several ammo boxes. The stones weren't themselves all that hard, but the added weight made the rough blocks, with bits chipped out, treacherous. She slipped once, twice, and banged the weapons on the rocks. Thalia would be shaking her head. Jaycee looked up, tried to gauge the distance, and saw a cutter not all that far away. It hadn't been there a moment ago, but the huge creature seemed to be skittering around to the side. Jaycee froze, watched as the cutter lunged upward. Bloody puffs burst as it did, and the creature slumped through its jump, crashing into the pyramid's stones and beginning a long, tumbling roll down. Thankfully, the alien went just enough to Jaycee's right that she didn't have to scramble. She did anyway, because where the cutter had been was a form. A very human shadow lying, motionless. That magical cocktail of desperation, concern, and fear spurred Jaycee's legs from one stone to the next, a weaving and haphazard climb that brought her right up to Thalia's body in a few frantic minutes. Blood slipped from a cut along Thalia's head, and the woman groaned as Jaycee made her side. Thalia's eyes flickered open, centered on Jaycee's looming look.
What the hell are you doing here?
Were Thalia's first words to the girl she'd more or less adopted as a daughter, whom she hadn't seen in months, since Jaycee found herself trapped on an alien world.
Where's the cutter?
Very dead. I came to help, Jaycee said, shrugging the rifles into view.
Think these are useful?
Thalia sat up, slow, and took in what Jaycee carried.
Jaycee, you're just like your dad. Random, ridiculous, and wonderful.
Chapter 15. From above. Christopher Pline took the gun from Veronica's hand and set it on the stone. This, despite Eve blasting away 2 levels below, and Thalia's disappearance to the pyramid's other side to slay more aliens. The cutters continued to surge towards the base, engaging with the Egyptian forces in a frenzied brawl. The monsters would be coming up this way soon, which made her disarming curious, and Veronica said so. Let them handle it, her father said, still holding the phone in one hand, angling it up towards his face. You need to sit back. He turned a wan smile on her. This has been hard on you, Veronica. All this pressure. I don't think I realized how hard until just now, but it's not fair for you to bear all this burden. What? I'll talk to Peffet after all this. For now, sit down. Drink some water. Her father bent over, found the egg beacon and lifted it. Veronica didn't understand until he shifted the phone to put the beacon in view. This, my friends, is the secret weapon. Our great tool to destroy the cutters, given to me by our benevolent ally. With it, and your help, we can defeat the cutter's scourge and bring in a new era. Veronica squinted as her father continued talking to the phone. The device must have been streaming, giving Christopher Pline a platform to steal her own future. Cold, acid, fire, the curdling that came with bad sushi all struck her at once. She was Peffet's chosen, not him. Not... He winked at her. Her father, in between calling for anyone who cared about preserving humanity to send aid to the pyramids, where the long battle would be fought, had actually winked at her. As if this was all a joke. Stay tuned to this channel, he continued. I'll be live streaming as I can, and when victory is in our hands, I'll reveal how the world, your world, will change under my leadership. Here's a teaser. No more disease, no more aging, no more death. The dawn of a new, miraculous era is upon us." He gave the phone one more grin, then tilted it down and away. Good thing, because Veronica's slap hit him hard enough for her father to drop the device. "I would have punched you, but this felt more satisfying," Veronica said, as her father, crumpling to a sideways sit on the stone, rubbed his cheek. "I found you. Peffet chose me. It's not your right to take this away." "My right? As your dad, it absolutely is my right to keep you safe, to help you grow into the best person you can be." He waved a hand towards the chaos below. "Even if we slaughter these aliens, who do you think's going to be the target of 100 assassins? Everyone's going to try and put a bullet in my head, not yours." "Oh, so this is self-sacrifice? From you?" Veronica picked up the machine pistol, made sure the safety was off. "I'm not an idiot." "Then let me help you. Let me wear the crown until the hard part's over. Then it's yours." Who decides when the hardest part's over? Her father stood, put a hand towards Veronica's shoulder. She flinched away, drawing a scowl. The man was used to fighting, then getting his way, an unstoppable charm that had put him on 1,000 conference stages, won him a sycophantic corporate board, and made him one of the world's richest men. But it didn't do crap for his daughter. "We'll make that choice together," he said. "When all of this settles down, we can have the conversation. I promise." He turned towards the phone, a more pliable friend. "But we have to focus now, Veronica. Our allies are going to need more help. The world needs to mobilize." "Then ask. Play your game." 2 more cutters were scaling the pyramid, while Eve dealt with a third. A risk to go down, but if Veronica didn't start shooting soon, she was going to lose her mind. "Because you're right. When this is done, we're going to have a talk. One you won't like." She felt his eyes on her back as she started down the stones, but only for a moment. Then the silky speech started again. Christopher Pline, twisting Veronica's world around his finger. The first time Eve killed a man, she'd used a knife. He'd been a British spy, intent on murdering George Washington in his camp. The portal had spat her out into the snowy woods near Valley Forge, and she'd crept through crunching leaves, branches, and panicking animals to the outskirts. The spy had worked his way into the Night's Watch, patrolling near Washington's tent. Whether he'd try to kill the general that night was immaterial. Eve couldn't give him a chance. On the advice from her mentor, who'd disappear nearly 150 years later in Southeast Asia, Eve went in straight, getting close to the spy and walking out towards him. Her outfit, a deliberate choice pulled from Japanese shops on an earlier mission, had the spy questioning his own eyes. That let her get close, let her stick him once, twice, then 3 times. She laid him down on the snow, those wide rolling eyes going slack, then focused on her emerald brooch badge and disappeared. Machine pistols, on the whole, were much easier. The first 2 cutters crumpled under Eve's fusillade. An uphill climb without cover made for a treacherous approach. Down at the base, though, more cutters attacked. They'd adjusted their tactics, too, slashing and breaking the Egyptian forces with rapid assaults. The cutters would jump, dart from side to side, or use their claws to fling stones, bodies, and small cars at the soldiers. The chaos led to blood, which led to more running at Eve. A fresh trio leaped onto the pyramid, spreading out as Eve sighted her first target. She triggered a burst in the golden moonlight. The tint had bronzed as more cutter fur filled the air, and swiveled, sending a second to the rightmost cutter. Some rounds hit, others missed, but the cutters weren't small. Eve needed direct hits on the guts, the brains in the center to take these things out, and those weren't easy. "I'll take the left one." Veronica's voice, cold iron, came. A machine pistol's fire followed it. "You take those 2. What are you doing down here?" Eve went back to the first, already halfway up the pyramid and closing fast. It skittered left and right as she aimed, trying to delay the shots. She sprayed anyway, drew a lurch and a sharp keen. The cutter didn't collapse, but it slowed enough for Eve to dip back to the right. "Dad's pissing me off." A chuckle. Eve could identify with that. Not her own father, who'd died before Eve hit 10, but a mentor, a parental figure going wrong. Story of her life. Well, her life with the gardener. "Hold on to that feeling," Eve said, spraying at the right cutter. 4 rows below meant the shots were almost point blank. They plinked off a bone claw, but the second burst struck true, sent the cutter into a reeling fall back down the pyramid. "We'll need Angry tonight." Veronica's pistol fired a third time, the rounds streaming forth on full automatic. Marl came with them, and Eve spun around to see Veronica's cutter all but on top of her. The machine pistol spat its magazine to empty, the barrage pushing the cutter's attack back just enough for the bone claws to scrape the stone at Veronica's feet, instead of gutting the girl. Eve swung her weapon up, loosed a final burst before clicking empty. The rounds hit the cutter's furry side, burrowed deep, and the creature sagged.
Fall back, now!
Eve, dashing towards Veronica and dragging her up the stones. She didn't have time to grab another magazine from the pile, as the center cutter was on them. Veronica, and Eve pushed her aside, diving to her left as the cutter gashed where they'd been. One of the alien's side legs snapped out and caught Veronica, throwing her down the pyramid. The rest slashed at Eve. Battered, bloodied, sharp, and gold-glinted, the claws filled her vision. On her left, the pyramid stone block kept Eve from rolling. She started to kick right. Too slow. The first pierced her leg, the second her left shoulder, pressure to pain in a hot instant. The third missed Eve's head by a hair, spraying her face with dust. The fourth took Eve's right hand, pinning it through into the ancient rock. Red clarity snapped. The missed claw drew back, ready to correct its mistake. Eve had lost this one, but she wasn't ready to die. Not yet. The emerald was long gone, but a new ruby badge looped around her neck. She pushed past the pain and, as Eve had done so many times before, fled. Christopher Pline put down the phone. Its battery had gone into the red anyway. A second drone delivery was en route with another power pack, and once it arrived, he would continue cementing alliances. It was almost frightening how easy it had been to line up nations, one after another, behind his banner with promises of otherworldly grove tech. His wealthy associates all groveled at Pline's altar, a whiff of defeating death through grove nanobots more than sufficient to reap their support. All in a few hours. Who needed armies to conquer the world when you had miracles on your side? Yet when Pline looked to find his daughter and tell her how he'd erased almost every obstacle in her path to eventual world domination, he didn't see her. Yes, of course he'd noticed her descent with that ridiculous gun in her hands, a show of defiance as every teenager offered up now and again. Eve, that raker, would see Veronica remained unharmed. And if the cutters were, from his glances towards the surface, getting more numerous, that was okay too. Pline had assurances help was on the way from all quarters. "Veronica?" Pline called, standing. A heady exercise, coming to one's feet after staring so hard at a screen. He almost wobbled, but steadied himself. Located Veronica, too, on the eastward face and climbing back towards him. "Are you all right?" She had a look of frozen fear, or perhaps fury. It was so hard to tell with her. Pline stepped down to greet her, gripped her hand, and pulled her up to her feet. "Where's Eve?" he asked, seeing some ominous bloodstains, but no cutter nor raker in evidence. "She went back to the grove," Veronica answered. "The cutter went with her." Either a genius or desperate move. Pline frowned towards the pyramid's base, where another 2 cutters had broken through the defensive line and begun a rapid climb to the top. Far too rapid for his liking. "To the top, quickly. Where's that gun of yours?" "Lost it." Well, that was a problem. Pline himself was no master of firearms, though he'd spent enough range time to know how to pull a trigger. Yet it seemed their machine pistol supply, if not ammunition, had been exhausted. In fact, nothing remained to arm themselves, save a few spare ammo clips. "Talia!" Veronica shouted as they neared the pyramid's top. "Where are you?" "She's right here," came the reply, and a head Pline did not know rose over the top stone. "Care to help me?" Thalia draped over a young girl's shoulders. Who was this one, with rifles and ammo packs draped about her like some runner from a battlefield, eased off to sit on a stone block? Her eyes seemed dazed. A gash on her cheek oozed. "Well, that doesn't look too bad," Pline said. "Surely you've suffered worse in bar fights." "Bar fights?" Thalia asked, rolling her eyes towards him. "Really?" "Hey," Jaycee said, sliding the rifles off her shoulders. Veronica snapped one up, made sure it was loaded with enough familiarity to draw a double take from her dad. "There's more coming, and this, isn't my thing." "I'm on it," Veronica said. "Get Salia right. Eve's gone, so without her, we're screwed." With her, even, they might be in trouble. The two cutters on the east were nearly on them, a fact Veronica illuminated with a hard curse that, back home, would have drawn a stern rebuke. Instead, Pline picked up a grenade from Jaycee's stash and held it aloft. The pin was right there. He could pull it, throw it, and— oh, who is he kidding? Pline wasn't a killer. He'd probably blow them all to bits. Instead, he turned, scaled the last few stones to the pyramid's top where the beacon lay. Veronica opened fire below. Pline picked up the Grove's device, pulled his arm back, ready to throw it off the top. Would it doom their effort? Let the cutters get their claws into it, destroy the last, best hope for humanity to fend off the invasion? Likely, but it would keep them alive. He would have thrown it too, grasped his hero moment, if not for a louder, ear-splitting staccato barrage, a sound Pline knew, and one accompanied by huge puffs of golden fur. Friends had arrived. McNichols was pissed. Their plane screamed towards Cairo, while the Major gripped his phone as if he could choke the life out of it. Myra couldn't identify the voice on the other end, but McNichols' reddening face suggested the information wasn't good. "Parachutes," McNichols barked. "We're changing the mission." In a plane filled with elite operatives, the words sparked a flurry from everyone save Myra, who glanced to her left and right to see professionals slinging on big packs and adjusting their arms with hurried yet calm precision. As if McNichols had asked for a coffee or a swap in the planned presentation order. Myra did nothing, because she sure as hell wasn't parachuting out of a jet like this. Out of any jet, really. Or plane, or object aloft. There were things the FBI didn't require of its agents, and one of those things was an ability to leap out into the air and dive upon a target with guns blazing. At least, Myra assumed that was the situation, and she asked McNichols, no longer glaring at his phone, to confirm. "They're calling in all the cutters, and the aliens are swarming from everywhere," McNichols said. "It's been long enough that the bastards are arriving in big waves, and they're overwhelming our friends." Thalia and Eve? Egyptian security forces. Now Pline's bringing in rogue elements, and I will be damned if we let that pompous ass pretend he saved the world with his money. "So you're, what, going to parachute onto a pyramid and shoot the cutters?" McNichols had a vein along his forehead. It had an entrancing tendency to throb when the Major found himself in a true rage. Myra found herself wondering if it would simply burst then and there. Such an event, while disgusting, would at least keep her from jumping. "That's the goal, isn't it? Eliminate the aliens?" McNichols snapped back, before turning around to grab his own parachute pack from the racks above the seats. Not for the first time, Myra was impressed by how prepared they'd been for anything on this one.
If Pline's right, the cutters are going to keep coming until every last one of them's been blown apart. While that's happening, everyone's mobilizing teams to watch for new infestations. It's as good as we're going to get.
And you get to be the hero. Someone has to be. McNichols clasped his chute pack on, then seemed to see Myra for the first time. Where's your pack, Agent? Definitely not jumping out of this plane, Major. Not in my mission parameters. It is now. You know how to use one of these? Myra. No, and I will not be learning tonight. You will. Because my objective is to hold the pyramid and protect that beacon. Yours is to get Pline and the others out of there. Hex can do it. Hex is going to be killing monsters. McNichols put a hand on Myra. I'll get you down. Keep your weapon. Leave everything else. You're not letting me say no, are you? The Major had no whiff of a smile. Your partner gave his life for this. Honor that sacrifice. Damn it. The jet began a hard descent, enough to force Myra to brace herself. Its speed dropped. The pilot announced a few minutes until they'd reached the drop zone, a feat, he emphasized, that'd be challenging as they didn't exactly have a good landing area. At least, the pilot continued, the Egyptian government had granted approval, so they wouldn't be landing under fire. Just claws. Hex led the jump. The pilot flicked the light green, and the giant aircraft's rear door opened to a deafening roar. The commandos went one after the next, jumping out while a cable deployed their chutes. McNichols explained every step to Myra as she stood before him, buckled to the Major with a few flimsy carabiners and straps. Her hands gripped a rifle and gripped it hard. A hysterical vision of blasting a cutter from the air danced behind her eyes. The last commando was gone. They were up. Go! McNichols shouted, and with a wild scream, Myra went. They flew into the dark sky, few clouds around them. Her stomach wrenched, the freefall coming to a sudden end as the chute deployed. She didn't plummet, didn't whirl for a second in the sky only to flatten herself on the dunes. She had, instead, a view for legends. The pyramids sprawled below, haloed in Cairo's glow, police spotlights and growing fires. Myra figured those last had to be destroyed vehicles or buildings, victims of the cutter's advance. Ahead of them, a 20-person parachute line descended towards the Great Pyramid, around which buzzed a helicopter, one with a single gun on it that blazed here and there. That's the interference, McNichols barked into her ear. We're trying to get it to back off, but the pilot's saying, no way, too many cutters. Then how are we going to land? In the dirt. Then we climb. You mean in the dirt where the cutters are? I mean keep that weapon hot, Myra. You're spoiling the view, Major. McNichols didn't apologize. Chapter 16. Destiny's Trap. The cutters followed orders. Biology's strict demands, evolution's chains. The rigors that had dominated their home planet, wherever that was, now brought to bear upon so many others in what was, Fade reminded himself, an event not of their choosing. The old gardener, the one so disillusioned with its own failures to elevate others, had decided to scatter an invasive disaster across the galaxy. The cutters were chosen because they would not protest, or could not, and they were put on these places to burn and ravage, conquer and destroy. Fade could sympathize with their plight. He could moderate his fear and hatred. But it was pretty rad to see what the Zinwi had done. The silver light he'd gone towards proved to be a killing cavern, a nexus where 6 large tunnels converged into a low, flat space devoid of obstacles, cover, and easy escape. All but one tunnel sat open and inviting, with the last caved in. Fade would have thought the rubble a panic job until several stones shifted,
revealing nozzles covering Fade's approach. They had time, too, as Fade had to pick his way over several dozen burnt, mangled, and obliterated cutter bodies. Golden fur filled the air.
At least the Zinwi weren't morons. Either they recognized Fade himself or understood the human before them wasn't some cutter in a miraculous disguise. A rumbling call rolled Fade's way, sneaking around the barricade. The Grove's dwindling translation gave him little help. Fade and Peffet figured it'd take some good old pantomiming to convey the beacon's effect, so Fade held up the beacon and wiggled it. "This'll help you stop the cutters," he said to the rubble, trying to inject as much helpful neighbor tone as he could. Maybe the tone did it. Maybe the Zinwi were tired, but a gnashing thud echoed from another tunnel to Fade's right. A Zinwi wearing thick body armor, enough to make the creature appear like a great red and black ball, thundered in. Fade held out the egg beacon, and, as the Zinwi watched, he showed the creature how to use it. Fade pointed at the cutter corpses, and then back at the beacon. The Zinwi, implacable and huge, blinked its large black eyes at him. "Well, that's all I've got," Fade said, holding out the beacon to the Zinwi. "You take this, set it up somewhere strong, like behind that wall there, and watch as all the cutters come running. Then, you kill 'em. Bang, you know?" It was really hard trying to be funny, sarcastic, or much of anything when you didn't get any expression in return, like talking to a wall. But the Zinwi did take the beacon, did immediately hit the nose, turning it on. The lumbering alien walked away from Fade, back up its tunnel. Another grind and crack, and Fade was alone again. Even the rubble guns had shivered themselves back into hiding. "That it?" Fade mused to himself. "Mission accomplished?" By the rules of the game, Fade couldn't expect much more. The tech had been delivered, communicated as best as Fade could, and now the Zinwi held their own destiny. The old gardener would have been proud, drawing such a clear line in the sand. You eradicate the alien invaders, congratulations, you get to be part of our fancy secret techno-society. "Gross," Fade muttered, then gave the rubble wall a wave. "Good luck!" Though he ought to have saved the words for himself, because when he focused on the badge, when the caverns fell away and were replaced with a familiar white stone room, chaos waited. It was astounding how much Eve still had to learn after several hundred years. For example, how to handle a giant claw sticking out of her left shoulder. That its brothers, bloodied already, were rising from her hand and thigh to finish Eve off, added to the conundrum. The Grove's white room, meant to welcome humans, didn't give her weapons or any easy answers. It did, however, staunch the dimming vision, the piercing pain, and the loss of control that came with certain death. Into that space came inspiration. Eve used her body as a pivot, rolling up to her left, leveraging that claw to rise almost to a side plank position. The cutter's fresh strike burrowed into the stone where her head had just been, flying up dust. Eve gripped the bone claw piercing her, causing the cutter to lift it, and her, into the air. It wiggled the claw, drawing it free from Eve's shoulder. The pain was white shock exquisite, and Eve's left arm went limp. Her right wasn't enough to hold her up, and Eve dangled. The cutter pulled its left claw from the stone, sent it in a sweeping scythe meant to cut Eve in half. She dropped. The claw cut whisked the top of her head, clacked against the cutter's own right bone claw. The alien lurched at its impact while Eve bounced and rolled on the ground. Right beneath the cutter's furry, golden middle, Eve threw her right fist in an uppercut, felt it punch into the fur and the warm skin beneath. Puffs fell, the cutter grunted, and something pierced her left leg. Another claw, one of the smaller side options, hooked into her skin
and threw Eve out. She smacked into the room's side wall and sank to the floor.
The cutter swung around as Eve shook off the impact. Both of those bone claws rose. A scary sight now, and maybe this was the concussion talking. Too ordinary, too common. More vivisections? Another slash? So basic. Less so was the shape, the shadow resolving to the cutter's left, near its back legs. The endless white ensured Fade's form didn't stay murky long. The cutter realized his presence soon after, when Fade hit its back left leg with a hard snap kick. The leg's middle joint cracked the wrong direction, throwing the cutter off balance. Fade slid off the kick, planting the attacking foot and spinning into a left-footed strike at the cutter's next leg. Another joint split, and the cutter, already trying to turn, dropped its side to the stone. Claws wriggled. The Grove's own healing would work against Fade's assault, but it bought Eve time. A sight for dead eyes, she muttered, picking herself up. The cutter scooted itself around, forgetting Eve and lancing its bone claws at Fade. The raker dipped and dodged, skating by the blows. A dance that wouldn't last as the cutter moved him towards the room's corner. But Fade didn't have to hold long. Eve, renewed by her reinforcements, surged towards the cutter's back broken leg. She grappled the cracked joint, already split, and pulled, leaned her back into it. The thin, spindly thing wasn't built to be yanked, and in a disgusting shower, the leg's small claw, about the size of Eve's forearm, broke off. The cutter reared, the bone claws striking the room's roof and scattering rubble flakes. Fade stepped in, delivered a 3-jab fusillade to the cutter's face, only to earn 2 long gashes from the cutter's middle claws. "Ah," he cursed, but the attack had done its job. Eve ducked beneath the cutter's middle and drove up with the small claw. The narrow point, grown to give the cutter a grip on any surface, punched through once, twice, a third, and she kept going. A mix of fury, fear, and desperation driving every strike until Fade tackled her free. Good thing, too, as the cutter collapsed where she'd been, its form twitching its last. "This," Fade said, picking himself off of Eve, both dripping with offal, "is really gross." She eyed him and grimaced. "Nice to see you, too." The advantages to being a tech billionaire were many, including some key things most would not expect, like, say, paramilitary resources that would show up to rescue you and your daughter with an armed helicopter. Like, say, the call coming in from a source deep inside the UN stating that a secret resolution had passed declaring, in no gray terms, a war upon the Grove. That war would take a particular shape, a devastating bomb, this time deployed with no wiggle room. The man had been chosen, the mission already launched. Christopher Pline listened to this as his daughter, standing with another young girl he didn't know, pumped her fist. Veronica had reason to be thrilled, as the helicopter laid another 2 cutters low. Moreover, the moon lit up a parachuting line from above, further reinforcements coming to make their pyramid stand less a suicide mission than an extermination. "That isn't okay," Pline said into the phone. "The Grove and the Gardener are our allies. We can't let this happen." The source said the matter had already been decided. This attack would be launched, and if it failed, another would follow until every badge the world had was expended or the Grove was destroyed. They would not risk another attack, another onslaught from elsewhere, even if it cost humanity a chance at eternal enlightenment. "How nice of them to make that call for all of us," Pline swore, then hung up the call. He tried to find an option, but while Pline could move markets, could bring this terrible development to billions in a moment, he couldn't sway a soldier on a solitary mission. There were limits, apparently, to Pline's power, and those chains almost sent him spiraling. But no. Breathe deep. They would succeed here, and of course, the attack on the Grove would fail, because it must fail. No simple bomb could stop the greatest creation in the history of the universe. The grove would survive, and so would Pline's place here, at the top of the world. The phone buzzed in his hand. He answered it. The message simple but disconcerting. The helicopter had to back off, get more fuel and ammunition. Did Pline and his daughter want a ride out of the zone? Abandon the beacon? A difficult idea, but more cutters were coming, and the chaos on the ground suggested the alien creatures would make the pyramid in greater numbers. Military and police were reinforcing. Let the fighters hold the position. If the cutters won, well, Pline could always get another beacon, and perhaps the world would respond better if this one were destroyed. Hope torn away by the misguided views of the old guard, the bitter politicians and generals who ought to be ready to hand things over to him. Veronica, too, of course. "Veronica!" Pline shouted down to his daughter. "It's time to go!"
Then go!
Her reply, and her look, several rows beneath him, was steel. "I don't want you here anyway." "You might not survive," Pline said, coming down to join her as the helicopter neared, its rotors almost deafening. "The cutters will keep coming. Your help could run out. We can try again." Veronica pulled a rifle off of the other girl's shoulders. Pline hadn't really noticed before, but the girl did have quite the arsenal on her. Heavy, deadly baggage. And now one barrel pointed at him.
I said go! Peffet chose me, Dad, not you. Run!
Pline started to chuckle, then stopped. Took a deep breath. Children had to learn the hard way. If Veronica earned a new scar or two, then it wouldn't be such a high price to pay. And if she died before the helicopter made it back to pick her up, he would be crushed. But what a martyr she would make. Somehow, Jaycee had turned into a pack mule, while Veronica became an action hero. She'd just pointed a big rifle at her own father, and now started a stalking look around the pyramid's top, presumably looking for more cutters. Jaycee, meanwhile, set down the other guns, the pack on her back, while Thalia groaned nearby. She might have talked to Thalia, except Pline's helicopter was getting so close she couldn't hear a damn thing. Then, fast, the chopper pulled up and away. Jaycee glanced up after it, saw Veronica's dad clambering into the craft from its landing strut.
He's leaving?
Jaycee asked nobody in particular.
Veronica, is your dad running away?
"Good!" she shouted back, bringing the rifle up to her shoulder. "Two coming up this side."
Give me a gun,
Thalia said, rolling onto her stomach and pushing herself up.
I'm ready.
Ready for a hospital, maybe. Jaycee hefted one of the big rifles.
How does this work?
She didn't get an answer. Not from Thalia, and not because the woman didn't try. Instead, a body rose from the dark, climbing up the pyramid's side. Decked out in killer body armor, his own weapon strapped across his chest, the man gave Jaycee a nod. "Hex," he said, grave and straight. "We're taking over, and you need to get out of here. For the moment, stay up top. We'll establish control. Then you'll leave." Jaycee, all too happy to drop the rifle, pointed towards Veronica.
There's cutters coming up.
"We're on it." As Hex spoke, two more soldiers appeared, charging up the irregular stones. Jaycee only saw the one near her, but the speed at which the woman ran with the rifle ready, rounds squeezing off at another cutter approaching the pyramid's base, spoke to a level of skill that said Jaycee was very much unnecessary.
Whew, thank goodness for that. Thalia, I'm thinking we should leave,
Jaycee said, setting the rifle down.
The pros are here.
For once, Jaycee, I agree. Let's get the hell away. Veronica, though, refused. She fired along with the commandos, while Jaycee jabbered at her back. The girl wasn't listening to Jaycee's message, Peffet's recall of her sainted status. When the next cutter trio had been gunned down in the pyramid's killing stones, No cover and a near-mindless approach made the aliens look like fodder in a video game. Jaycee again asked Veronica to take the easy way down. They could return to Jaycee's big bus of a vehicle and grumble out of danger.
Never.
Veronica snapped back, watching the commandos formed a real perimeter. She'd been talking to one, the seeming leader of the bunch, and another woman standing with him. It had been another argument, one Veronica waved off to go sulk with Jaycee and Thalia at the pyramid's peak.
If I leave now, I have nothing.
You'll be alive? Jaycee said.
Girl has a point,
Thalia added, bandages now applied to her cuts, though the woman still seemed dazed.
Fight another day and all that.
There won't be a fight, Veronica said. She hadn't let go of the rifle, but she'd assured Jaycee its safety was on.
My father will use his connections to turn everything back to him. I'll be ignored, shoved aside with nowhere to go.
Did you not have a college in mind?
Jaycee asked. Veronica laughed.
Do you? Where have you even been, Jaycee? Not on Earth. We're sitting on top of a pyramid at night, waiting out a slaughter. You're going to go back, make some toast, and take a test to major in business or something? Become an accountant?
Jaycee scooted closer. Gunfire dominated the soundscape, the cool desert wind snapping along with it. Clouds had moved in, spotting the moon's light and adding more shadows. Incoming helicopters made their presence known, shining spotlights on approaching cutters. Various military reinforcements were arriving down below, expanding lines out from the pyramids. Jaycee wasn't some expert, but she could see the chaos settling. This would soon be an efficient obliteration, even if it had to take weeks or months.
Veronica, I didn't want to. The whole reason I dipped back into the grove is that I thought what we had was pointless. School? A job? Daily life? Like, why? What was the point when you had this whole universe waiting?
Jaycee laughed.
But, gotta say, it sucks. Being stressed out, dealing with fights, war, aliens? I'd tangle with traffic and a pop quiz any day. I'm saying this is your chance to escape.
He chose me, Jaycee. Peffet. Yeah, Peffet makes mistakes. He's taking this one back.
Don't be an idiot, like Lode.
Thalia, at that. But she otherwise stayed quiet, letting the kids decide their own fate.
So what? We try to get down, go find a hotel that's not destroyed, and see what happens? Veronica asked. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying we find a late-night snack, then a real bed, and see if Earth's still around in the morning. Jaycee put a hand on Veronica's shoulder.
I'm sure there'll still be cutters to shoot then, if that's what you want.
The cutter was lost. Its memories, a hazy collective passed along through inherited instincts, gave no reference to the waving grasses and sparse trees around it. It had emerged from a golden fir seed, small and strong, and spent its first days skittering amid its unusual surroundings. Pain became its constant companion, the very air seeming to slice its skin inside and out. The food it caught, at first insects and then smaller vermin, pinned beneath its claws, tasted foul as the cutter loomed over victims before descending its mouths upon them. At first, its vomited meals out, rejected. In time, in desperation, the cutter found what it could stand. In time, it numbed to the pain. In time, in a few short weeks, it grew. The cutter understood pieces were missing, gaps in this world that didn't fit. There were no others around that it recognized, no other cutters to teach, aid, or commiserate. There were, however, bigger creatures. Tan things with manes that chased the cutter away, or larger brown monsters with hooves and horns. It had lost a bone claw for a time to one of those. The cutter had found a hole to hide in and waited for the claw to regrow. Those had been long days, cold nights. Soon, though, the cutter found it was larger than the tan things, deadly enough to claim the brown beasts. They ran from it, and the cutter blunted its confusion with power. The grasses belonged to the cutter, and even if it suspected this was not right, not its intended purpose, it was, at least, the cutter's own realm. Until the call came. At night when the cutter prowled, looking for easy food. The urge came like the brown beast's blow, tottering the cutter. The sound, washing over it, was so pure, so perfect. "Come home," it said. "Come home and be where you belong." This was everything. The rightness in a life that had been defined by wrongs. The cutter heard the call, and it ran. It ran towards home. It ran towards hope. Chapter 17. Big Boom. The mission and its laurels were delivered to Pyle via earpiece. A curling metal thing sitting with little comfort in his right ear, the device served up the voice of his president, commanding officers, and a string of other figures from around the world. Each commended his coming effort to obliterate the source of his planet's torment, and in so doing, etch himself in legend for all time. To Pyle, who spent those speeches checking his other gear, which was, all told, a light array for a dive deep into enemy territory, the kind words melded into a useless sludge. He knew why he was going on this venture, and he knew its likely result. Death, he'd been told, would be preferable to the court-martial, the criminal case, and a stiff prison sentence. The things he'd suspected would come when he pulled his service weapon on the woman who'd tailgated him a little too long, a little too aggressively on the highway. She'd flipped him the bird. He'd shot out her tire, and she'd skidded off into the Texas desert, unharmed, angry, and persuaded with convenient government cash not to make a public thing out of it. Because Pyle had some valuable skills to go with his terrible temperament. Skills that made him an excellent weapon and a potential hero. The bomb sitting before him was a copy of the one Major McNichols, so Pyle's briefing said, had taken with him into the grove. A squat box 1/2 meter on every side, weighing a dozen kilos, metal-framed, black, and sealed with thick plating. Unlike the original, this edition would have a timer set from the beginning. 15 minutes. A ticking clock to give Pyle time to bring it as deep into the grove as he could. Then, theoretically, escape. That he wouldn't was obvious. Pyle wasn't planning to try. He had no idea how to work anything in the grove. Given the chance, his only other goal was to put a plug in the gardener. Shooting a god seemed like a pretty good way to go out. Certainly better than rotting in a cell. The badge they handed him was a slim ruby, hooked onto a chain with his tags. Pyle held it before him now, as soldiers and support staff surrounded him with hands raised in salutes. He put his other hand on the bomb, muttered a soft prayer to the only god he really believed in, and gave a nod to the bomb's specialist. A click, and the digital display facing Pyle on the bomb's top began flicking its red seconds down. "Good luck," someone said. Pyle snorted, found the ruby with his eyes, and followed the instructions to the letter, just as he always had. The gem seemed to grow, to fill his entire view, until a giant dead cutter filled it instead. With its center, all mouths and eyes, laying still on the floor and its legs bunched up, Pyle thought back to a childhood spent killing spiders in the crannies around his grandmother's house. Never had a chance to kill one of these monsters, though. He was a foot soldier, and the current tactics for killing cutters suggested aerial elimination. Those bone claws couldn't do much against a drone or a helicopter. "Who are you?" came the unexpected question from a pair near the room's only doorway. A battered wood thing. A man, the speaker, leaning over a woman next to it. Neither seemed in great shape. The woman was covered in blood, but somehow stared at Pyle with a fighter's clarity. Maybe all the red wasn't hers. "Doesn't matter who I am," Pyle had been briefed on this. Possible contacts. Ignore them all. Carry out the mission. If they interfere, shoot them, but don't waste time trying for a kill. That bit had been confusing, even with the knowledge that this grove could heal. Surely taking a second to plug a finale was worth it. What does is you getting out of my way. The map drawn in his briefing pulled with exacting detail from the minds of Major McNichols, that FBI agent Myra, and, unless Pyle was missing his guess, the pair standing before him. Said Pyle ought to go right out this door, test his faith with a jump over the railing, and then run down the steps until the bomb blew up. Simple enough. And he started forward, easing left around the cutter's claws. The clock, as they say, was ticking. "Yeah, it matters to me," the man said. Pyle snapped his name into its slot. Faden Vance. Older for a would-be hero, and looking like he'd seen the worst of that cutter's claws. Clothes stained and ragged, though Faden's skin glowed. No blotches, no bags under the eyes. In another life, Pyle would have asked the guy for his skincare routine. "That thing you're carrying looks real familiar. Thinking it ought to be torn apart." Pyle raised his rifle. "Best keep those thoughts to yourself. Move aside." Faden pushed the woman, Eve, and rushed him. The man had good speed and didn't make a straight run. Enough trickery to make a green private miss. But Faden had no cover and too much ground to go. Pyle swiveled his hips, launched a burst, and caught the red spray as a round cracked through Faden's thigh. The force sent the man spinning into a hard landing on the stone. Pyle kept moving, grinning at Faden's curses. Good variety and color there. A pity he had to kill the people he'd rather get a beer with. The woman pulled herself to a shaky stand. Pyle sighted on her as he neared the door. She started saying something pointless, and he fired. 3 rounds into her left leg, chewed it up good, and dropped her. Not risking a kill shot, not stopping to deliver one. "See, you bastards, I'm a good soldier." Pyle went right on out to an empty balcony. The rail was as described, all solid white stone. Boring, but Pyle could appreciate the uniform style. He appreciated, too, the efficient way down. A heave, a drop, and Pyle, with his bomb, was on his way. There were not enough curses in Fade's library to describe the shredding agony in his leg. He'd been gashed. He'd been shot. Loday's pistol delivering a slug to his back was still very damn clear in his mind. But never before had he been hit with an assault rifle's tearing bullet. It had blasted through Fade's thigh, rendering his left hamstring into an inert mush pile, and throwing Fade into a wreck on the stone floor, facing the dead cutter. "You and me, buddy. We're in this together." Except he wasn't dead. Because the grove would not allow him to die, at least not while it still existed, a fact that might not be true much longer. The bomb the soldier carried had the same look as the one McNichols had brought in here during that stupid attempt to render the grove to dust. This time, Fade had a sneaking suspicion. That attempt would not be allowed to lapse. "Eve!" Fade yelled, hating his own voice. Its stretched, gasping qualities were the opposite of the myth he'd been building for himself since the visit to the Zinwi world. Savior of the people, the galaxy, and so on. Now he sounded tinny and whiny, a damaged man looking for help. "You make it out?" "Can't move," she called back from the cutter's far side, sounding worse than he did, which, considering her prior injuries, made sense. "How'd we lose this one, Fade?" "We made the mistake of thinking the man had sense. He's only a killer. A suicidal one, too. The worst combination." Fade had faced his fair share, including as a raker, of people so committed to a flawed ideal, or a boss, that their life was just one more resource to spend. You had to take them out first, preferably with a kick to the skull and a rope tied around their hands and feet. Few things were more satisfying than the glimmer returning to their eyes, Sanity, taking back territory long thought lost. They might be able to do the same to this guy, but first they'd have to catch him. He pushed himself to the side, near the room's wall. Fade reached, levered himself up. Blood ran down his legs and over his shoes. A lot of it. And witnessing the red put a dizzy spin on Fade's everything. Not right now. A deep, steadying breath filled with the Grove's miracle bots helped, as did turning around and focusing on the door. Ignore the cutter's claws, ignore Eve's coughing body. Take one shambling step at a time. See, pain's lesson was tolerance. Once you survived its first brutal application, you began to tamp down its effects, render it a constant, and reduce its burden. Fade's left leg was a red mangle, and it protested his every move with vigor. But Fade relegated those protests to his brain's upper balcony, noisy, yet at distance. More important was the wood door. More important was the man on the other side. His shuffle didn't break any speed records. With his left foot dragging its red trail across the white tile, Fade lurched along. Eve said something to him, some vague encouragement that Fade absorbed and discarded. No reply was necessary, the breath and focus better used to grab the door's left frame. Sweat, not from heat but his body's shock, soaked through clothes already threadbare. His eyes twitched and his hands were cold. Ailments all getting attacked by the Grove. Just not fast enough. The balcony's stone ring offered itself to him. The soldier and his bomb were nowhere in sight. He'd been briefed then, had a mission and a goal beyond teleport in and go boom. Fade would have to follow, would have to stop him. He fell forward against the stone ring, planted his palms on its slanted surface, and stared at the nicks in the stonework. Realized they displayed a pattern, designed imperfections. Because of course they did. The Grove was manufactured, no natural forces at play here. An idea there, and with it, energy. With a groan, another curse, and a kick from his right leg, Fade flung himself over the edge. Coming from a swarm of intelligent underwater squid creatures, put Peffet's new life in perspective. No longer was he trapped beneath the waves of his home planet, surfing through dark seas in search of lunch, or floating in conferences to decide how best to survive above the dreaded surface. No. Now Peffet, through his own ambition, directed countless other species against the unleashed enemy. The galaxy was finally marching towards nirvana with a real leader at its head. A leader that looked nothing like he did, protected now by these robots spun into a gray amorphous cloud. The better to enhance his own mystique and mystery. Now, if he could get a better grasp on the Grove's many secrets, then... The current raker crop around him, as ever a medley of the strange and wondrous, began rumbling questions. Alarm! The sounds broke Peffet from his daydreams, a frequent lapse as he delivered again and again the same speech on how to neutralize the cutters. Beacons, slaying them as the clawed things rallied forth to mindless slaughter. The whole thing had grown stale so quickly. But this, a human barreling down the steps from the Grove's white tower towards the audience tables, offered something new. Not Fade, not Eve, and, strapped across his chest, a large box. A more innocent being might assume the box to be a gift, an experiment, a beginning of something. Peffet had seen the earlier raids. He knew the most likely accompaniment to any new human was a weapon. "Stop!" Peffet burbled, calling on the Grove's small machines to pick up his voice and amplify it. They did so, and his words rolled like the crack of a god. Bold, strong enough to send tremors through the ground. A nice effect, really. The human slowed, the man's head turning this way and that to seek the speaker. With the look went the more obvious weapon, what the humans called a gun. Peffet had seen those in action enough times now to fear their results. Pain, even if the grove made a fatal strike unlikely, wasn't something he sought. "What are you doing here?" Peffet again rumbled the question. Around him the Rakers parted, gave their new director a chance to prove his mettle.
"You're not invited."
The human found him, locked onto Peffet, stared for several long seconds, then raised the rifle and pulled the trigger. Bullets snapped out at a speed that should have been too fast to comprehend. Peffet should have been riddled. But the gardener, when it chose, when it was paying attention, had found the shots easy to dodge. Peffet now saw why. Time didn't slow, but his form moved. Not of his own conscious decision-making, not because he twitched his muscles or wiggled his skin flaps. Rather, sudden and hard pressure threw Peffet to the side, up and around. The small robots making calculations, and so suffused were they in the air, acting on them to preserve their master. All 3 rounds missed by the tiniest distance. All 3 smashed into the stone behind Peffet. "Nice trick," the man said, dragging his rifle's aim across the Raker line. "Now, I'll keep my gun quiet if you keep your distance. A few minutes more, and we'll all be together. And I can guarantee it won't hurt a smidge."
"What won't hurt?"
The other Rakers, with their tentacles and blobs, thorns and hairy antennae, echoed Peffet's question. Some slipped closer to the man, but any sneaky strike up those stairs would be difficult. No cover. Only if everyone rushed at the same time would victory have a chance. "See, you've caused enough problems back home. This place is dangerous, and, unless I miss my guess, it's probably dangerous to every one of you, too. We're doing the universe a favor and rendering it to ash." The man, with his offhand, patted the box strapped across his chest over his shoulders. "See, we figure every species ought to have a chance to capture its own destiny. This little guy here is going to make sure that happens. Settle in. Not long now." A bomb. How would the Grove handle that? Peffet had never seen it tried before. Mass devastation? Or would the robots simply swallow the explosion? Better not to risk it. He'd only just achieved godhood. "Kill him! Destroy the box!" Peffet said, the command rippling out across all the Rakers. "Not only for yourselves, for your homes." As he spoke, Peffet broke into a run at the man. The former gardener had relied on its Rakers for almost everything. They had hesitated, and that gardener had died. Peffet would not make the same mistake. Fade threw himself down the stone stairs. It wasn't a pretty dive, done with a killer's grace or some galloping stride to the rescue. It was a fumbling, grumbling, painful as hell launch that brought him within a step of the man and his bomb. Then, Fade threw the knife. This was something he knew how to do. Grasp a blade's handle and flick it with its wrist so it didn't tumble end over end, but flew straight and true. The point stuck in the man's back, just as the target turned to see what idiot approached. The man yelled, pointed his rifle at Fade. Behind him, Fade saw Peffet mounting the steps as the other Rakers bobbed around, confused. Exactly what the new gardener was going to do, Fade wasn't sure. But as he put his hands on the step to push himself up, it had better be good. The soldier pointed the rifle, squeezed the trigger. A 3-round burst at point blank, and they slammed into Fade's side. Fresh, white-hot, and stymied in their efforts to instantly kill him thanks to the Grove, thanks to his adrenaline, thanks to Fade's damn promise to himself that he would not leave Jaycee an orphan. That last oath teetered as the soldier adjusted his aim. The next shot meant for Fade's head. An angle he'd have to change as Fade threw himself forward. A sloppy tackle, one that pushed the man half a step into a beautiful break. A line, sparking and white, that had opened behind Pyle. Fade let his bleeding weight fall on the man, and they fell through. The white stairs vanished, replaced with a creamy void. Fade no longer had traction, no longer had any points of reference as he and the soldier flailed in the ether. His blood leaked from the bullet wounds on either side, the rifle's power pushing the shots straight through. Had they ripped his organs to shreds? Caught an artery? The pain suggested many things. Fade tried not to give it any attention. "The hell are we?" the soldier asked, aiming the rifle at Fade. In the distance, black blotches against the milky infinite were various forms. Aliens. Veronica had mentioned this place, a zoo for the gardener, a holding cell in case it needed something from an extinct species or wanted to give one another chance. "It's a place where you can't do much harm," Fade said. "In fact, you'll be offering a mercy." Veronica had said that too. The creatures there had long lost their sanity, were adrift but not allowed to die. "This is what we're about," Fade said, his voice a weak thread. Blood dribbled onto his chin and floated away. "It's not destruction. It's help. It's bringing worlds and people together. That's not the mission, and that's damn sure not what the Cutters are doing." "Mistakes, man. Mistakes shouldn't be fatal. It's being corrected right now." 1 minute. Fade saw the red digits in the bomb's top, the ridiculous thing standing out from Pyle's chest like a hot dog vendor at a baseball game. "Can you stop it?" "Not this time. That wasn't the deal." "Then make a new one. With me. Right now. We stop this bomb, we live. Sounds pretty rad?" The timer ticked. The soldier just laughed. "Got nothing to go back to save a jail cell. Would rather stay a legend." Fade tried to gin up another argument, but he found his mouth wouldn't work. His brain fuzzed. The pain seemed to be overwhelming the grove, seemed to be messing with his ability to think. It did not mess with his ability to see. The white line sparked between Fade and the soldier. Through it, Peffet reached and grabbed Fade, pulled him in, back to those white steps. The soldier snapped the rifle around, fired a burst as Peffet closed the line. Those bullets streaked right on around the gardener, over the rakers and the audience tables, into the unknown. "You know," Fade muttered, lying on those steps as Peffet's gray, blurry form stood over him, "I could really use that ability. Dodging bullets." "Quiet," Peffet said, then called the rakers over to help. In moments, alien limbs were pressing on Fade's wounds. Audience tables were queried and offered up patches and stitches. The grove's robots did their work. Through it all, Fade stared overhead, waited for the bomb's flash. It never came. The grove continued. "It's done," Peffet said, when the rakers had returned to their duties, when Eve had stumbled down to join them. "The explosive went off, and I don't think that area will be useful anymore. Not for a long time." "Not bad," Fade said, still lying on the stones, though Eve had bunched up her jacket for a pillow. "Dodged another nuke." "Many species just went extinct for the last time," Peffet replied, the squid thing still looking like a little gray tornado. "It's a tragedy. A day of immense loss." "Them or us. Don't mean to be brutal, but we had to make a choice. This was the right one." He rolled his eyes to Eve. "You going to make it?" "That bullet hurt." "Oh, I know. But I don't get any time to recover, do I?" "Not with my daughter down there, you don't." Eve glanced towards the silver portal. Didn't move. "That battle's already being decided, Fade. By the time I could get close enough, it'll be over." "Then you try, Eve. You try. For me. And for her. You try, damn it." Chapter 18. Regent. They stuffed Veronica and Jaycee in a circle and escorted them down. Thalia, too, limping along the pyramid's stones. Clouded moonlight, gunfire, and the gradual restoration of order even as more cutters arrived. The aliens, still scary and capable of destruction, found themselves easy targets for the drones, the snipers, the machine guns, and worse, deploying in their path. By one measure, then, Veronica had succeeded. The cutters wouldn't be much of a threat to Earth after a while. They'd all run straight to their doom. Then why did she feel so hollow? Was it because she was tired, battered, and hungry? Was it because she hadn't really claimed her role as Earth's Empress? Was it because she'd never believed it anyway, and now saw a sudden lurch back to the ordinary before her? Jaycee had suggested a bed. Dinner. Veronica hadn't had a real meal in months, thanks to the Grove's efforts to supply her body with everything it needed. Sit down, have an appetizer, a hard seltzer, and watch something on the TV? She laughed, almost tripped. Jaycee caught her.
You okay?
Jaycee asked, and Veronica gave the girl a grin. Nothing makes sense. Jaycee could hardly refute it. Stripped of her guns and ammo, Fade's daughter had all the grime and grit of someone who'd been through a ringer as rough as Veronica's. Jaycee had dropped weight, had clothes that were mismatched and clearly scavenged, eyes bearing a haunted edge no high schooler ought to sport.
I would have said that once, Jaycee said, like 5 minutes ago. But not anymore.
They were halfway down the pyramid, descending towards a phalanx of military vehicles. Commando flashlights swept the stones ahead. No cutters. But this is the way it should be, right? We're kids, getting protected by the people we pay to protect us. I'm not shooting an alien. You're not running the planet. We can take a breath, you know? And a shower? What happens after, Jaycee? She didn't have an answer to that. The commandos stuffed the girls into an Egyptian police truck, big tires and heavy metal plating all around. Thalia joined the other wounded in a big, rounded transport, making a bleary promise to find the other pair after she'd been treated. The vehicle took off then, angling for a distant hotel. Arrangements had already been made and communicated. By who? Veronica asked, reaching her waist, her pockets, and remembering she didn't have a phone. Your father. He's pulling back on all his crap so we can focus on keeping you alive. The driver's head shook as he maneuvered around busted vehicles. Some were already being cleared, just shoved to the side by big trucks. What a guy he is. Must be something, being his daughter. The man seems to feel his way around the English. Wait, do you know where my father is? Veronica asked, while Jaycee put her head against the window and closed her eyes. Me? No. But I could find out. Take me to him, and I'll make sure you get paid. Again the man laughed. How much? A familiar feeling, a warm and comforting one, pushed aside the panic, the shock, the cold numbness of the night. Veronica had left behind the weird and the unknown. This, now, was where she belonged. This was something she could control. More than you'll ever need. So far, despite its awful beginnings, Myra had to consider the operation a success. Their drop had gone without error, minus a couple who'd overshot and landed on, well, the wrong pyramid. The commandos had established a bulwark quick enough, blasting any cutter away while giving the Egyptian forces time to fortify themselves. Now, sitting atop one of the world's wonders as the night crept towards dawn, Myra was almost, dare she say it, bored. Sure, gunfire was constant, as was the barricade construction. Mobile artillery, machine gun nests, barbed wire, and more arrived by the minute on highways getting cleared by brute force. Already, as Myra understood it, routes the cutters would take were being defined and sculpted all around Cairo and beyond. Killing funnels that'd ensure the bugs would get themselves blasted long before getting here. And if they managed to reach the pyramid itself? Harsh, brutal destruction. For all the terror the cutters had wrought over the last few months, the beacon made clear how simple they were, How enslaved as a species they could be to a single call. H.G. Wells had it right. Defeating an alien invasion came down to exploiting a single weakness. She almost laughed, but McNichols and Hex, discussing relief teams and seemingly in constant contact with the entire world's armed infrastructure, would have given her an odd look. Myra could do without attention for a minute. She'd rather offer a silent moment for Ezra. He'd fought to expose all this, and, in a way, succeeded. It had cost him his life, but if Myra could believe Thalia, that sacrifice had saved Fade, Veronica, and most of humanity. Not a bad exit. He wouldn't have to face whatever came next. She would. Visions of meetings, political maelstroms, and a whole lot of headaches played. An exhausting future Myra wanted no part of. She'd spent the better part of the last 6 months involved in bureaucracy rather than on-the-ground agent work. Tedium, playing personalities off one another to keep her head above water. And where did it get her? Here? To the top of a pyramid, surrounded by commandos? "Terry," Myra said, standing, brushing ancient dust and fresh sand off her legs. The Major turned from Hex, looked at her with an expectation she was about to announce some new alien attack. "I'm heading out." "What?" "Thanks for the skydive and all, but I think you've got this. I'm bored." The Major's eye twitched. Myra winked, then stepped by him, descending fast after a particular commando group. They'd about reached the bottom with the 2 girls and Thalia, and Myra skipped fast after them. Dropping down a pyramid's great stones in the scattered moonlight felt oddly familiar, until Myra connected the feel with the Grove's tower stairs. A little bit of replication, a little bit of wonder crossing the galaxy. More ordinary, more familiar, was the truck Myra slipped on. Groaning bodies filled slots, some being tended to by medics. Not the one Myra took a spot next to. Not the one who'd already fallen asleep. Thalia was quiet now, but when she woke up, she said her uncle always wanted more help. Who better than Thalia to get Myra in the door? Christopher Pline stood on the top floor, in the penthouse, really, of a very nice Cairo hotel. The helicopter had landed him on the roof, not on a helipad, but Pline had lowered himself down to the waiting hands of a bellhop army. His company had mobilized at his resurrection, and the resources so ill-used by his daughter were once again his to command. For all the power Peffet possessed, Pline saw his own, here on Earth, as greater. The Rakers obeyed their galactic overlord out of fear. Pline's ran to solve his every need out of love. Or money. Both were more effective than terror, at least in the long term. Voltaire had it wrong. Through the great glass windows, with a deep black coffee in his hand, Pline watched tracer fire illuminate cutters on their way to rapid demise. The pyramids were stately from here, majestic even. Up close, they'd been pocked and ravaged with age and tourism. A lesson there repeated with Peffet. Get too close to the things you respect, and you'll find them overrun with faults. Doubtless his daughter would say the same about him. Pline deserved her antipathy, but not her scorn. She'd done little to help herself over the last few hours, and now she'd rejected his last offer for help. No matter who you were, turning down Pline's assistance was an error, and not one she would get to make again. His phone, a fresh one linked to his accounts with a topped-up battery, buzzed with notifications. Pline's PR team was busy crafting videos that would show his daughter retreating from the role, appointing her father as Earth's regent until she grew older, more experienced. A temporary thing, one easy to make permanent. Veronica would surely prefer running around beachside resorts or going skiing in the mountains to managing real power. Wasn't that the domain of wealthy children everywhere? To seek a life of idle luxury? Pline chuckled, then looked around the suite. Vast and empty, as he'd ordered. Most of his former, cherished staff were on their way to Cairo now. Until they arrived, Pline could communicate with his underlings through the phone and keep his person unbothered. Only, as Pline went to his phone, the suite's door buzzed. Someone knocking? At this early hour? Pline frowned at the interruption. There were CEOs to align, nation leaders and armies to twist to his beck and call. The knock came again. Insistent. Pline wasn't so far gone from the norms of life that he looked first for some servant to go get the door. Neither did he pick up a weapon. There were security guards outside that would vet any potential interruption, that would search them with a pat-down and metal detector. Pline had not returned from the dead only to be murdered. Instead, he opened the door to see his daughter standing there. The other girl, Jaycee, was with her too, looking confused. Behind them were the two guards, nervous and searching for release in Pline's face. He didn't give it to them. "Veronica?" Pline asked. "I thought you were holding down the fort." "They have more guns and know how to use them," Veronica replied, pushing past Pline. "Besides, I know where the real power is." Jaycee, for her part, put on a shy smile and followed his daughter. She then did the sensible thing, given her state, and ventured straight for the bathroom. Pline's own shower had been delightful, and he commended Fade's daughter for the sense his own spawn didn't show. Veronica had gone right to those windows, had poured herself a coffee from the thermos on the nearby desk. Pline, after throwing a glare at the security pair, dismissing them while making very clear their performance evaluations would be suffering for this surprise. "You understand that that world won't be yours anymore," Pline said, moving right to it. Veronica understood time was precious. No conversation needed to be wasted on silly platitudes. "The cutters will be dealt with. Disaster averted. If I don't move quickly, stability will stop us." "Us?" "Of course us, Veronica. I'm your father, and we are a team. I come back to find my companies in good shape, my people retained. Clearly, you are not as naive or useless as some may have thought." "Are those some you, Dad?" "Not once." Pline clinked his coffee mug against hers. "It is a compliment, dearest. Take it as one. And help me." "Oh, help you? How am I supposed to do that? Die?" "Disappearing would be better. Laying low for a little while, until the barriers are removed." "Ah, once Daddy gets to be ruler of the world, then his daughter can be seen again?" "It's a matter of confusion. It's a matter of choice. Peffet chose me. Peffet chose wrong." He'd snapped, and Pline knew it. A mistake, and one he shook off. "Veronica, I already told you this on the pyramid, and I'm not going to do it again. Either listen to me, play your role, or I will force you to." "Threatening your own daughter now?" Her tone threw Pline. Where had this confidence come from? Why wasn't Veronica curling up to obey like she had before? Had he been gone so long that she'd found a spine? He turned away from the window, faced Veronica full on. An imperious stare, one made for courts and kings, presidents and generals. "I will have you picked up. You will be flown away to our place in the Alps. You will stay there until I call for you, and you will remain quiet until then. Then you will have all that you want, Veronica, once the world is ours." She stared back at him, at the visage that had cowed so many, and laughed. To anyone who'd never been lost, Veronica wouldn't have made sense. To anyone who'd never found themselves in a pit of confused despair, where what they'd thought was real had been broken, where all the paths were dark, where any and all help seemed impossible to find, Veronica wouldn't have made sense. When Jaycee finished cleaning up, an odyssey in itself spent rediscovering the bits of her that a shower, lotion, soap, and a mirror could uncover, she'd put on a hotel robe rather than the ragged clothes. She saw Veronica walking back towards her father from the room's doors that were now, Jaycee noted, locked. Christopher Pline noted the development with a question, one his daughter did not answer. At least, not with words. Instead, she picked up the coffee carafe her father had been drinking from, bent its lip to hers for a sip, and then swung it at him like a club. Coffee sprayed across the floor, and her father took the blow across a desperate forearm. He stumbled back against the room's windows. Veronica advanced. Jaycee's mouth opened, and she started to say, "Hey," started to say Veronica's name, started to ask what the hell was going on, and wound up doing none of those things. Wound up shutting her mouth and watching, because she could understand. Veronica swung again. Her aim was high, and her dad flinched. The carafe smashed into the window and splintered it, breaking itself in the process. Glass sprayed. Cairo's dawn soaked in. Veronica still hadn't said a damn word. Pline begged in many offers and professions of love, of father's duty, of keeping her safe. To them all, Veronica just snarled. She kicked him once, a blow vicious and illuminating. Pline took it, realized his daughter had no weapon, and stood. "Stop," he said, towering over her. He reached out his hands, his glass-coated hands, and Veronica batted them away. "You are my daughter, and you will listen to me." "You're dead," Veronica snapped. "You're dead, and you're still taking everything from me. Still controlling me when you have no right." "No right?" Pline took a step forward, and Veronica retreated, her back closing on the room's central couch. "I have every right. I created you, and the company that's given you everything. You're spoiled, you're in over your head, and you don't want any of this anyway." "How would you know what I want?" Pline's face went ugly. "I know what you want because it's always been the same thing. Clothes, shoes, and followers. Fancy brunches and a nice car to drive to them. You want the ephemeral. I want the eternal." Veronica leaped at him, tackling her father back to the broken window's edge. Glass found its opportunities, digging in and drawing a pained hiss from the man. Veronica scrabbled, kicked against the ground, and shoved the both of them out. Their heads tasted air, tasted nothing beneath them. "What, you think I'm lying?" Pline hissed, glaring into his daughter's face. "You think I'm wrong? What is this except another tantrum? Veronica not getting what she wanted? You're just like your mother. Always asking, never being grateful." "I learned all this from you," Veronica spat back. She lurched up, put a grip on Pline's shirt, and would have thrust her dad out the window, Jaycee was sure, if Jaycee herself hadn't stopped her, hadn't grabbed Veronica's arms and held them tight. "Don't," Jaycee said. "Don't, Veronica, please." "He always takes," Veronica said, then swore, letting Pline go. "Always takes, Jaycee." Pline sat up, looked behind him out the broken window. Seemed to perceive, for the first time, just how close he was to being another casualty, to rejoining the ranks of the deceased. The red face went white. "I'm sorry," Pline said, the confidence breaking. It's who I am." "No epiphanies, damn it," Veronica said, and Jaycee let her go. The fire was out. "No apologies, no taking it back. You're right. This is who you are, Dad. You can have it. The company. The power. But you can't have me. I'm done." She turned to Jaycee. "What you said back there, about a normal life, you didn't mean it, did you?" Hadn't she? In the car traveling to the hotel, hadn't Jaycee meant what she said? College, career, a family? There's no going back, right? We've been to the Grove, and that's changed everything. Veronica seemed to notice Jaycee was in a robe for the first time. "Where's your badge?" "I don't have one." "But I do," said a new voice, standing inside the doors. Pline's security duo flanked Eve, looking as confused as Jaycee felt. I take it this conversation's over? Veronica glanced at her father. It's over. Jaycee? Eve asked. Your dad would love to see you. She blinked. He's still alive? Harder to kill than just about anyone I know. Veronica, wait, Pline said, standing up. Glass fell off him in a plinking rain. This isn't the end. I still love you. I don't know, Veronica replied, taking Eve's hand. If you deserve it, if you don't screw things up too badly, maybe one day I'll stop by. Screw things up? Veronica grinned, a savage smile. Peffet said I'm the Empress, remember? Best take good care of my people, Dad. Or else. Chapter 19. Respect. As command posts went, the top of Pyramid was singular. Major McNichols had to watch his footing, as the stones weren't very level nor large. He'd already tasked 2 commandos with bunching up the parachutes and gear into a mound on the north side, just to keep things out of the way. Other junk, left over from Pline, Eve, and the rest, had been kicked or thrown from the top. In some distant future, whoever cleaned this place would have a miserable time. Not him, though. Not McNichols, who is overseeing the early stages of a great slaughter. The Cutters, so scary in isolated areas where their clever hunting skills could render squads and armor alike into bloody bits, were turned into target practice. What had started as a tense rescue mission had, in the course of a few hours, shifted into a stable, steady execution. Already reinforcements from local teams were relieving his soldiers. They'd relieve McNichols soon, too. He took a breath, held the rifle at his side, the safety on. On the stones below him, machine gun emplacements watched. Drones hovered in the air while spotlights mounted at the pyramid's top chased potential cutters on approach. Behind him, at the absolute apex, sat the beacon, encased now in a sheaf of razor wire. They hadn't dared try to seal it in anything else for fear of damage. The only vulnerability. If a cutter somehow made it up that high, the beacon could be destroyed. Even then, though, they had insurance. Eve had made it away, along with Pline's daughter, who'd said the gardener held her in high regard. He shook his head. High regard? Empress? Absurd. But if something happened to the beacon, it seemed likely she could get another. Until then, they'd stay the course. Kill and recharge. Learn how to find the golden seeds spewed from the cutter's furry selves and destroy them too. Simple and clear objectives. Much better than his own dive into the grove, than the chaotic moments when the Rakers first invaded Earth. Ready to go, Major? Hex asked, stepping up next to him. Our replacements are here. This might be the easiest mission I've ever had. McNichols put a hand on Hex's shoulder. Didn't think saving the world would be this simple. Doubt it is, sir. We both went over there, to the grove. As long as that door's open, who knows what might walk through. What McNichols learned, after he'd left the pyramid and told his wife and daughter that he'd be home in a few days, was that the grove's door would be staying open. The attempt to bomb the place into oblivion, to make up for McNichols' own mistake, had failed. The man sent to do it hadn't returned, and neither had the bomb, but Eve herself had slipped back to Earth and delivered the news. Said Peffet had shunted the bomb and the soldier off to a harmless spot to detonate. Any further attempts would be treated the same way. So they asked, those suits, those politicians, those people hunting for ways to shift responsibility from their shoulders onto McNichols' own, whether he'd care to lead a new initiative. A global effort, a cooperation, both to maintain relations with the Grove and monitor it. He asked what it would be called, and they told him to name it. Not his strong suit, naming things. His wife had come up with their daughter's moniker, but for this, McNichols found an idea waiting for him. His daughter's art project, the last thing she'd shown him before he went to the base, to hear. God's eye. For all the rapid healing he'd done in the Grove, Fade had rarely had the chance to focus on it, to really feel his body knit itself back together. The bullet wound, the cutter's clawed gashes, they tingled as his skin, muscle, and blood filled the gaps. He sat near the human's audience table, butt on the white stones. Around him, Rakers mingled, sharing updates on their progress towards total cutter elimination. Hope. A certain brightness Fade hadn't felt, well, ever, seemed dominant. The undercurrent of nervous tension remained. Fade could get that, understood it. While the gardener's reign hadn't been all pleasant, there were clear rules, guardrails, and consequences. Its absence had put the entire intelligent universe at risk, and now its return brought an uneasy truce. A return, as yet, still disguised. That was a discussion Fade figured they'd have sometime. He and Peffet, maybe Eve, would slip into the Grove's distant pockets and decide whether it was better for Peffet to run the show, someone who'd figured out how to work the Grove's machinery, not a god himself. For the moment, the Rakers had been shaken enough. Let things stabilize. Let all these worlds decide for themselves how they'd interact with the Grove. The humans couldn't be the only species that'd decide an immortal hangout was better obliterated or conquered than left alone. Each and every attempt to do so would have to be rebuffed, again and again if necessary. Thoughts like that were why Fade preferred to focus on his leg, his arms, his head. Wiggling toes and stretching hadn't ever felt so good, and when he could stand without a limp, without a throbbing protest from his leg, why, it was beautiful, astounding, better than the driest martini or the purest chocolate. Better still was the trio walking down the tower's stone steps. Well, two of the three. Fade could care less about Veronica. The Pline girl had done everything she could to make this mess worse, even if she hadn't meant to. Why she was here now, Fade didn't know. It didn't really matter. Because next to Eve walked his daughter. "Eve said you were shot in the leg?" Jaycee asked, after Fade had hugged her tight enough to maybe crack a rib. "You're okay?" Takes a lot more than a bullet and a few giant alien claws to kill your old man. Fade threw up his cocky grin, an old classic that never went out of style. "Your Egyptian adventure went well, I take it." Adventure is definitely the right word. Had Fade ever seen a happier face than his daughter's right then? No. No, he had not. Dahlia had to give Myra this. She knew how to lie, how to manipulate, and how to get them both home in the midst of chaos. While Cairo, serving as ground zero for every cutter on the planet, was attempting to evacuate or mobilize its people, Thalia had been shuttled right to a hospital. A simple badge skipping her to the Grove would have done wonders, but Eve had vanished with the last, leaving her at the hands of ordinary human medicine. Thankfully, gashes were gashes, blood was blood, and nothing lethal had been cut. She woke after hours to find Myra standing over her bed, having claimed herself Thalia's best and only friend in Egypt. "Wait," Thalia had said, in the bleary post-operational state, her cuts sewn up and medications infusing through her blood. "You told them you were what, exactly?" "I needed to get permission to decide on your care, and they didn't have enough time to verify what I was saying was true or false. So here I am. Your loving friend. Now I know I've been drugged. Which makes it the perfect time to ask you for a job." Myra went on, while Thalia tried to stay conscious. A little like balancing on a swaying beam high above the clouds, with cutters on either end swishing their bone claws at you. How sweet it'd be to tilt a little to the right and disappear. "You need a partner? I need a better gig. And the way the world's going to be after all this wraps, your uncle's business should be booming." After all this. What Myra was talking about? Wiping aside the aliens, the intergalactic war that had nearly killed her several times, and just going back to routine intimidation, collection of fees, security patrols, and winding down the days until Oscar asked Thalia to run the show? You know, I didn't expect you to look ecstatic, but nauseous is a bit mean. Myra frowned. Unless, are you going to be sick? Should I call a nurse? No, not yet. She was nauseous, and it had nothing to do with Myra's words. But Thalia was still on the beam. I don't think I'm going back to Oscar, Myra. I left once and he pulled me back, but this time, it's too big now. Myra winced, looked out the window, across a sunny Cairo sprawl. For once, the pyramids weren't in view, a fact Thalia appreciated to no end. A little peace, a little calm, a little lack of horrifying aliens would do her good. Have to say, I did not prepare a backup plan, Myra said finally. I can't go back to the FBI. It's going to be a mess after this. Don't want to play cleanup? Feels like a career could be made that way. Not mine. I'm a field girl. Need to be in the action, not in a meeting room. Another wince. So long as it's not skydiving. Might be the drugs talking, but I do have one idea. Could work out. Could be fun. At the sudden hunger and hope on Myra's wide, expectant eyes, Thalia could only laugh. Then, she fell off the beam. Veronica was not alone. She was not wandering the dark looking for a father who only cared about her in a specific way, as an achievement in his life, and little more. She was, in fact, standing and talking with Eve, with the new gardener, with other rakers as they bobbed, blobbed, and drifted by. Their conversation flowed between problems and solutions, next steps for the grove and the many species now depending on it for miracles. Peffet, the new gardener, was trying to bat at each issue as it arose. Some rakers panicked, claiming that even with beacons they lacked the strength, the technology, or the remaining people to defeat the cutters spreading around their world. Others on the path towards clearing out the invaders were struggling with how to break the sudden epiphany of the grove's impact on their world. Religions imploded. Traditions were challenged by the possibility of long life, of cures for diseases, of scarcity being shoved aside. She stood quiet, listening, for what felt like days but could have been hours or months. Eve left, asking Veronica if she'd be okay and receiving an affirmative. Jaycee disappeared with her father through the portal. Veronica stayed. She began, slowly, here and there, to offer an opinion, an idea, a human solution. Support this, tweak that, integrate change one thing at a time rather than obliterating whole power structures. At first, Peffet took her inputs with, in the gardener's blurry gray form, curious stares. Then he saw Veronica was taking notes, was listening and retaining and offering help. Guide them, the old gardener had said. Well now, maybe the old god had the right idea. So he sent a raker to her. Let Veronica hear its struggles and offer an idea. This one needed support, a way to stop the cutters from destroying the beacons. Their sticks, their muddy barricades weren't up to the task. They were losing. So Veronica gave them guns. Had the audience deliver plans for building the things. Had it craft rudimentary weapons for the raker to take back. A deadly arsenal to be replicated, expanded, and used. When the cutters are gone? Peffet asked after, when she relayed the solution. What will they do then? Kill themselves with it? Some will, but it was going to happen anyway, Veronica replied, the pair standing at the bottom of the great steps. The last gardener, it let us figure things out. Sometimes I think too much, too loose. But we can't baby them either. She nodded at the portal, where more rakers, following her fresh example, were adding weapons to their ranks. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be violent sometimes. Hard. My father used to talk about all the companies that started alongside his, the ones that failed. Hardly the same as whole civilizations. I don't know. He's a jerk. But I think my dad had one thing right. You can't ignore the hard parts. You have to tackle them and either win or learn how to get around them. That's what we have to do, Peffet. Help everyone else get through their difficulties. We? Veronica stretched. A partnership. We saw what happened when the gardener was alone. It lost its mind, its grip. Bet you and I, bouncing ideas off one another, could keep ourselves sane. For an eternity? She grinned. Let's start with a year. Eve pushed the ferns away. Did her best to ignore the constant mosquitoes. A jump to the grove after this would eradicate those bites and any nefarious diseases they held. Muddy ground splattered her boots. Not for the last time, Eve regretted not getting a guide. The jungles here, deep in Vietnam, were no joke. Her phone buzzed. Satellite connected, letting Eve know she'd closed to within 10 meters of her target. Past a few more trees, a few more thick leaves beneath a clouded sky. Bird calls, the occasional monkey or wild pig adding their opinions. One of those monkeys tracked her now, loping along at her back. No cutters to scare it away. If there'd been a clearing, if there'd been some sign of a struggle, the decades had erased it. No memorial waited when she stopped at the spot, no cairn or tombstone. Her teacher, the raker who'd brought her into the fold, died right here, years and years ago, trying to prevent a massacre. The agent of an all-powerful alien hadn't been able to stop that war. Together, though, they had managed to end the latest. Eve squatted down, pulled a small shovel out of her pack, and began to dig. There would be more wars, doubtless, and there would be rakers still to stop them. Maybe, with a win behind them, the rakers would have a better shot. Maybe humanity wasn't doomed. The shovel struck something small. Eve reached into the brown and green muck and found it. A band. A wedding band sculpted some 7 centuries ago, and worn by the man who'd given up everything it meant to protect the world he loved. Eve had done the same. Fade? With Jaycee right there? Maybe he'd found a better way. She fished a dragon fruit from her small pack, tossed it on the ground. The monkey could have it. Where Eve was going, she'd have all the food she could want. Chapter 20. Old home, new life. It had been less than a year since the day Eve and Lode had stepped into Fade's life, arriving in the dark near the docks on Oakland's west side. Since then, Fade had split his world apart, throwing away whatever career he might have had, hustling gangsters and providing security, to jump through time and space at the behest of an interstellar god. The pay, at least, had been good. The whirlwind calmed as he and Jaycee stepped out of the taxi in front of a house he had once known, that now felt so alien. Another man had lived here, with another daughter, going through the motions of what they thought was a life well lived in this time, this place. Now he wore a dark ring that could whisk him far away. Now Fade had a working relationship with Peffet, the new gardener, who would rely on Fade as an agent, a do-it-all adventurer meant to calm other rakers, deliver needed fixes to other worlds, and provide the comic relief so necessary when you're driving the fate of the universe. That he'd be doing the same things for Veronica Pline only irked him a little. At least she'd broken free from her father. "What about you?" he asked his daughter as they walked up the driveway, a conversation they'd both been avoiding in the days since Fade's near death, Jaycee's pyramid adventure, and the Cutter's continuing demise. "Think you can go back to school?" "It's that or what?" The Grove sure did work its miracles. Despite the damage, despite the draining days and long nights, Both looked, on the outside, like they hit the 8 hours of deep sleep, ate exclusively the healthiest meals, and spent their waking hours engaged in therapy, massages, and exercise. His daughter could have waltzed back into her high school classroom and been the envy of every kid with acne, or every teacher with bags under their eyes. Find a job? Fade reached his door and realized if he'd ever had a key in his pocket, it was long gone. He couldn't remember what clothes he'd been wearing when he last left his house, and there were doubtless unpaid bills to sift through. Ordinary life wouldn't be left behind so easily.
I thought being a raker would be the best one, Jaycee said. Not like the butt-kicking kind, but one who kept the gears greased, made sure the grove was a nice place to be. The gardener didn't want that.
Peffet won't either. She flashed a frown, one that softened into a downcast resignation.
Quite the range for their front step.
Fade twisted the doorknob. Locked. I know, I get it. Too many humans, too little fairness, Jaycee said.
I'm not sad about it, really. But I think I'm going to need some time, Dad. I spent months with the Zinwi, you know? Months without really talking to anyone, without knowing if I was going to live or die or what. I'm not ready to just go back to it.
Did Fade dare to tell his daughter about the long bender he'd gone on after the first time he'd killed someone? The bender that had, when his eventual wife found him collapsed at a roadside bar well north of wine country, pitched Fade headlong into this life. Because for a while nothing mattered, so why not dodge bullets and punch faces? No, Jaycee deserved better. I'm here, Fade said. You can stay here. You can find another place. You can go to therapy or a camp, but you won't be alone. Not anymore. Jaycee tilted her head. Why should I believe that? The door opened. Standing behind it, in the house, in cozy pajamas, was Thalia.
You can believe it, because I won't let him go.
Thalia swung open the door, passed the hot coffee to Fade. He took the mug. Then his eyes shot open as Thalia followed it, wrapping him in a hug and putting his lips on hers. Not the first time, a here and there dalliance. Those had been episodes amid the wreckage. This felt different. This felt like home. Fade let it linger.
About time, Jaycee laughed. When you're done, anyone feeling tacos?
We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Forging Eden, The Rakers Saga, Book 3 by A.R. Knight. To find more of our books, check out www.blackkeybooks.com. Thanks for listening.